Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To SABA Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netterts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
In a world that is filled with a lot of unappreciativeness and a lack of gratitude, dua to you, Saba Tehuti, Amen Hotep Ra, for the altitude that you give and provide me to just be not only of greater acceptance of the greatness and the beauty that I have, but also just give the gate and the way and the path to continue to expand and not feel like I'm an alien or not feel like I'm crazy for just knowing in my heart this standard, and this standard that I've always known my whole life. You gave me a breath of life by just making it plain to me that that standard was Ma'at, and that Ma'at never leaves us. It is just something we are to remember again. So just do it for the countless lessons directly and indirectly from the world and beyond this world to just give us, like I said, a breath of life and a second chance at immortality. And for that is the ultimate gratitude. And as well, thank you for being the teacher that you are, and the kind of teacher that when I receive a lesson from you, I don't just want to learn the lesson from myself, but there's just this seed planted that the beauty and the wisdom and the power and all the things that I receive from your lessons deserve to be shared and extended beyond myself. And that is a beautiful responsibility as well as a beautiful honor that I am happy to receive and continue to grow within my Eve. So thank you for the Ankh, the Sieve, and allowing the Naturt and the Neter and the Netiru and Ma'at to again be. Peace.
I just want to say Hotep, Henu to SABA. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first 101, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. So I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say SABA scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to SABA, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So
we'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us, yo. The Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. Y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablets.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Medu Neter, The only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters. Answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole war. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about Ru, and the same about Asar.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, a mythological Netzer, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Osset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Osset were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No,
Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a son on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a son on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness. But y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette parade. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetta's platform, Sonetta announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform, I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetta's platform, Sonetta announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, he took some jabs, And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official deal with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetta's platform, Sonetta announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetta's platform, Sonetta announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka almost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Upmost.
And there is not, on Sonetta's platform, Sonetta announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Camille.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yeah. Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari.
Sonetta did him madness. Just be allowing.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes.
Was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari.
Is
that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the material real, and then Jabari came in and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my podcast, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prered, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. You do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If he want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
I discovered Tehuti on Senator TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Erakuti, I overheard you While I was in the background, you said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your math teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Hey, Mary Sekhmet, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So do I.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes. A few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing: how did you come across the podcast? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari. And there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old podclasses that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married Sekhmet. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the podcast, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
We were we were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this.
let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from, what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
Oxafek, what were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Swimming in my daddy's big.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89?
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever. Yo, we were on.
Right, so he's not.
You know that it has dips and all that.
Right. So he's not laying on his back then.
Reached 1,000, yo.
He's actually on his butt. Isn't he on his butt? Let's get that picture back up, because maybe I'm not seeing the right picture. I see a picture of a man. He's sitting on his butt.
I don't want to obsess over the new Geb. There's ancient Hebrew.
Where'd the picture go?
We got
okay, is that man
representations as well?
Is this the man that's being described as laying on his back? This image? 'Cause it looks like a man sitting on his butt with one leg, and he's on his elbow. Is this the man that's laying on his back?
Okay.
Y'all both missing the point.
I'm just asking a question. I want to establish if this is the right picture. He's on his elbow. Is this the man that's laying on his back?
Okay.
Y'all both missing the point.
I'm just asking a question. I want to establish if this is the right picture.
The point is, those are just
I don't know what we're
human representation.
I just want to know if
he's laying on his back. What are you trying to?
I want to just establish that we're looking at the same picture, because you said there's a man laying on his back. So I don't know if 80 has the right picture.
Okay, well, it looks like
let's just get to it. It's all right. Just make your point. It's good.
Okay. So the point is that I'm looking at a man on his butt with one leg down, and his name is Geb, and Geb represents the earth. And then underneath Geb is something else. But that something else in Kemet, all throughout Kemet, is called Ma'at, which is a standing stone. It's this thing you stand on, and it represents standards. So I never seen that image there, the line that the pharaohs are standing on. I never seen that called the earth before. So I was just looking for references.
Okay, let's get rid of that and stop. Okay.
Okay, so this is we're gonna. I've just gotten rid of this. So
the earth is lying on Ma'at.
Yo,
what's the point?
Let me get back to like a simple point.
Okay, so we just got rid of.
Let's not cut everybody off though.
Okay.
In that picture.
Glad to do it all.
Did we get rid of that evidence? We just
You come in. I know everybody.
Did we just get rid of that? Is that finished now? That is not the earth laying on his back. We're getting rid of it, right?
Talking about with it.
All right.
Okay, good. We got move on to Exhibit B then, because that one we just got rid of.
All right. What's your question?
It's back. We're getting rid of it, right?
Talking about with it.
All right.
Okay, good. We got move on to Exhibit B then, because that one we just got rid of.
All right. What's your question, Vine?
Hold on. What was the point that was supposed to be made?
We got rid of it. There's no more point. Lord Jamar got rid of it. So we're on to the next.
I don't have no control.
He's a flat earther.
We got rid of it, so we're on to the next.
All right, move on. Let's move on.
Okay. I just want to get rid of point by point.
So you said this.
When I stepped in, the original topic was that Copernicus was the first.
He brought in
to introduce the globe, and then an ancient image was shown to show that our people believe the Earth was flat. That image, Lord Jamar said he wants to throw that away. So I'm looking for.
Throw it away.
Or you'd like to get back to it?
Stop obsessing over it.
You literally said you wanted to throw it away.
That's one of some Egyptian science. So you want to, that's probably your field of expertise. So you want to get into that.
That's why you want to go there. There's also the
Actually,
the ancient Hebrew. There's also an ancient Hebrew depiction of flat Earth. There's a lot of different images.
Right. So
but
that
you want to get into Newton because that's your expertise. We're not getting into that right now.
Yeah, actually, from what I remember,
there's a lot
I thought you were the one that brought that up. Not me. I didn't bring that up because of my
not
expertise.
just that
Who
one.
brought that up? I'm late to the.
Brought them all up, not just that one.
That was from the super chat.
I brought a multiple ones, but you want to dwell on that one.
I want to go one by.
Yes, there we go.
One by one.
There we go. Show
there
us
goes the
that
other
one.
two ones.
Why can't we? So one by two cultures were mentioned: Egypt and ancient Sumeria. When I stepped in, I don't know if there's more mentioned.
I said Hebrew. I said no. I said a few of them, bro. Like you're not listening. And now here goes another one.
I heard Egypt and Sumeria. So I like to deal with
Hebrew.
Well, here's the Hebrew one.
There is no ancient Hebrew culture.
Right. He said Sumerian.
Okay, so we'll pass. We'll leave the Kemet alone because that's thrown out. Can we deal with Sumer? Did Sumer have any ancient depictions of the Earth and the Sun, or did they depict it as flat too? Let's go to actual proven cultures because Hebrew is not an ancient proven culture.
To these.
No doubt.
Hopefully the people understand it was understood, but not gonna indulge in this anymore. I love you, God.
Hey, wait.
Hey, brother.
Nah. Jamal.
Jamal, don't go. Did I force him out? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think Lord Jamal,
Did I force him out the show?
Exit the building. Yeah. He exited the building. Reality you still there, Reality?
He left with my question.
Okay.
Okay, next. Who's left?
Reality still here. Oh, there, he bounced out.
Okay, good. All right. That's how you clear up the nonsense.
All right.
We'll have to go through the details. Now, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us, yo. The Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
You're running it? The event. It's on the screen. Wonderful. Okay, we are here. Let's get started. Where's the beautiful family? They should be here. Excellent. Ready, Renat? Let's check the room. Greetings, everyone. Peace. We are here for another one. Press 9 if you can hear and see us clearly. We have your pet with the 9. Okay. We have Kim Easy with the 9. Amunet with the 9. Where's Nukmanuku with his own name? Pest Jet the 9 to the power of 9. Amun with the 9. Minty with the 9. Medu Seneb Sakai Upesh with the 9. VRI with the 9. And everyone can see and hear me clearly. Wonderful. Let's get started with this other event.
has been labeled the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to start with the proper frequencies. Are you ready, Renanettes? Let's start with the proper frequencies. The proper frequencies, of course, are the words in the affirmation, which I start everything of importance pertaining to family meetings, waking up with the Turts in the morning, starting the podcast, starting HouseofatTon meetings, and all of such starts with the beautiful frequency of the affirmation. So that's before we begin this beautiful event called the Tehuti Podclass. We will start with the same frequency. We must always start off everything with a goal or an intention in mind as a frequency foundation. That's why Ma'at, the symbol of Ma'at, one of the symbols, is a stepping stand that the netter stand on, like I spoke about in Jamal. What do we call that? Interaction. So that you have a stepping stand that you stand on, and when you stand on that, that is your foundation. Anything you speak off of that means you've stepped off of that stand. You're not speaking from the point anymore. And thus, the netter has a plan, and man has a plan, and the netter's plan will succeed. And as soon as you step off that stand, you're no longer standing on the netter foundation, and thus I start everything with the netter foundation, continue with the netter foundation frequency, and end with the netter foundation frequency, of which there actually is no end. So here we go. Let's put the affirmation on the screen and let's get started. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki ema'at un an es nin tet aset ema'at min hapapet ema'at her and hu kiwi per. Ikut, I, root from ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. We'll let that marinate for a few moments. Let us begin. Peace and love to everyone that is in the podcast who are active participants and supporters of this. Peace and love to everyone watching the Tehuti Podclass who are first-time viewers, who are not quite supporters yet, because they are brand new to what is happening. Peace to both of those frequencies, and hopefully all those who watch will become supporters of this, so that this will continue to advance and advance and advance. And the HouseofatTon will continue to advance and advance and advance. And everybody will live out their particular gift and their particular frequency and the foundations of Ma'at. I see new 9s, 4 confidence, presses a 9. Okay, she presses 2 9s. M. Monroe is back with her 9. Excellent. And the bet says, Enu Hetep Ma'at Nefesh SABA plus Naturts. Wonderful. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. To the new people that are here watching. To the veterans that are here. Here's a veteran. Nuku. Kiwi per Ikut. Manuel says, peace. SABA back. Excellent. Welcome everybody. And we have new people here that are new to the active chat interaction, and that's Flora. And I think Kimsey. Let me look at Kimsey's face to see if I recognize Kimsey. Easy. But shout out to Kim Easy. I've seen that name in here before. I've seen him in here before. Shout out to the new people. M. Monroe is semi-new. She's still new. Peace and love to all the veterans, the new people, all the people that have been consistent, because consistency is key. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I am here with Renunet. Renunet is a name that has its root in the word Ren. Ren comes from two Medu symbols. One is the mouth, which makes the R sound. That is the symbol for sound, or the gateway door opening. It's also the word for a sound door, a sound frequency door. It's used for the word door in the afterlife, where there is no physical form, yet there are still doorways there, and the word for door is Ra. One of them is Ra. That's a frequency sound door. And the other word that makes up her beautiful name are waves, N, which are waves. There can also be sound waves, water waves, any forms of waves that are used to create a current or move something or create something. Those are sound waves. And her name, Renunet, is a word that means to rise up. Because what they're calling the cobra, which is a word that means hooded head, because it rises up and it expands its mind or its brain or its head visually. It represents the resurrection of consciousness in the afterlife. That's called net. You receive your sound frequency, which is what? Your name. Your name is the sound frequency. And it's the sound frequency, the one that gets your attention. If there's 50 people in the room and only one person named Kemsey, if someone speaks and says, "This is for Kemsey," Kemsey's head turns because that sound frequency resonates with him. In our pre-matrix state, our sound frequency was known to make up that which made us exist. Because everything is composed of sound frequency, and that's why you can shatter glass at 900 hertz. Because glass is composed of sound frequency, that's when it's matched, it can be shattered. And through cinematics, things can be created with sound frequency. As we see, sound moves physical objects and also causes them to levitate, as I've shown plenty times in my classes. So this is Renunet, the resurrector of sound frequency, and the reason why the people of Ma'at are always seen with a Renunet or an Araret, which is another word that means to rise, on their forehead or on their wrist or on their chest or somewhere located on their body, usually on the forehead area. That is what people call the crown, the highest parts of which you can raise in the physical, the head area. After that, you expand from out of the peripherals of the physical body. So this is Renunet, the cobra. She is black and white to represent duality, because that is what the word Renunet is. Mut is the word for mother, which is that which gives birth, and Mut is also the word for death, because you live to die and you die to live again. A paradoxical existence, which is really a circular existence. That's the opposing opposites of black and white. Black, the full spectrum that absorbs every color, and white, the part of the spectrum that repels it. Two apparent opposites that both serve similar purposes, black and white. And thus Mut is the mother, and Mut is also death, because you must die to be reborn. So we thought in circles and entendres. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Peace and love to all those who are attending this podcast. It is a great event that took place, well, we'll say it's taking place. We'll talk about time maybe next week. I slipped, I said, it took place. I was going to say that yet. It didn't take place yet, not yet. Not to some, but it's taking place to most of us in this great event that is taking place. and to some who has already took place, is an event that took a culmination of many, many decades to create. This is an event of, I'm not going to call it that. This is an event of a circular event, an event based on how life itself works. The live to die and die to live again principle, or the principle of eating the apple and planting the seeds. Consuming and taking that which you're consuming and giving back the parts of it that you don't need to consume. And even when you consume the parts that you need to consume, the cow defecates it and it becomes a fertility for the grass. Thus the cow became a symbol of fertility, that which consumes and that which emits and gives life. Another live in death principle. Again, the apparent view of it killing the grass by consuming it. It's eating the vegetation, the grass, but then it defecates the fertility that causes the upcoming grass to be fertile. So is the cow the enemy of the grass or the friend? Hey, Internet. Let's start this beautiful event. I've been a teacher for several years until I stopped becoming a teacher. When I first started becoming a teacher, I was choosing topics that I would run into the school with as a child, and I would just start teaching on topics that I found important as a child. I would break into school because I was expelled from every school that I've gone to. So that's how I'd have to break into the schools, and I would go hide in the library of there, which I would read multitudes of books and take the information and formulate it into a class type environment and teach it in the hallways of the school system, teach my other children peers in the school system when it was recess time. And I would blend in with the children so the teachers wouldn't know that it was me. I was already expelled. I'm legally removed from the school system, and I would start teaching. I would pick the topics I would choose to get the children interested in, to start to listen, to break the matrix. This was before there was Google, before there was an internet, before there was a YouTube, before there was Wikipedia, where everything was face-to-face, everything was interactive. That's the era that I came from. And I would wake people up and break people out of the matrix and have debates in the hallways, and that's how I started raising people up. By breaking into schools, first teaching in the hallways until I was expelled from the schools, and then after I was expelled, I would break back into the schools and hide in the library. I was determined to break the matrix, even as a younger individual. I'm still young, but a younger individual. I was determined to. I was teaching, and that led to, of course, discomforts in the household. And you have all heard the story before. New people may have not. It led to me having to earn a living in the household. Usually when people have to earn a living, they have to go out and get jobs. My first experience of neural connection, of earning a living, was to debate a pastor. And the bet was placed with my mother and myself that if I lose this in her eyes, and she's a Christian, then I will be removed from the household. If I win this debate, I can stay. So my first experience as a young man, earning a roof over my head, was not having any job. I didn't know anything about jobs. I was expelled from school. It was debate this pastor and you have a place to live, young man. If you show that he's wrong. And after that debate that went about 5 hours, she kicked him out of the house. And I earned a roof over my head. That changed my biological imperative neural connection to survival. Before I had the experience, like most, to go out, get a job, work for a living, that's the first thing your neurons connect to when it comes to survival. Getting a job or hustling, getting some money, now you can get an apartment. My very first was beat this pastor and you can have a home. And so immediately my neurons connected. My urge to have survival with the wisdom I was teaching. That was a transformation that took place that cannot be emulated. It cannot be taught. It's not something that anyone can do. It had to just happen for my personal experience. And that changed my brainwave function tremendously. And my brain did not associate survival with money. It associated survival with the knowledge of destroying religion and teaching the truth in front of somebody who's the judge of the religion debate, who's against me from the beginning. So after that point, there was a notarized letter on my door, and I was legally removed from the churches by the notarized letter that put a restraining order on me as a young man. And now I can't go back to the churches because there's a restraining order against me. And thus I am forced now to have this existence of living where I'm expelled from the schools and I can't go back to the church because legally I can be removed from both. I'm not supposed to be around both. And there will be legal repercussions against this young man. I was so skinny back then, they used to call me coat hanger. But this young man can now no longer go into the school system on the premises unless he sneaks in and breaks into the libraries, and he no longer can go into the churches. My biological imperative now is set. My evolution is set now. Now my mind associates church and school with legal fear. It associates church and school with breaking the law. So my mind is already, my neurons are already transforming as a young individual, different from my peers. Because when I step around a church now, something goes off in my mind, I can be arrested. When I step into the school now, I can be legally removed from here. So where does this young man go? He goes back to the church, but he sneaks in the church undercover, and he walks into churches before the sermon starts, and he places thoughts in the people's minds by asking questions to the people before the pastor steps in. Then by the time the pastor stepped in, I moved to the back in the crowd, and now the crowd is blasting the pastor with the questions. They're my questions though. And in the chaos, he doesn't notice me. They don't notice that I'm there watching this happen. The Kaiser Sose watching. But I'm right there though. It can't be that young man that started all of this. So anyways, as time goes on, I continue to do that from church to church, Bible study to Bible study. And I start teaching by using the animals and debunking the Bibles by animal wisdom, knowledge wisdom. I come across a set of books, and I find these books to be very interesting. They're also debunking the Bible, debunking the Quran. And I start studying these particular sets of books. And I eventually go to join that particular organization. When I joined that organization, though, unfortunately, I was accelerated at an extremely rapid rate because of the type of teacher I was. So it created a judgmental jealousy system where biological imperative set in again. I was made not only the top teacher, meaning that the leader of that organization told the entire organization if they want to learn how to teach like that brother Amenhotep Ra, but I was also allowed in secret groups in that organization that I was too young for. There were particular groups in that organization that you had to be 40 years old for, and I was in there in my young 20s. And so the 40 and 50 and 60-year-olds that were in that group were like, how is he allowed in here? Why is this happening? He's not, so he's too young. Why is he in here? It's just for the elders. And so because I was so advanced, I was allowed in those groups that only the elders were allowed into. I was declared as the top teacher, as the person that everybody should learn how to teach from. And then I was removed again because the teacher who owned the organization at the time told the entire audience, listen to how this brother teaches. He's using the animals. He's using nature. Go ahead, brother, and break that thing down you were talking about in your class about the morphophilous plants and the animals. that I used to beat another pastor in a debate using plants. Nothing from his books, nothing from the Bible, nothing from anybody's books, but from plants themselves. And he said, shoot, tell these people how you did that. You used plants in nature to beat that pastor in a debate. And after I did that, he said, I'm taking that knowledge. He said, I know you all learned from me, but I'm taking his knowledge. You all can be mad if you want, but I'm taking that. I never heard that before, and I'm taking it. You all take my knowledge, I can take his. Or I can take y'all's, which was me, because I was the y'all. I was the one that he was speaking about. So after a time, I continued to teach, and the other teachers said that I was teaching from outside of the books. And yes, I was teaching from that which was within a particular set of books, and that which I've been learning about since I was 7 or so years old from the animals, because they were my original teachers. And I was using that. I was speeding up the membership rapidly. The membership, I would go to places and come back with 5 people that are interested in the movement, not because of just what's in the books, but because of what I'm teaching through nature. And the other teachers in the organization came to my premises and told me I cannot teach this or I'll be removed. I was removed, and they removed me by bringing lit torches to burn any information that I have that was not written by this particular teacher. This is my biological imperative again. I'm removed from the school system legally. I'm removed from the churches. I have a restraining order. Now I join what appears to be a conscious, revolutionary, black conscious movement, and now they're bringing torches to remove me again. So I realize that I have to continue my agenda without them. I talked to the teacher at that time. He says, I can't bring the whole group up to the pace where you are. I'll lose many more followers than you. He said, I can't bring them to where you are yet. I have to bring them at this steady pace, giving them like baby food. He said, you're beyond that. I can't do that. And he started saying that I was teaching with a type of a snake style, a trapping style, questioning style. And at any rate, I was removed from the organization, and I had to make a living now on the streets without having any school education, not having really no job, nothing past grade 9, no type of skill other than I can teach, and I had to go back out and live. And I decided to use my mind to create a living, because I was a single father at the time, and I had to create a living. And that living was created by taking people and teaching them about health. I said, many people may not want to learn about all the deeper sciences, but people do care about their health at least, so I will teach them about that. And I will tell them to order products from me that I actually don't have. And I would take the money that they sent me, and I would go try to seek out these products after they sent me the money. I didn't have any money to buy the products, so I had to do that to go get the money and take it and find the products. By meeting an individual who I found out was the source of several fitness products. He had a lot of connections, and he met me in Staten Island by this pond type foggy area, and he told me that he gets a good vibe from me. He was an Italian. He worked he worked by removing people from the planet Earth, let's just say, and he was into supplements and training and things like that. But his real job was to, which he told me, was to whack people. I whack the people. And he says, if you tell my secrets and take this out of my family, I'm going to put you in a cement to the shoes, and you're going to go inside of see the pond over there with the foggy smoker. You're going to go over there. We're going to put you in this, you're going to swim with the fishes, with the cementy on your shoes. And I was in awe, because I've only seen that type of thing in the movie. Here I am coming from a pro-black conscious organization, and now I'm talking to this Italian man about putting me in cement shoes because I didn't go to school and have to make a living by hopefully not getting killed by this man who looked like Steven Seagal. At any rate, I take that information and knowledge, and I start making a living out of it. I take that money, and I start investing it into all types of magic, which enhance my mind again, whether it is visual magic, illusionary magic, hoodoo, magic, whatever you can imagine. I made a considerable amount of money, and I just kept investing it into the magic because I said, if anything happens, at least I can survive just off of magical hika energy. And that's exactly what I did. I made a survival by walking the streets, telling stories to people, and doing magical acts right in their hands. And they would give me money, and I would go to the next person, and I would do that all day, walk from person to person, walk into a bar, walk into a club, screaming music, and walk into a club and do silent mime magic because they can't hear me anyways. And I'm just doing things, taking a quarter, flicking it in their cup, taking their ring, flicking in the air, it ends up in somebody else's pocket, doing all these type of interesting things, and they're just giving me tips. And I take that money, and now I'm supporting a family of 6. So now I'm supporting me, 3 of my what people call wives at the time, 3 children, and I'm doing it strictly off of performing magic on the streets. No job, no education, as they call it, no that education, and I'm performing magic and teaching my students on the streets. At any rate, as time goes on, I take that, move to California because it was a warmer environment where I could make a living all year round, as opposed to where I was before. It was -8 degrees, it was freezing. And I moved to California and continued to teach individuals, but I kind of stayed to myself. There was no more public mass teaching of tens of 1,000 people and 100 people. I didn't do that anymore. I started losing my trust in people, and I just taught individuals one-on-ones in my living room with my interns on Wednesdays. That wasn't one-on-one. It was in private group sessions where I would teach people how to teach. I would say the most important thing about learning is how to teach. I would say if you cannot relay this information and capture the minds of the people through this truth, you do not know this information. You see? But it takes discipline to bring someone else into the truth. It takes no discipline for you to do personal studies in your bedroom, in your living room, shut off from the world, watching YouTube. You don't know what you know alone. You don't know what you know without being tested. So the most important thing is, can you take this knowledge and reach a Christian? And I would have private classes on that. Eventually, some of my students were telling me that I should come back to the internet. I was already on the internet, but I was on there as an invisible. You couldn't see my face. I was teaching, but there was no face to be seen. And someone took my my audio classes and actually put their head on top of my body in a Photoshop and started selling it from here to the UK. And now there's audio tapes of me teaching, and the other person called himself Amenhotep as well, and he started teaching, and it was me teaching, and it was his face. So this was an interesting thing, and I started to see that people were actually taking this, they're not using it for ma'at, but taking it for selfish purposes. That turned me off with people, and I really started staying towards myself. At any rate, I decided to speed this up. I decided to come online. I heard about multiple shows and channels online, interview channels. I decided to go on to those. It ended up as debates. I started winning every debate that I was a part of. I don't know how to, I'm not a debater. I am not a debater. I do not claim to be a debater. I'm not claiming any of that, but I would win every single debate until I started getting championship titles, and he's a champion of this, and he's the undefeated of this. And I said, all I'm doing is I'm teaching in my debates, and the audience is seeing what I'm saying, and they're all voting for me every single time. So I became this undisputed champion as a person who's, I'm not caring about it. I'm not caring much about it. It was very fun to teach and actually be declared the winner by teaching what I taught on my couch to my ladies, and I was being declared the winner every single time. And as time went on, I went to I connected with Killer Priest. He told me he wanted to when he heard about me, he wanted to talk to me because I was connected with that other group that I was kicked out of. And so I ended up going on the Killer Priest show, and that made history. I took my Wednesday classes and I brought it to his show, and I started teaching many people here on the Killer Priest show every Monday. And Killer Priest and AD said they'd never seen anything like that before. AD took his wallet, dumped it in my hand, said, "You need this. You need more. This isn't what you're worth, but I'm going to make sure we pay you." I never got paid, and that's not a problem because I never requested to. I just wanted to teach Killer Priest because he was a great rapper to me, and his raps were inspiring many people. So I wanted to let me give him some facts on what he's rapping about. That's why I went to the Killer Priest show. I wasn't there for views. I wasn't there for followers. I wasn't there. I never shouted out a website. Come to this website. Come buy this merch. I never. I didn't know anything about merch and come to this website and the algorithm and the clout chase. Didn't know anything about that. I was there to teach Killer Priest what he was rapping about. That's why I was there at the Killer Priest show. And one of the brothers asked me, "How you like it on the Killer Priest show?" And I said, "It's a regular day for me. I'm doing what I would do on Wednesday." "Yo, you got on the Killer Priest show?" I said, "I guess I got on here. I'm not a part of any of that. I'm not a part of that world of getting on places and getting my name recognized. That wasn't a set goal for me. What I need to teach and make sure that people heard the truth on these particular topics. At any rate, I told Killer Priest, and I'm going to start what's called a pod class, which is where we are here now. Because the Killer Priest show, I was taking up the entire show. By the time I was done teaching, he just had time to put on the music, and it was taking up a lot of time for me. So I would mix and match. I would say I would come here, and I would do the pod class and come here, but it's taken up a lot of time, 7 hours every Monday. And so me and Killer Priest never parted ways. I just started the pod class, and I would go back to the Killer Priest show. And actually, the first time anybody saw the intro to a pod class was on the Killer Priest show. So I was just telling him that I would split it up, and he was loving it. He said, "This looks like a movie. I love it. This is awesome. This is wonderful." So he liked it, and then eventually I just continued on because I wanted to create something that had never been created in history before, and that is setting up a classroom environment where the class is based on what the student asks. That's why I said I started off a teacher, which means that I was one picking the topics. And when you came to see me in the high schools or wherever I was, my topics. And then eventually I said, let me do something more difficult. What if I could do a class for over 7 hours based on what the public wants to know about, not me? I'm going to remove myself and be the SABA, which means I'm just the doorway. The doorway is unbiased. The doorway is just the middle section between room to room. Your door is not in any room. You do not have a bedroom door. There's no such thing as a bedroom door, because the bedroom door is also the living room door. So there is no living room door and there is no bedroom door. There's a partition between both rooms, and when the door opens, you receive everything that's in that particular room. It's up to the student to ask the question of which door do you want open. And I would say that I'm not going to speak unless a question is asked. And I'm going to set up a system of what's called reciprocity, which means that the people that play the serial killers, Jason, Freddy Krueger, make millions of dollars. The people that play in the Avengers make millions of dollars off of playing roles of blowing people up, killing people. The voice of Optimus Prime makes millions. The voice, there is no actor for Optimus Prime. Does everybody know that? There's no actor. There's just a voice. There's a voice of Kermit the Frog. The voice of Kermit the Frog made millions. He's just a voice. Kermit the Frog is not an actor. And the Matrix set up a system where voices can be actors and make the money of actors. So now the voice of Chucky, there is no actor that plays Chucky. The voice of Chucky makes millions. The voice of Kermit the Frog, the voice of Miss Piggy, the voice of Nemo, Finding Nemo. These are voices, and the actors that play killers, Jason, can retire now because he played the role of a bad actor of just doing this. And the Matrix made sure he was provided for. They set up a system where you never heard of a serial killer before. You never heard of a Jason in your life. The Matrix gave you what you never asked for. Nobody in Earth's history has ever asked the question, can we please get a series of stories based on a killer with a hockey mask on that resurrects out of a lake, and he can't be killed. He appears to be immortal. No one in Earth's history ever asked for that. Nobody asked for a Freddy Krueger. Nobody asked for a Wolverine. Nobody in Earth's history asked for a Spider-Man. But Wolverine, Freddy Krueger, Jason, Spider-Man, Cyclops, who you've never asked for, we've all paid for. We've all spent our time with. And that's why you know Batman's first and last name. You know Spider-Man's first and last name. You know the name of his girlfriend. You never asked for that, but you paid for it. And billions of dollars being spent on things that you never asked for. No one in Earth's history, since the Earth has been made, ever asked for a strawberry honey glazed donut or a Big Mac. There's no such thing called a Big Mac for the 185,000 years of Earth's history as Homo sapiens. But there are now trillions of the Big Mac has made trillions of dollars and has never been asked for because they just present it and you gobble it up. No one asked for a Halloween and nobody asked for a Christmas. Everybody watching the podcast has given reciprocity for Halloween, Christmas, July 4th, Thanksgiving, and none of us have asked for it. 185,000 years of Homo sapien history, not a request. But the Matrix makes sure that whatever he invents, you pay for and you give reciprocity for. Nobody asked for a Nike shoe. I don't play basketball, but I need a Nike shoe for that looks like the one the basketball player is wearing, and I don't play basketball. So the Matrix creates, and we are the consumers, the largest consumers of ever in Earth's history. I decided that I wanted to see if people would actually give reciprocity for what they ask for what they want to know about, for what they want to change their life, and not just know about, but actually life-changing information. So I set up the Tehuti Podclass, where your questions are turned into a class. What does that mean, Tehuti? You send support, whether you ask a question or you watch a class, you send support for it because you appreciate it. So thus, questions are sent in through Cash App. This question sent in, $40, Cash App TTM Moon. Can you please do a class? And I decided to create something that's never been done in Earth's history, which is what? Transform a Cash App into this. Has this been done in Earth's history? If so, just give me the channel, the link, give me the page number. Transform a question into this. Someone sends a question in about symptoms, pregnancy, breastfeeding. The question is transformed into this. The person sends in a question, again, about breastfeeding. The question transforms into this. Has this been done in Earth's history? If so, let me know so I can congratulate the person. You send in support. You ask a question, out-of-body question, and your question transforms into this. Your question transforms into a visual book taught live for you with intricate information that is not on Wikipedia or wherever people are searching for, with mind-blowing, matrix-breaking answers that actually change your life. Somebody asked a question about the ringing in the ears. Somebody asked a question about daylight saving times, and your question turns into the entire event of the podcast. That's a reciprocity system that's never been invented on the planet yet. I decided that I'm not going to be the teacher and invent topics. That's too easy. That's too easy. No. Let me be the servant and the leader at the same time by allowing you to send in a question. ADHD, a class is made out of it. Exorcism, a class is made out of it. Hair standing on the head, a class is made out of it. So that's what happens in the Tehuti Podclass. We send in a question. Oh, something happened to my sound a moment. Oh, let me come back to the room, okay? And a class is made out of it, and you get 2-hour answers, 1-hour answers, interactive, magic teaching, all of that happening in the class because you sent in support of what you asked for. We've paid hundreds of dollars on Big Macs, and we never asked for a Big Mac. Nobody in ancient Kemet along the Nile Valley, or ancient Sumeria, or the Zulu Nation tribe, the ancient tribe, no Sankoy, none of those ancient people ever heard about marijuana. We never asked for that. It was created and given, and now hundreds and thousands are spent. I decided, let me let you ask for something. And watch what happens when you ask. So this created the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome everybody. Support the Tehuti Podclass. Keep this going. This is a phenomenon that will be recorded in history. And the beautiful thing is you can be a part of it. Because not only can the person ask the question, get a class dedicated to them, but that same person can come to the panel and discuss how they enjoyed the answer. And then come back a week later and discuss how they practiced the answer and how it changed their life. Such as somebody that I taught a class to, and they quadrupled their income. Their income quadrupled. If there's a sister named Gabriella watching right now, she can come to the panel. She's gone through a whole pregnancy under my guidance. She's gone through a pregnancy and childbirth under the Tehuti Podclass. I don't even know how many questions she's asked. The whole pregnancy is the guidance of questions that she's asking in the Tehuti Podclass. Questions on eyesight. Questions on the origin of feng shui. Questions on heart stroke solutions. Depression, the origin of depression spiritually, historically, and the solution for it. Hyperhidrosis. Since this person was 9 years old, suffering from hyperhidrosis, cured, boom. Gingivitis, and how to actually create your own toothpaste. Organ energy. You asked a question about organ energy. Hotep SABA. Hotep Great SABA. After some thought, I've decided to change the question. If you can, I would like to know about organ energy. Sending extra support for more elaboration, explanation. You ask about organ energy. Ta-da. Ta-da. Your question now becomes the complete hour-and-a-half class, of which you could never get on YouTube or Wikipedia or wherever people are searching for organ energy. This is what happens here at the Tehuti Podclass, and I'm glad that everybody appreciates it. Question transforms into boom. Hey, it's the same snake. All right, everybody. So with that understood, we're going to continue this beautiful phenomenon. I'm going to invite the panel. And we're going to go over what today's question is going to be. There's a few questions. 3 questions were sent in that I'm going to go over. I'm going to put them on the screen. I'm going to take a little break to get some fluids in me, recuperate a little bit, get some energy in me. Put her down for a moment, and then come back in a couple moments and answer these questions. But in the meantime, I'm going to put the link in the room for the supporting students to jump into the room and discuss the questions they've had answered, their experience in the Tehuti Podclass, what it's done for their life, their family, if the Tehuti teachings has helped create your family. And this is one of the most important things to me that there's a link in the room that I emphasize is the books that you're reading. When somebody reads a book and says, I'm getting that knowledge, is it implemented to create your family? Do you now have a family now that you've never had before that is directly coming from the teachings of Tehuti, the Tehuti Podclass? And is there other organizations out there where families are being created because of the teaching that you're getting. Where you can look and say, the brother Atef tells me, my entire household is under your guidance. And I'm the father that I am. Now, this man was the father before he met me. But he said, I'm the father that I am because of the teachings of you. And you two live in my house. That's much different than just getting an answer to a question on Wikipedia, isn't it? HARAS. HARAS is a wonderful mother. Has her motherhood advanced with her children or with her particular child since she's been a part of the Tehuti Podclass under the teachings? These people can come to the panel and talk. Good brother Patah can come to the panel and tell the audience, is his family, does he have a family structure? Is there anything going on with his family, a unity within females that is existing as a direct reflection of what's happening from the interaction with the Tehuti Podclass? All the brothers, most of the brothers are in here. Patah, wherever, the Jed, any of the brothers that are in here that actually have a family, are their family structures better? I see Amunet there in the bottom. She's going to come in a moment. There's another example. And if families are being created because of a guidance, then that you can't ask for anything more. Because without a family, you cannot create a tribe. Without a tribe, you cannot create a nation. There is no Kemet without families. There is no ancient Yoruba, Zulu tribes without families. There's nothing, no culture you've been studying about that don't start off with family structure first, and then it expands. So if you're getting a teaching that has advanced your family structure, then tell the world about it. And let the world know that all this other studying, the 5% or whatever you're studying, what does the 5%? What do these teachings teach about family? I'm a Hebrew Israelite. Open the Bible. Where is it teaching about structure of family? Family structure. So here's Amunet. She can come in the room. There's Amunet right there. Let me see if anyone else is here. Is Medu Seneb here? Anyone else? Because I'm going to step off for a moment. Patah can jump in and let them know what this has done for the family structure in the household. Let them know what the House of ATTON and the Tehuti Podclass has done, because there's people out there actually thinking that I am one of the teacher. No, the Netzer is the creator, and the first thing the Netzer creates is the tribe. Those that not want to abide by the tribe, they're not in it anymore, and you don't see them here anymore. But the family structure, and that's what I teach. There's not a class that I've started that I teach in the Tehuti Podclass that does not have the word biological imperative. The word biological imperative is inside of every single Tehuti Podclass. Family structure. Here's another young lady. There she is. I'm going to say peace to these young ladies. Let me see where the brothers are. I didn't see the Jed here last week. Is the Jed okay? Somebody check on the Jed for me. I didn't see him here last week. Who else is here? Is Patah here in the room? Let the brothers jump in the room. Nook Panook. There's Patah right there, jumping in right on cue. And here's Focus. What's this? Focus. 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 Is that that's a play? I remember this name. That's right. Focus. Not Hocus Pocus, but Focus Spocus. Focus Spocus. Shout out to Focus Spocus. All right, peace to there's the Jed jumping in right there. Shout out to the good brother, the Jed. He can tell the podcast about what this done. What this has done for his family, and let the people speak. I'm going to step off for just a moment, but first I'm going to greet everybody here because this is a family. So I'm going to greet the brother Patah. Hotep Patah, how are you doing today?
Hotep Great SABA. How is my sound? Am I clear?
Pretty clear. I hear you. It's not as loud as usual, but I can hear you.
Okay, Tua, what about now? Is it a little louder?
That's much better. That's the Patah we know.
Okay.
That's the Patah spit of verse.
If I start, I might not stop. So let me.
Oh my goodness. Oh man.
Hotep Great Saba. I'm doing Nefer Aker. Very Ucha. Tua for asking Great Saba, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing a lot of experimenting with my mental and physical structure. So I'm doing well, but in my experimentation, I have to go through phases where I have to be completely weak and feeble, and I have to sometimes turn up the temperature of my body. I have to do a lot of things, but I'm experimenting, doing a lot of experimenting on myself, because that is how I have to advance. So I'm doing a lot of experimenting, and everything is moving in a beautiful direction. I have some great announcements to make about top supporters and top consistent supporters and top supporters before we start the answer, and I feel very good about that. So thank you for asking, good brother Pata.
Nini Great Saba. That's Nefer to hear. It's very exciting. Experimentation is fun. So Tua Great Saba for sharing that.
Nini Uk. And let's go to the young lady with the Unk. She's in the center. Usually there's another individual there beside her, but she's holding it down for herself today. How you doing there, Amonette, or for a certain part of today?
I'm doing wonderful. Tua for asking. I'm really happy to be here and to be in your presence again. It is a gift from the Natiru. What's up and what?
What's the last word you said after a gift from the Natiru? It faded out.
Hotep Mat.
Oh, Hotep Mat. Perfect. Wonderful. And we'll go down to the good brother Medus. I love this name. You got a great name, brother. Medus Seneb Sakai Upesh. Great name. If I didn't give you that name, I was probably going to take it myself. But go ahead, brother Medu. Tehuti Medu. Go ahead.
I want to start by saying I've been sneak learning on the House of Atton.
No.
I've been sneak learning at the House of Atton. I like the giraffe, the prophecy. I've been sneak learning. I had to use that. And then, so I want to say peace to y'all brothers. I'll be watching. I'm in the back. And then, of course, just I appreciate you, man. You already know. I'm sorry, brother Saba. I appreciate you. And just want to show support. And, hey, I'm out there telling them, a lot of people that they want to hear, but they need, I guess they see my energy, and I'm telling them about Tehuti Podcast. And I'm like, and I only got seconds. So anyway, I just love it. I appreciate y'all, all y'all, everyone on the screen. So I'm just here to show support.
Okay, wonderful, good brother. Appreciate that. And I saw this message here. So today you won't be sneak learning because it says I'm in line at Walmart to load my cash card so I can donate to the family. So we'll be looking for your great donation today. And you've been around long enough not to sneak learn because you're one of the consistent supporters. So even if you come to a couple pod classes and for whatever pod reason you can't support that pod class, I know you'll be there for the second or third one, supporting like double. So you're good with us. I see you already got the money in the background to send.
Right,
so
I did that on purpose.
There's the cash app right there. Awesome,
right.
wonderful.
No, I just appreciate what y'all doing, and I'm just lighthearted about it, and y'all keep me going. This is another round for me, and I'm just in here just to show support.
Wonderful. And a movie just started. Hold on a second. Is this a movie? Somebody has a movie on? What? Is this a movie? Let me hold on a second. Let me look close. I don't know what's Oh, VRI and M Monroe in the same screen. Peace to you too. How are I was like, somebody started a movie. Peace to you too. How are you two doing? And then we'll go to the Jeb. But how are you two doing? This is an interesting scene. Both of you on the same screen. How you doing that, VRI? Is that some type of Adobe? How you doing that?
Can we be heard?
Yes, you can be heard great.
Peace and love. Yeah, doing amazing. Thank you, Saba. How are you?
I am wonderful, doing great, and I'm very proud of a lot of my students.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Okay.
Peace and love, Saba. It's good to
And
be
how-
here.
Okay, good. So when you said somebody told you about the Tehuti Podclass, I'm gonna assume it's VRI.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
You said somebody.
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. I was actually giving credit to the wrong person. I thought you were. That same time you said that, there was a person that typed in, "Yes, I'm doing my job. I bring people to the podcast." It was a brother named First Netter. But I thought the First Netter brought you in. But I'm glad we clarified that it's VRI.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Excellent, wonderful, good to have you here.
Thank you.
And how you doing, M. Monroe?
I'm good. It's really exciting to be here with the man who brought me here to you. So that's really exciting.
Okay. Wonderful. I'm glad you're excited. And we're gonna move on to the Jed. The Jed. How you doing, good brother? I thought you were with Minko on the run last week. I don't know what happened.
No. So can you hear me?
It's very low.
What about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah. As you came closer, it became clearer.
Yeah. You can hear me?
Great.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. No, Saba. Yeah. Last Saturday, one of Gabriella's loved ones, they were turning 87. I think it was 87. Yeah. But yeah. So it was a big thing. So we went to that. Right. So, but I heard I had it in my ear the whole time while I'm there. And I wasn't going to jump on. It's just too loud because it was at a venue and the whole nine. And I was just like, nah, I'm not going to be here with, music in the background and all that other stuff. So I was just like, hey, all right, like now we can go and, celebrate your loved one who's, it's just a blessing to be 87. But I was just like, yeah, we can go do that. So, but no, so we back. We right here. It don't change. It don't change. We right here. So, yeah, we just you definitely inspiring me. I heard all the jewels, everything. I was right there. So just to you, Saba, definitely appreciate you, and hopefully you doing well. I think next week, it's time to come pick it up. It's time to happen. Yeah. So it's just the scheduling, right? The time frame, everything. I got to make sure that I line it up well. We got all set and everything. Got to make sure the family is structured and cool. So, but we planning, Saba. So yeah. So next week, I think that's gonna be the day for sure.
Okay, we'll do it. Nice to see you. Glad that you're safe and wonderful. Let's move on to Minty Hotep. Let's see what she can get in while she's still here.
Hotep Ma, can I be heard? Can I be
You can
heard?
great.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yes, Hotep and Hanu, Saba Tehuti, Hotep and Hanu to everyone here on the panel and everyone in the chat. It's great to be here another week. I listened to last week's podcast and I did catch some jewels. I also listened to Brother Dejed's unmasking or that Saba'ite teaching. That was beautiful, just right in time with everything else. And I'm just grateful to be here.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. Great to have you here. Excellent. Your background is beautiful. It looks like you're in a state of peace.
Yeah, this is my front yard. We had some rain last week, so all of the plants are in bloom now. So I thought that I would take advantage of that and do some grounding here. And also your title in the what we're going to be taught today, the ringing in the ear, that really resonates with me. So I'm really excited to see what I can learn today.
Wonderful. Excellent, everybody. Those who are watching, support the Tehuti Podclass. It's scrolling there at the bottom. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Stick around. The questions, and I'll put a little teaser again. It was on the screen for the whole intro, but stick around. What we're going to be going over today is, no, not organ energy. I already did that. What we're going to be going over today is what I hear people talking about, the ringing in the ear, 12 spiritual meanings behind the ear ringing in the ears. Are they spiritual messages? Why you hear the ringing, your spiritual awakening, and leap year, or leap years and daylight saving times, are they natural occurrence, or are they a psyops? What is this leap year thing? Did the ancients do it? Has it always been in existence? What is this daylight savings time? What is this? Is this a part of the is this a part of the calendar that's supposed to move? Who is that? Is that you, the Jed, laughing?
No,
that was Madhu.
Israel. Madhu, sorry.
What made you laugh just now? You heard that?
Well, just because you was interrupted by some odd noise. Right when I was thinking about a question. So
yeah, it was his name is Komodo. He's over 6 feet, and he jumped from one place to another, and he's a big boy, a big man, big thing. He's too big for me to throw on my shoulder and bring to the podcast. So peace and love, everybody. Support the Tehuti Podclass, and keep this moving. You said the person is who is the person again? Who is a family member of Gabriella?
Grandmother.
And she's how is her? She's still alive and her health is good. I mean,
she's still moving around and everything, like super active.
Okay. Wonderful. Well, new to her life. That's a beautiful thing. So I'm going to say that it's a blessing to be 87 and not be in hell or heaven, or have your obituary read by the Reverend. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. I'll be right back. Peace.
Someone they're spitting bars. You see? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, they're spitting bars. You heard that, Bata?
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Hotep Henu, peace and love, everyone. Please hit the like button if you're here with us live. That definitely helps. And for those who are watching on the playback as well, Tua for hitting the like button. And the support links are pinned to the top of the chat. So if everyone looks at the very top, continuously it's pinned there. So if there's any moment within the podcast that you appreciate, please just utilize that link. Allow that reciprocity to flow and benefit you. This is the heka that the Great Saba has set as a standard for us, and it's a beautiful thing because it's what single-handedly allows the Saba, the door, to open up for you, is by enacting that Nefer frequency of Ma'at and reciprocity, and removing the thought process of what the Matrix teaches, and that is guidance, teachings, knowledge is either free or not as valuable as McDonald's. So please utilize those links to our Henu, and we'll go around the panel. houseofatton.org. Everyone go and support, and you can get shirts. There's a bunch of items there. Saba Tehuti has ebooks for anyone who's new and do not have the 2 ebooks, Stepping Out of the Matrix and Melanin Dark Consciousness. So you can go there. It's currently open now, as I'm still working on many updates. So until those are to the standard that the House of ATTON brings forward, I reopened it so everyone can go there and continue to support, join the House of ATTON, become a Kuru, a member of this beautiful Nefer moving, beautiful organization of Ma'at, right? To be in order, to be organized. So Tua, and yeah, we'll go around the panel and hear some words from everyone. So we'll start with the lovely Amunet, one of the great pillars of the House of ATTON, and she plays a very important role when it comes to the social media side of what we're doing, which provides a great benefit for us, and it's a beautiful thing. So Tua to Amunet, Hotep Henu, how are you?
Hotep Henu, I'm doing great, wonderful, and Nefer, I'm very happy to be here. And how are you?
I am Nefer as well. Happy to see everyone here and smiling, and it's just a beautiful thing. So Tua for asking.
Niniuk, and Tua to you as well for asking. I am extremely happy to be here. As I said, I love being in the Tehuti Podclass and being on the panel with the whole out, the whole family. It is a gift to be here and to experience this, and the life changes that this has given me continuously every single day is extremely beautiful and important to me. My Pai, which is the word for husband, has grown immensely, and I'm extremely proud of him. Our household and our out has excelled and exceeded and expanded, and there's been so much merry and beautiful growth ever since Tehuti has been in our life, and it goes beyond my words, and I'm extremely thankful. SABA Tehuti is preparing me to be a mother every single day for my future children, and that is so important to me, so I can be the best mother within Ma'at, and to learn every day under his guidance is extremely beautiful. And out of the billions of people in this world, I'm so happy that I found SABA Tehuti, and that we are all here, and that all of you are purifying your eaves and continuing to grow within Ma'at, and that you are all supporting the very SABA to everyone who supports and continues this beautiful frequency to offer being here and being alive and healthy. Hotep and Ma'at.
Hotep Ma'at, very Nefer Medu. Tua for all that you do, and Amun as well. Henu to both of you. Hotep, great brother, the Jed, you there? You here with us? Okay, we'll start on the other side then. We'll go to the other side and we'll reverse the names since she's at the far left of my screen. M. Monroe, and then VRI. Hotep, peace and love. How are you?
Yep. Hi, Hotep. It's lovely to be here, like I told Saba, and to be back on the panel again, because I haven't been for a few weeks. And Tua for having me. And it's interesting because I was just telling VRI earlier that I was feeling ill, and like as soon as I've come to the panel, I feel better now. So yeah, thank you for all the lovely energy, and thank you for having me. And I'm very excited for the class. So thank you.
Yes, you're very welcome. Tua for being here and coming up to the panel with our great brother VRI. And on to you, great brother, Uncle Jasaneb.
Uncle Jasaneb, Hotep, everyone. Again, I just echo the same sentiments. It's wonderful to be here. Truly is a blessing that the podcast exists, and again to find SABA, like Aminette said, out of billions of people, it's so amazing, and it feels like living in a film. It feels like living in a movie, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. So I'm so appreciative of this phenomenon. Tour.
All right, Hotep Henu Tua, great brother. And yeah, Tua for reaching out. So you can be expecting an email soon. So Hotep. All right, let's move on to Medu Seneb. Hotep, great brother.
Hey, brother. I again sneak learning on the giraffe. I love that. I really listened hard on that one. I don't know why it draw me. It was just good. So I appreciate your scholarship under Tehuti's learning, and I appreciate y'all, Amunet and Minty Hotep. And I just love to hear the warm stories from the different voices within the Matrix. And I appreciate your study, Patah and Dejed in the House of ATTON, and always good to see y'all. So I'm always in the background supporting, man. Peace, that's all. And peace to the great SABA Tehuti out of LA and Canada. I know he loved Drake, but it's all good. No, just kidding. Go ahead, I'm done.
Hotep, great brother. Tua for your Medu. Very powerful Sekim. As always, great brother. You're definitely a vital Aku, in the House of Atten, and your energy, great brother. So Tua for being here, and for Kepara, great brother. All right, on to the Jed Sajim, Ma'ah. Hotep, great brother. What's on your Eve?
Hey, peace. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
The mic ain't trip, man. We gotta fix this mic. But anyway, hey man, we doing good. Hey, it's definitely a beautiful thing to be here. Hey, I like being around this energy, man. Number one, shouts out to VRI M Monroe up in the building, holding the same screen down. That's exactly what I like to see. I love all of that. And so, hey, Tua to hey, Minty. I like the flowers. That was a beautiful background. And you probably had some connection issues right there, but I saw that you switched up. But hey, that was
Tua.
super neffer. Yeah, super neffer. I like that. Hefe, he in the building, man. Shouts out to you, great brother. I'm definitely happy to see new faces on here, man. It's a beautiful thing. Medu, you already know, man. I see you with the gold background, making it happen. And then Amunet, she was holding it down for her and Amun. So somebody always stepping up to the plate, right? And then my great brother Patah, I see you, great brother, man. Hey, definitely appreciate your energy, great brother. Hey, we ready for tomorrow, man. I'm telling you right now, man. Like, hey, it's a lot of hekau going on, man. It's a lot of internal work. We gonna leave it there, right? Like, just a lot of internal work. I'm grateful to be here. Daoud, everybody's good. Hey, this energy, man. I hope the House of Atten just keep growing every day. Hey, every day. Because this is not about the quote unquote how people do with the races, man. It's about consciousness at the end of the day. I only want to be surrounded by pure consciousness, like just pure ma'at. I only care about what your mind is like. And to me, that's everything. It don't matter about nothing else, man. I know brothers who I don't trust. who look just like me. I can't trust them with my car keys. You get me? Like I can't trust them with $5. Hey, it's about consciousness, man. And that's what that's all I want to be around. Is just pure consciousness, pure ma'an. And if everybody pekka and cooing every day, hey, that's who I want to roll with. That's who I want to be with. No questions asked, man. So yeah, hey, shouts out to our great SABA Tehuti, Amun Hotep Raj. Hey, shouts out to the House of ATTON, everybody in the chat, everybody here on the panel. Hey, pure love, man. But hey, internal work, man. So yeah, we grateful to be here. I ain't gonna hold up the mic. Hotep and
Hotep Henu, great brother. Well, yeah, tua for that energy or medu. And for those who may not know, he's speaking of tomorrow, the Sunday classes that we have at the House of ATTON. It is the Jez Jim who will be presenting. So definitely fired up for that. And just the beautiful productions that you're putting together. Great brother, the great work that you're doing and the creative space that you're in. So tua for bringing those forward and telling your story, great brother, as you write it. It's wonderful. All right, let's go to Minty Hotep.
All right, peace. Great energy, Dejed. I love that internal work. You know, Henu to the internal work, Henu to the Naturu, for guiding us to what the areas that we need to work on. If we're all Pekka Mkuing and Tua and Henu to the Pekka Mku, it's not easy being in this reality in the Matrix. There's a lot of internal work that needs to be done, and I get an extreme amount of interference just to be here. So I'm just grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be surrounded by Baz and Kaz that resonate to the same frequency I do. You know, in this matrix, when you're trying to speak to somebody or have a conversation or just to relate your point or whatever you're trying to get across, your intention, people don't, it's like we don't speak the same language. But I feel here at the House of ATTON, we do speak that language, and that is like somebody had said on SABA's intro, it's a direct speech. I believe in direct speech, and it's not always appreciated when I speak to somebody directly, and I get a lot of, well, you could have said that a little nicer. And I understand, I overstand that I could have said things more beautifully, but the point that I was trying to make is the same thing. So I'm just grateful to be here. And I do know what that's like, trying to listen to the podcast in your headphones while you're out in doing whatever you're doing. And it doesn't work. I've straight up snapped on people because I was listening to something and somebody's trying to get my attention or ask me something, and my attention and my focus is not on whatever they're doing, it's on what I'm listening to. And I've just learned that it's something that you can't do. You can't mix those two worlds, actually learning and being in the pod class and being in public. I've actually told some of my friends, you know, Saturdays and Sundays are my designated days to be in class. And if by some chance I'm not in class, I'm not gonna be well. And that goes back to what M. Rose said, like, when I'm here, I'm well, and when I'm not, I can feel it in my physical body. I'm not well. So just to be here in this frequency of the Medu, it is medicine.
Okay, Tua very much for that. Very nefer medu, and we definitely appreciate you and your ability for met medu, direct speech. You know, and so ma'at is met, to get right to it. So Tua for that, and keep doing that. Keep doing that. So
Yeah,
Tua,
let's normalize direct speech.
absolutely. So Tua Hinu. And let's go to the good brother Hefe. Hotep, great brother. Good to see you here on the panel, here in the podcast. Seen you in the Ma'at fundamental class. Now see you here. So Hotep, how are you?
Hotep, I'm well. Patah, thank you for asking. Like you said, you know, long-time listener. Started all the way back. The way I got introduced was Killer Priest before basic instructions before leaving Earth. Little did I know, Killer Priest had a podcast. Tehuti comes on and breaks down some amazing videos, and then he has his own podcast, and here we are. So excellent vibes, and I appreciate, you know, being welcomed here by the rest of the crew. Taking some time away from the Matrix to Pekka M. Ku, and just you know, enjoy the family here, and enjoy the class that's about to take place. Tehuti is an excellent SABA, excellent teacher. There's a lot of you know, you two and you guys as well in the House of ATTON. I got to give props to the House of ATTON. You know, I be watching, I be supporting as much as I can, even though I can't always be on the panel. But like I said, you know, it's Saturday and I'm away from the Matrix today, so I figured I'd come tap in and show some love. So much love and respect, and I appreciate you guys bringing me on here. And Hotep.
All right, Hotep. Yeah, appreciate you being up here. Yeah, it's always a beautiful thing, and we always encourage those who, you know, who are consistent here and who support to come up to the panel and find your voice. Find your voice, which, you know, that's what this is all about. Sound and frequency and tone. So Tua. And yeah, again, the support links are pinned to the top. Ask your questions. There is no limitation to what can be asked, and the Great Saba will do as he does every week and put together a beautiful podcast answer for it, which is just a completely unique experience. What he's doing, and you know, there's always new things that are occurring. You know, you may hear a lot of times, you know, there's nothing new under the sun, and to a certain degree that can be true depending on which angle you take, but depending on what's available to us, right? It is a new frequency. It's a new way of bringing forward the ancient tones. And that's what the Great Saba has done. And how we started off, you know, at least coming to the Podcraft, coming live on YouTube and being able to answer questions like that live with the illusion of no preparation, because all the preparation is every day, right? And I learned that real fast with Saba. He was so prepared in the moment. It just showed all of the preparation before the moment. You know, that was a beautiful thing to witness and observe and just see, because you don't really see that too often. And with what the Great Saba was able to do was just powerful. So, you know, Hinu to Killer Priest for being that initial platform to bring Saba to where, you know, most of us found Saba through Killer Priest. So that was a very special time. And yeah, it's a beautiful thing, you know, even to revisit those classes and those discussions a lot happened over there. So it was a great Nefer experience. So yeah, Tuan Hinu. And just to see the pod class, if we go back to the very first pod class and the structure of it and how it was moving, and Saba was still answering questions right then, like immediately. As soon as a question was asked, was answering it right there, bringing up something that he's already has prepared. And being able to show everything, that was a standard that was not set when Saba Tehuti started teaching publicly, is showing whatever it is that you're speaking about. Now it's become like the standard where we don't want to hear nobody talk no more. You're gonna have to show what you're saying. And that, watching him do that and see how he was able to just slice through any isfet by maintaining that as a standard was phenomenal. And now, I walk with that same standard, and those of us who utilize those tones, ancestral artifacts over religious opinions, also walk with that standard. And it's a sure way to eliminate any isfet or lie. So no one has done it greater than Saba in being able to do that and demand that, right, within a discussion, especially when it comes to moving forward and being able to not get confused in the conversation, because people can just throw whatever out there and just pivot, and he'll bring you right back to this, take you all the way back. Everyone's running around, and if you get caught up in that, you lose your own premise, and he always brought it right back to wherever he rooted it at, which is again just something very Nefer that I observed and watched and learned from that. He hasn't spoken about, but just by observing and watching it consistently was something that was very pivotal to me, and I learned a lot from that. And I can go on and on many of the what seem like small things, but are foundational for being able to bring forward Ma'at and be accurate and exact in speech, and to teach the words of the great ancestors. So many people superimpose their own teachings or opinions on what the great ancestors said and what was written. And Saba Tehuti, showed that everyone is doing that. Prior to Saba, I didn't recognize just how much that was being done until he showed. Again, when he speaks, he's showing the papyri, showing the stela, he's showing the wall, and just reading the translations, right? And I didn't realize how much the non-reading of the actual words was taking place until he came forward and started to set that standard again. So as something else that I learned is the refinement of sight, right, of observation, and we get into Ma'at and learning just how connected that is to sight and being able to see, and how we can all look at the same thing and simultaneously be looking at something different, and when a more refined frequency comes into that position, it starts to clear out, and it sharpens your sight. And Saba Tehuti definitely assisted with that process and teaching the Purim Haru. There's no teachings on the Purim Haru like the Medunetter magic classes that he offers, that they're all recorded, everyone can get. There's no classes that teach the Purim Haru like that. So everyone make sure that you have those classes as well. Just email the Great Saba Mystical Television. Pick one, choose a number, and it'll definitely be beneficial to you as there's more practice within those, which doesn't matter, what you know. Doesn't matter, you know, what you can break down and, you know, what you can explain, and it doesn't matter if the actual application isn't being done. You know, it's just it becomes noise, right? And more further away from the actual heka. So you know, I always encourage everyone to please get those Medu classes, support the Great Saba there, and you're supporting yourself. So email him, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, and put that up so everyone can see. And there it is, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, and get those classes. And we have an overlay for it as well, because Saba gave these classes on Mondays, and it was very powerful to be able to, you know, have the pod class, and then we have our Sunday classes, and then Monday we come in and learn the Medu from the Great Saba, starting in the Pertim Haru. So a different energy than here in the pod class, and you know, I do speak in that way. You know, there's things that I learned in the pod class that we're here now, and there's other things that have been learned in these classes that just you won't get in the pod class, because it's a different energy, it's a different environment and setting, as it was more private and personal, so it's a beautiful thing. So everyone, please support these classes. Email the Great Saba and request those. And I see Hush Nation back here in the back. Bring him up to the stage. Hotep, great brother Fix, Hush Nation, Uncle Jasaneb.
Hotep family, Uncle Jasaneb, you don't know. Grateful to be here, you know. Uncle Jasaneb, Saba Tehuti, to us so much for being here another Saturday to bring more Heka'u in the place. Henu dua to your networks, Henu dua to your animals, to your surroundings, dua Sakem, Hotep Marie Ma'at, big Ma'at to everybody on the panel, everybody on the chat. All the best, nothing less, big love.
Hotep, great brother. Tuah for being here on the panel and always supporting. Tuah for your consistency.
Tuah Ninio.
All right, welcome back, Great Saba Tehuti, Uncle Jasaneb.
Hey, peace. Peace. Good to be back. Let me look at this screen. I see new faces on the screen. Greetings and peace and love to everybody. Hush Nation. Hefe. Okay, Hefe. Peace to Hefe. Haven't seen Hefe on the screen. It's good to see him. Hefe, I'm trying to see if the Hudon are gonna let me answer your question. But, you sent in a question about that. We're gonna get to that. That should maybe be next week if it's answerable. We'll probably talk about we'll talk about that because there's so many of them. There's over 200 things to go over, but we'll try to round it off and talk about just the origins and what it is actually true, because it's actually a mixture. But we'll get into that. We'll get into that when it's time. Peace and love, Hefe. How you doing? Nice to see you.
I'm doing well, Saba. Appreciate it. Yeah, we'll definitely cross that bridge when we get there. I know the last time you had a similar podcast on it, it was sort of controversial, but you know, I have Cuban background, and there's a lot of so-called masters, and I just wanted to put it to the test as far as you know, what Saba Tehuti thinks on that topic. So I appreciate you addressing that, and everything is good. I'm just, like I was telling Ptah, appreciative of you, Great Saba, and appreciative of the House of ATTON for constantly coming on here and bringing the knowledge to the people. You know, even though I can't always come onto the panel, I'm still you know, listening when I have time and showing the support when I can as well. So you know, I'm excited to hear about this class that's gonna happen today, and yeah, we'll let's get into it. Appreciate it. Good seeing you, Saba.
Okay, nice seeing you too. Yes, let's get into it. Okay, everybody. But before we start, what we're gonna do is we're gonna give who is that? What is that? Is it Minty? Okay, can everybody hear me? Okay, I can be heard. All right.
Yes.
My audio keeps on going in
Before we
and out.
start,
My audio keeps on going.
I see. Okay. Okay, no problem, Minty. We'll listen to what we can of you when you still speak. We'll let you know. We'll let you know if we can't hear anything. What I do every month before we even start this class is we're going to give a henu to all of the consistent supporters of the Tehuti Podclass, and then all the top supporters of the Tehuti Podclass. One moment, my computer is not, okay. Okay, is this? Okay. Okay, we're going to give a special. Interesting. Okay. Everybody can hear me now, I hope. It's just going in circle, but here, okay, everybody's back. We're going to give a special. There it is again. Strange. We're going to give a special hanu to all the consistent supporters and all the top supporters. And this should also be a motivation, hopefully, for this class. That not only do I announce each support, each support and donation that's given. Something odd is happening. Let me see what's going on. Hold on. The screen is let me move this off the screen. Boom. Take this off the screen. Okay, can you all see me and hear me talking clear right now?
We can hear you clear, but
Medu, can you hear me and see me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good now.
Your camera becomes choppy when I guess whenever you're moving or whatever you're doing in the background, it becomes choppy, but we can hear you clear. Your sound is clear.
Yes, I'm.
Okay, I think I know what that is. Okay, good. Let me do one thing. I think I know why that's happening. Let me close these. Okay, one moment. Let me see if it's affecting. Let me see. Okay, everybody. So we're going to give a shout out and special respect to all those top supporters, all those who supported the Tehuti Podclass for the month of February. I'm going to do this every month for the top supporters. The month of February was very special to me because half of the month I did not teach a podcast. So I actually have similar to the same amount of support as if I taught certain pod classes with two pod classes that I was ill for, that I didn't show up for. I only did two in the month of February, and two I was out, and the reciprocity was almost equal as if I did a pod class. I want to give a special respect to those who are the consistent supporters, and let this be a motivation for today to keep up the support. And not only will you give, not only will you get credit and get shouted out when you give the support, but at the end of the month, you'll get on the list of the consistent supporters. I want to show the audience and those viewers who is actually moving with consistency here at the Tehuti Podclass and the House of ATTON. Without consistency, this cannot be at the level that it is. And everything in our life that we find important is consistent. And everything in our life that we find important, we support. Okay, so everything from our rent to our phone bill to going out to eat at Red Lobster, taking our family out to dinners, going to the movies, it's all a consistent thing that we're doing. And so to show the respect of the consistency with the support of actual life and truth, I'm going to give this tribute. So Patah, get ready to give some big noise. Let me go ahead and give a tribute first to the continuous supporters of the Tehuti Podclass. Let me go ahead and show that right now. Boom, boom, and can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
All right, so Tua, to the most consistent supporters of the Tehuti Podclass for the month of February, who appreciate the most thorough answers to ever be given in history, and to make note of the podclasses I was ill and I did not do. There's 2 podclasses. Make note, 2 of the podclasses for February I was ill and I could not teach, and this support still came in, and more than this because the rest of it couldn't fit on the screen. But this is just to show the people's names were consistent. And these beautiful supporters still supported. These are the great loyal students representing. So we're going to give a shout out to, one by one, Amun Min Ra Sut Atum Owen Haithi Atef Rem Kem Ma'at Minti Hotep Basa Tut Maka Ox Effect Beged Leisure. Huge supports coming in. Philip Holler, huge supports coming in. Big Vapes, continuous supports coming in, continuous. These are the continuous people. Tefrem Kema'at, again. Daryl, Tua for all that support coming in. It continues. Hush Nation, Tanya 23 Experience. I'm in Hush Nation again. Amun Min Ra Sut Atum. Again, I had to put this one in because it was large. It was. He sent a few of them large, and it says, now look what they say. Amun Min Ra Sut Atum, get well soon. Owen Haithi, heal and regenerate, always supporting. You see? For all you do, Saba Tua, get well soon. To your out. Sarah Jean, plenty of rest. These are the students that actually care about me and the Tehuti Podclass, and there are those who don't support because they don't actually care if the Tehuti Podclass continues or not. They watch this as if like they're flipping through multiple channels on YouTube, Facebook. It's entertainment to them. So that they don't support it, because if it goes away, they just say, I remember that guy Tehuti. Yeah, Tehuti, it was cool. Now I'm watching Patah Osiris Ka Zodiac. So shout out to those who actually care that I'm here. These are the people that actually care that I'm here. Not the talkers, not the ones that say, yeah, Tehuti, good class. Nice class you did. These are the ones that actually want to keep it going. Shout out to Sarah Jean, who Saraz did, Octavia Sly, Custom Made Tees, who wants to keep the podcast going, who wants to keep everything manifesting. Shout out to Mary Sekhmet. Shout out to Gabriel Lopez, who says, much Mary, Uncle Jaseneb, that's a healing for me. Sincere Austin, that's Beget Leisure, for what you have done for me. My Ka and Ba, to SABA. And Madleaf Monroe. Apologies for not being able to make it to the podcast today, Saba. I'm happy to see you're back. Thank you and all of the HOA for creating a safe space of truth and guidance for me and everyone who follows and supports. Khalil, that's Madleaf Monroe. Khalil Barney, Patah, of course, Patah most consistent. Dua for all the great teachings, or Sabait. And then there's 2-1. That must have been the date. Yeah, February 1. Robert E. Williams, speedy recovery. He tells me you are missed. The Jed for pure hika to a great Saba, and Minku Ara, Marie Ma'at, who we're trying to figure out what happened to the good brother. I don't know what happened. We're on the lookout for Menku. Somebody find him, see what's happening. But shout out to Menku. These are the consistent supporters for the month of February. Patak, could you give them some big monster noise, please?
By their rule. All I'm offering is the truth. You are watching a master at work.
And yes, the Hekau really worked.
Wonderful. And also the screen got cut off. Thank you. The screen got cut off, so there's actually more. Amun and Amunet, who sends me healing. Uncle Justin up to the whole Aout. Vortex Ninja, son of Henry Records, and Nook Nook, of course. Nefertaten Saket, of course, Saket. Hotep Dua. This is a Nook Nook Hotep Dua. Honor or Saba. Netter. Tehut Amenhotep Ra. With some symbols there. With a star, heart, some stars, and Ma'at. And then here is Pikapalooza is Saket. Saket, Tuashen, Dua Saba. 80 Thieves is VRI. Tua Saba, Tehuti, Amunhotep Ra. You're a living example of Ma'at, favored, one of the Netiru. May life be an echo of your Aout, great and diligent teacher Saba, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, whose speech is rarer than emeralds found on the beach. Uncle Jaseneb, Akur Hotep, M. Marisa, and Angela Gates gives for snake food. Those are the continuous supporters. Shout out and peace and love to them. Give them another hand clap. Patar for me, please. Wonderful, wonderful. Now we're gonna do the monster noise for Tua to the top. These are consistent supporters and the top highest donation supporters of the Tehuti Podclass for the month of February, who appreciate the most thorough answers to be ever given in history and make note again. 2 of these podclasses I was ill and I did not attend. I did not teach 2 of these podclasses. And these beautiful supporters still supported. The great loyal students are representing, and I wasn't even there for 2 weeks of the month of February. And now here comes the monster supporters who are also in the same category as the consistent supporters. Beged Leisure, $100. Henu Dua Uben Ra Saba Tehuti, Uncle Justineb to Natert Aout Hotep, the Chet Mel. Maku, Philip Holler, Hush Nation, Amun, Min, Ra, Sud, Atum, for all you do. Tua, get well soon. To your Aout. Sarah Jean, wishing me plenty of rest. Look at these donations. These are the monster donators that truly want me here. The consistent people want me here as well. All these are the same people. So the consistent people, the monster supporters, look at these numbers because they appreciate me. And of all of this support that's sent, everybody knows deep down that all of this is less than we've spent on movies, Big Macs, Doritos, going to the park, to the roller coaster rides, firecrackers. These people support me and understand that we've all spent more on this than a pair of the latest Nikes, and they appreciate me more, so it's consistent. And they've cut off all the other nonsense, hopefully. So here's Amun and Amunet. I read that one already. Israel Hoyley with a monster 50. Robert E. Williams for a speedy recovery. 55-55. You are missed. Amunet again. Our Atef Tua for recovering and resting. Marie. Everybody wishing me rest. Emmanuel Rodriguez, Nook Panuk, shuts it down with the $111.11. Hotep, Unkuja Seneb, Hes Sakem Saba, Neter Tehuti Amenhotep Ra with a star. Anpu, who everybody knew before as Black Alucard. There's Anpu. Here's Annie again with the Monster 5572. Support for last week and your continued Wuda today. And then Sheshayat with the Monster $60 reciprocity for all you do. Annie, Pata, Annie, give them some months. Oh, and of course, the anonymous person. This person here with the $90.20 is the same person that asked the question about the eye. And some recent question too. I forgot what it was, but this person right here sent in some beautiful. The Adonai question came from him. The Adonai came from him. The true meaning of the eye of Ra, as far as the area location, came from him. Everybody, give these people a massive monster noise, please. And then we're going to get into the answers.
You are watching a master at work.
They are the grandest creators.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
You see, that's how it's done.
Nice. And ended off with a nice hand clap. Thank you, Batar. Appreciate my great, beautiful students and supporters who actually care about the existence of the Tehuti Podclass. Tua to the great supporters who actually care about the continuation of the Tehuti Podclass. Hey, you have enough heat? I hope so. Tua to the great supporters that actually care about the Tehuti Podclass, because without the support, this won't be here. Without the payment of electricity bill, you won't have electricity. Without your tuition paid, everything that's important, that's consistent, nature created it to be consistent, that we have to work and maintain it, such as the food on our plate. That's why everybody has jobs, hustles, and whatever they do, because you have to feed yourself and family, because food is first. Hobbies aren't. Hobbies you can spend on them, not spend on them. Go watch the football game, not watch on it. But something like food, something like your bills, anything that you find important, clothing, has to be consistently given reciprocity to, because it is a part of biological imperative. For those who see these classes as that and even more, thank you for that consistent support. Because as I said, the ones who don't support are ones who don't care whether the pod class could go or come. They never put investment in it, so they don't care what happens to the pod class. Those are the non-supporters. To the great supporters. And now we're going to get into this and to the people that are on the screen, because everybody on the screen was there somewhere, as far as giving large supports and consistent support. So Tua to Pata, Amunet on the screen, Tua to Amunet, Hush Nation, Tua to you, Hefe, by the way, who is my mate, one of my interpreters. Does he go by another name? So yes, his support sometimes comes under Kiko. So Tua to Hefe, who is that right? Hefe, you're Kiko, right? Is that you, right? Yeah, okay. All right, good. So Hefe, who's that? Hefe, who is Kiko, the Jets Ma'a Hemp Pautku, consistent. VRI, consistent. M Monroe, who just came, who's been pretty consistent, and she's new, and she just came, and she's consistent. Minty Hotep, who is consistent supporter, been here since. She's consistent. Everybody here is consistent. To you all. Now we're going to get into the question, ladies and gentlemen. The first one I'm going to choose to answer, for those who just popped in, it's not the pregnancy, it's not the breast, it's not the Montauk Project, not the out of body, but it's going to be. It's not the succubus either. It's going to be the ringing in the ears. We're going to go over that. Are they messages? Does it represent an awakening? And then after that, we're going to go into another 2 questions after that. We're going to cover the ring in the ears. And like I do before we start the class, is I ask people on the panel about that, about what if they've heard a concept of well, first of all, the person that asked this question, he actually asked just about it in health wise, but when you go look it up, a plethora of information comes up that it does not with health, that has to do with the chosen ones and the what they call the spirit work, the light workers are talking to you, and go to this guru. That a lot of that pops up. Someone asked everybody on the panel, have they heard of in an organization that I was in? I was directly told that the ringing in the ear is for those who have a hole in their ear, and it's the passing of a UFO or alien, some type of other creature, letting off a frequency, and that's how you know UFOs are near, especially if you have a hole in your ear. This is what was told to me. Not that I teach that, but that's what comes up. So I'm going to start off with everybody. Kata, have you heard any connection with the ringing in the ear and a spiritual awakening in all your journeys of study? Anybody ever told you that? Come across a book, a YouTube, anything about that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. What did you hear that it was? Was it the awakening? What was it?
The very first time I heard something regarding the ringing of the ears, it was messaging. Some form of messaging is either an angel or an ancestor sending you a message.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, good. Well, I hope you get some ringing in the ear so you can put together your class for the next Sunday class with some good ringing. All right. All right. And Amonette, have you heard of this, any concept of ringing in the ear being associated with anything spiritual, awakening, or anything at all? Have you heard about this at all? Ringing in the ears?
Yes, and what Pata said is what I heard.
That's what you heard as well?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. We'll go to the person who asked the question. This is from Hush Nation. Hush Nation, have you ever come across anything in your research when you started looking up ringing in the ear? Did you ever come across anything esoteric, metaphysical? The angels are coming. Your grandma is talking something. Anything at all? You're the chosen awakened. Anything about that?
Just hear that it's supposed to have some kind of spiritual energies around, you know. But then I check in, to my knowledge, it always have those kind of energies around, so I didn't understand. But then now, when I hear that is a defect, something wrong with your ears, then I send in the question to the podcast one time.
Right.
I'm checking like, okay, now it's too serious now.
Right. When you're when you hear there's a spiritual awakening, and then you hear, wait a minute, there's something wrong with my ear. Now it's time let's consult Tehuti, because both of those topics are very. What's that?
Yeah, because when I hear it was like it's supposed to be like spiritualistic mystics around, then like every time I hear the ringing, I would be like, boy, let me go check the podcast. Let me go check some. And like if I hear it like real loud, I'd be like, nah, I got to go see what's going on with the podcast. But every time I go to the podcast, I always get like something like super out of it, you know. So I was like, oh gosh, I need to go. Yeah. I got to go now because it would be loud, you know. And I'd be like, what? I have to do my app now, and I'll go straight to it, you know. But then when I hear it means something wrong with your ears and something wrong with your head, I was like, okay, no. Let me send you this question.
Okay. So you said let me send this question. What?
Let me send in this question one time as soon as possible.
Wonderful, because both those topics are extremely serious. If the ringing in the ear is some type of spiritual contact, some type of awakening, of course that is something to be taken extremely serious, because what is this energy you're receiving in? What are you getting? Who is around? What is if it's something wrong with your ear, that's to be taken very seriously. So if both that if you hear of both, send it into Tehuti and let's find out. We're gonna go to Hefe. In your background, any of the spiritual gurus or anybody that's around you, have you heard YouTube, TikTok in it, whatever it is, have you heard of anything about the ringing in the ears and ancestors talking or spiritual awakening, anything like that as well? Have you heard of this?
Yeah, I have came across that concept that the ringing in the ears is sort of like a ancestral trying to get your attention from the spirit realm. But they've also told me a long time ago that, and I forget which one it was, but either the right or the left is a different connotation, either like a negative or a positive connotation, depending on where it comes in on your ear. So I've heard that, or it may just be that you got out of a concert and it was too loud in there. And that's another type of ringing in the ear, tinnitus. But yeah, as far as what is being discussed here, yes, I have heard about it. Okay, wonderful. Everybody, we've all heard of it. Isn't it interesting how people from all walks of life, when it comes to certain topics, there seems to be a consistency, even though we've all studied different things. So let's go to the Jed. The Jed, how you doing, brother? I don't know if those can you hear me? You got the headphones on? I don't know if your ears are ringing.
Hey, Saba, what's interesting is that when that does happen to me, I always ask the people around me, "Hey, do you hear that ringing?" Because I'm examining, right? And they say, "No, I don't hear no ringing." And I'm like, I'm like, "Well, why is my ear ringing? Like, why do I hear this ringing sound and you don't hear it?" So I try to see if it's like a global thing or, yeah, it's weird, Saba, but yeah, I do hear it though.
Okay, good. And have you heard of the concept of it having a meaning to it?
Yes, there's all type of memes and things, and people saying like, "Hey, it's spiritual," and the higher ups is talking to you, and you're special. Stuff like that.
You're special. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. This is interesting. From all across the world, all of us here, people here from different countries, different places, but it seems to be a continuous one theme we're hearing about. Let me go to M. Monroe, and any of your. So thank you to Jed for that answer. Let me go to M. Monroe. M. Monroe, in your studies of the spirit world or whatever you've come across, have you come across any social media book or anything that associates ear ringing with having any kind of meaning to it?
Unfortunately, no, not at all. I feel like here in England, like what I grew up with was like if I ever had ringing in my ear, like my parents would just be like, "Oh, it's just an incoming headache or something." So that's all I've ever heard. Nothing like spiritual or anything.
Okay.
If I haven't, I've forgotten it.
Say it again. Say that last part again, M.
If I have heard anything spiritual with earring, then I've forgotten it. But no, I don't think so.
Okay. We'll go to VRI because VRI has studied all type of research on the double meanings and symbolic symbolisms and the higher powers tapping into the conscious realm. VRI, in all of your studies, have you come across any concept of ear ringing associated with any type of messaging?
Yes. Yeah.
Of course.
But like I've never known how to take it. Like I'll hear ringing because I make a lot of music, a musician, so I don't know if it's just a result of me listening to headphones and just having drums ringing in my ear, or when I'm just sitting down, I'll hear, or if it's like tinnitus or how you pronounce it. Yeah, but like sometimes when I hear it, I like to convince myself that it is some sort of message rather than my ear going wrong. So
okay, well, this is unanimous then. This is unanimous. You're in London. Hush Nation, what country are you in today?
I in Texas now.
But originally from what? From well, yeah, but originally from where again?
Swaliga, St. Martin.
Swaliga, St. Martin. We got UK, Swaliga. Hefe's been around. We've been around Hefe. Some IFA people. The IFA.
Yeah, the, Taino indigenous thing, IFA, Dominican Republic, Cuba mostly.
Okay, we got, and then Pata is all the way up in Tennessee. He's heard about it. Amunet's from the mean streets of where is it? The Wisconsin hood. You heard about it all the way up there. Now we're gonna come to where I'm at, close to me, Minty Hotep, who worked in a shop which had all type of books. I'm sure that somewhere in the shop, Minty, you've come across some type of book, something, somewhere that had earringing associated with something. What did you come across?
Yes, I've come across a lot of stuff that it's just stuff. I don't know if any of it to be true. I just know what I've been taught and what pertains to me, and that's that it's associated with superpositioning and deja vu. That could produce the ringing in the ear sensation. But it seems like it's something medical or technical like that, something with the inner ear ringing. But I do believe Amun did teach on this, the energy weapons that the government is producing to produce mind control. And the buzzing of the inner ear is one of the side effects.
Okay. Thank you.
1111 are double numbers or synchronicity or something like that, with the buzzing of the left and the right ear, all of that.
1111, like the time?
Yeah, like synchronistic events that happen, and the ringing in your inner ear is supposed to be significant to you paying attention to whatever's happening in that instance.
I am very curious of what's going on in Saba's mind as he's listening to all of us, like as we're giving all of these like responses, and I'm very curious of what is flowing through the mind.
What did you say, Hush Nation? The direct energy weapons. I'm putting it all together now, so I can give you
the first time I could recall hearing the ringing was when I was young, and a brethren of mine, he just let off a 12 gauge unexpectedly. He just let it off in the air, and I was like, what the hell? And then I started to hear the ring. I started hearing.
Ooh, okay.
That's the first time I ever get ringing in the air, So I know. I just so paying nothing. And I listen to a lot of music loud as well. You see. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe it's. I've also heard 5G of whatever. Well, what is that called? The frequency, the garbage frequency that's in the atmosphere. It's 5G.
You got that? 5G?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with 5G.
5G. Okay, 5G. Direct energy. What's that? What happened?
I said, Saba, you making me laugh over here because you're like, okay, you want me to put the answer together right here, right now? I'm getting all my notes right now.
Direct energy weapons, 12 gauge shotguns. We got it all. So we're gonna find out today, everybody. First, which 11 11 is coming up tonight. When that one moment, hold on. 11. Oh my goodness, 11/11's coming up tonight. So we'll see. We're gonna get it all. We're getting all everybody here. I got it now. Everybody. At the top. I got it. I got everybody's notes. I mean,
this up. What is that thing called? Chat GPS, locating knowledge. What's that called? Chat GPS. Let me ask the Chat GPS. Chat GPS. Okay, good. I got it. I think I got an answer. We got a new person coming in. His device not connected. It's not letting you in. If you can hear me, Takao Thad DJ. But he can't come. He can't come in right now because it's something's not connected. If you can hear us, Takao. But okay, good. We got it. Got it. Okay, everybody. We're gonna give a shout out to Hush Nation who actually gave this support. And we're gonna give him some big noise for the support that he gave. Excuse me. Shout out to the good brother Hush Nation, who's on the screen right now. Let me go ahead and put his donation support on there, and then we're gonna see if we can get into this. Oh, what's that? No, that's not what I want. Wait, that's not what I want. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Question is to be answered. Where's Hush Nation? Hush Nation should be 33 something, right? Let me see. Scroll down. Hush Nation, is this one it? Is this it? No, that's the Spectrum from Hush Nation. So it must be this one. Is it this one? Here it is. All right, wonderful. Here we go, everybody. Shout out to Hush Nation. T-Cal Thad. Let me see. I'll just say Tehuti. Tehuti, come out of the box and try to come back in. It says device is not connected. If you can hear us, if you're in the chat, let me check the chat right now. Are you in here? Anybody in here? That's the person trying to come in.
Yes, but that's the who that is who you see in the chat that says the VV Vision Ray. That's who I guess who's trying to come in because it has the same comment in the chat as well as in the private chat.
Okay. So try to come in again and see if that works. I'm not sure, but let's go ahead and give props and respect to the brother who gave the support. And that's none other than Hush Nation. $33.33. Minty, could you read that for us, please?
Sure, let me zoom in. Okay. Great. Oh, it went on. Okay. Praise Henu, Hotep, SABA, Tehuti, Naturu is being sounds in the ear health deficiency to a SABA. Big salute, Big Marie. Big Ma'at, Dua, Sakem, Kujasanab.
Wonderful. I wanted to hear some female energy, so thank you for that. And I'm actually getting the person who actually asked the question is on the panel. So thank you for that, Minty. And Hush Nation, could you go ahead and read that first, please? Again, since you're the one that asked.
Yeah, Tua Saba, no problem. Praises Henu, Hotep, Tehuti, Saba, Neteru is beeping sounds in the air, a health deficiency. Tua Saba, big salute, Big Marie, Big Ma'at, Dua Sakim, Uncle Jasaneb.
Wonderful, Uncle Jasaneb to you. And the brother clarified when I asked him if it was beeping. He said it is actually the ringing, right? Yeah, the ringing. So
yes,
we're gonna get into ringing. Wonderful. And is this the person right here? I think it's a brother. The DNA is literally transforming as we speak. When you hear the ring, that's how water and sound works. Your body's 80% water. We all operate on a vibrational frequency, and the sound is a download into your consciousness, being the 80% water, though your biological structure is being alternated through the ringing. We have a lot of things going on here with this ringing. Patah, take notes. This may be it, Patah. This may be how you tap in, man. The ringing. Patah's class is about to go into higher level because Patah. Remember, if you hear this ringing, it's the ancestors speaking, the nets are speaking. So tune in and get that energy. I'm going to start listening to this ringing, see if I hear it. I haven't heard it since I was a child, so maybe I'm not connected anymore. But if you get any messages, Patah, let me know. and see if I can ring with you. But until then, we're gonna break down the the truth about this ringing in the ear, what it actually is. Is there a PSYOPS connected to it? Whenever you see a whole set of people knowing one thing about a particular topic, but no person can say where the origin of it is from, it's an interesting phenomenon. How could everybody on the panel have heard the same information about a particular topic, but if you ask anybody on the panel, where is that source from? It'd be crickets, right? Nobody on the panel can tell me, yes, see, it's in the papyrus such and such because our ancestors. Nobody can tell me, see, on the ancient Sumerian tablets, the wise scribes who are the medicine men who. Nobody can tell me where does this source come from? Is this something that's just happening for the last? We're all within 50 years old, I'm assuming. So it's the only thing that happened in the last 50 years. The Navajo talk about it. The ancient Aztecs talk about it. Is it on the Sumerian tablets? No? Yes? Or is it just something that started 50 years ago? Do our ancestors know about this? We're going to find out, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into this answer. Shout out to everybody who's in the room. Those who try to come in. The brother, where's the name there? V Vision and Ray. There's also the Tehuti. Shout out to him. And I saw scrolling at the bottom, this brother sent in a large donation for a question that we're going to get into and announce. It's time to announce the support. So everybody tune in. We're about to get into it. Get your headphones on. Get your notepads out. Get everything necessary. And support the Tehuti Podclass as the answer is being given. And you like what you're hearing, if there's any particular thing you like, support. Cash App, TTM Moon. PayPal at Rocking SV. I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. And when I come back, we're going to get right into it. Let me come off for just a moment. Hold on. Can I be seen and heard? Mic check. Can I be seen and heard?
Yes.
Perfect. Wonderful. Okay, everybody, get ready. We're about to get into this answer. Minty Hotep. Determined. You will be on this panel. Every time you get kicked off, come right back. Sometimes this happens to our computers. Some people get discouraged and then they say, forget it. I can't try to come on 3 times. So keep coming on, Minty Hotep. We love your energy here. And everybody, let's get into it. So I'm going to say peace and love. To grow off again. All right. I'm going to say peace and love to everybody on the panel. And then we're going to get into this beautiful question. Answer. Peace and love to Ptah. Peace and love to Amunet. Peace and love to the person who asked the question. Hush, Nation, Hefe, Kiko, and by whatever other name he goes by. VRI, M. Monroe. Peace and love to you. Get your pen and pads out. And let's see what this is all about. Mincy, peace and love to you. We're going to do it.
I'm going to get it.
Okay, good. And the Jed Sadem Ma'ahet, peace and love to you. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. And let's see what kind of answer you're going to get today from Tehuti. Let me remove from stage, Minty from stage. Okay, ready, everybody? For everybody watching, we put Randonet down. This is Saket on the hat. It's the oldest known word name for spider weaver. And also it's the exact same name for the double realm that the Ba goes to, called the Saket. And it's also the same word for conscious memory. Anybody have any questions on that? Send the questions in. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Let me take Minty off so she can come back later. Okay, good. All right, everybody. Press a 9 if you can hear me clearly, because once I get started, you know, I'm just going to keep on going. Press 9 if you can hear me clearly. Let's get into it, everybody. You ready? Are you all ready? Ready? Let me go ahead and expand this. Be seen on the screen. Let me get the timer ready so we can time this. Timer on. Expand the screen so the crowd and audience and students and supporters can see. Perfect. There it is. And ooh, it's a little blurry. Oh, it's okay. It's better now. Okay, wonderful, everybody. Let me check the 9 so everybody can hear me. Boom. VRI with the 9. Watermelon with the 9. Haras Maharu. Have you heard about the ring in the air, Maharu? Peace to you. Peace to the new people in the room. Cassandra Mensa. Peace to Cassandra Mensa. And peace to the brother who's trying to get into the room. It wasn't allowing you. Oh, First Netter's here. Shout out to First Netter. Peace to this brother, V Vision and Ray. Maybe when I come back, after I answer the question, we can figure it out. See if we can get you back on the panel. Shout out and peace and love to you and everybody that's here attending the Tehuti Podclass. Robert Williams, shout out to you. Ebet, M. Monroe, Amonette, Nookpoo, Cassandra. Let's get into it, everybody. Boom, timer on. And let's get into this answer. The ringing in the ear. What is this? Okay, we're going to start, everybody, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality actually exists. What is the original religions that were on this planet? Were there original languages of spirituality? Who are the Natiru? What about my physical health, Tehuti? Is that important? What about mental health, depression, mental happiness, detoxification? What about out-of-body experiences? Are there any ancient sources to that? What about government PSYOPs? Are the government programs that are watching you? Or the things being inserted into your body? Is there tracking? Is there overseeing? Is there poisoning? What is happening with the government PSYOPs? How about telepathy? Does that exist? Quantum entangled consciousness? Now, fortunately, that you have left Christianity, that's the first step, left Islam, Hebrew, etc., thinking that you've escaped the matrix. So now you go to the common conscious platforms. Little do you know that you've stepped into another matrix, unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised, and has infiltrated into those conscious platforms in the form of consciousness, black consciousness, other type of names. The atheists who have disguised themselves as the new esoterics or the Kemetic teachers or Kemetic science, esoteric, metaphysics teachers in the agenda of the matrix, just to have you focus on quote-unquote knowledge, but not the spiritual disciplines of the ancients with any indigenous references. Most, if not all, of their lectures, showings, panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but just wear ancient symbols for fashion, egotistical, self-gratification purposes. They do not live by any actual one written culture, thus they can only teach from memes or do what's called counter-teaching. Counter-teaching is to just go against someone else's teachings. They only do debate, debunk, expose, or challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs. Their subject matter is limited to the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, Egyptians are black, and then it keeps on going like that for a circle. They're proud to say the Egyptians are black, but when you ask them, do you follow their teachings with discipline? They'll say no. They don't follow their teachings, they're just proud of how they look. So you're proud of their physical form, but you're not proud of their mind. So let me tell you what their comments are usually. Let me tell you what's wrong with such and such group. Or the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We are American Indians, not Africans. Counter teaching is when your popular teacher cannot do full videos on an actual culture that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, because he or she does not truly have any confidence that any quote-unquote African or Ma'at or Kemetic culture can stand on its own or hold the people's attention. They need hold the people's attention. They need the people's contention. They need contention or the shock value for views. They themselves do not discipline or stand on anything. You will note that most of their statements have what's called negative foundational speech, such as, what most people don't know, let me tell you why you're wrong, what you fail to recognize, what you fail to recognize, what you fail to realize, thus fighting everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place after they tell you what's wrong with something, of what they actually adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice when the computer shuts down or when the debate fight is over. Those quote-unquote conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything, but they just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these type of questions, and then you're laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is individualism. They want to be loners or alone and have you individual. I don't follow no man. Don't follow anybody. Don't follow any group. Don't be a part of any organization. Don't just be a lone star, which is to disunite, actually. Alone, you can't have the word unity and the word alone in the same sentence. So their focus is to disunite under the guise of knowledge, but there's no structured unity system as all the ancient ancestors did. They have no movements, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals as all the ancient ancestors lived. Thus, they have no accountability to any one culture. And thus, if you have no accountability to any one culture, you can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture to justify whatever emotion or feeling you have for that day with no accountability, obligation, or accountability to anyone telling them whether they're right or wrong or have slipped up in the cultural way. They have no elders, nobody over them. They could do what they want, Humpty Hump life. Thus, if they are about loneism, individualism, then they are in a state of solipsism, meaning that no matter what they do, they're always right because there's nobody there to correct them. Their knowledge only starts with them. If anybody has knowledge to teach you about what is right or wrong, it has to be written prior to their being born. Because if they can only teach you something that's coming from them, that means that they created it. That means that that truth didn't exist prior to them. But right, wrong, and truth has to exist prior to anybody being born today. It has to. It's not made up on March 2025. There's cultures that existed before us. They can never give you those cultural references because they're a part of what's called solipsism. They can never be checked, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of is-fed evil, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language and in no ancient culture. There's no Meta word for introvert. There's no Aztec word for introvert. There's no Sumerian word for introvert. There's no ancient Babylonian word for introvert because they always moved as a mentally unified group. So that they wouldn't have a word for introvert. There was no introvert scribe or introvert priest or introvert anything in the Nile Valley culture. They didn't move as individuals hiding behind computer screens teaching, I will not follow no man, follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you to get back to your roots and cultures. But every time you go to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of those ancient roots and cultures were a unified force that had structure and accountability to a specific way of disciplined life. This unity is the New Age conscious community teacher's goal, to marry your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists who were outside just collecting knowledge. They had a lot of knowledge. Wallace Budge had a lot of knowledge. Miriam Lithium, a lot of knowledge. Peacetree, a lot of knowledge. Faulkner, a lot of knowledge, but they didn't follow any particular way of life. As the unified followers of Ma'at did, the ones who actually created what people are calling Kemet today. They study with structure, discipline, and a ranking system. That's what the ancients always did. Thus, their videos and lectures are mainly complaining about what's wrong with something else, but never what's right. Here are wise words of the House of ATTON, echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink. And thus the people will have testimonies of how you helped clean up their life and gave them a better way, aka a better glass of water. If not, you are just a complainer and you have not any disciplined solution. You're not a disciplined solution provider because you have no testimonies of saving anybody's life from the masses who are in need. In other words, your cup of water is dirty as well. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, the House of ATTON, the Tehuti Podclass, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary, answer customized and taught live. With each answer, you get subconscious matrices broken for you. Is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer this evening? In this section, and the question sent in by Eric by Hush Nation is about the ringing sounds in the ear. Health deficiency. He's also heard their spiritual meaning, and everybody on the panel said so as well. Another great heard of it as well. Another great question sent by one of my great students, and he contacted me to respond to an inquiry clarity of the beeping. He wanted to clarify rather it was a ringing sound. So what is this ringing sound that people are hearing in their ear? Well, let me ask the class and the viewing audience, have you ever heard or heard of any spiritual or UFO explanation before about the ring in the ears? And I asked that live for the people on the panel, and the people in the chat could answer as well. Have you heard of it? Every single person on the panel has heard of that, at least the spiritual part. Well, there are particular organizations, consciousness, and teachers who say this is the result of alien or out of this world contact or sensitivity to UFOs. And here we are now, between the ringing in the ears and alien abduction. This is another topic that I've had on my mind for some time, and I haven't had a chance to delve into this issue. I've recently been searching on the net about a condition I have, a loud ringing in my ears. The ringing is loudest at night. I'm trying to get to sleep. Only up until I started doing some research, I discovered that some people correlate alien abduction / alien interaction with having this constant or semi-constant ear ringing. I would like to know if anyone else has this problem or information regarding the correlation I mentioned. Okay, so he went to do some research on this ringing that he has in his ear that he has when it's latest at night. It's preventing him from sleeping. As soon as he did some research, what he came up with was alien abduction, association correlation. This is one of hundreds of thousands of people that come across this information. Okay, so here we go. All right, so in actuality, when looking this up, this phenomenon of someone who is interested in higher states of consciousness, there's a plethora, as someone who's interested in the higher states of consciousness, there's a plethora of sites, books, videos, etc., that associate this with spiritual awakening all across the world. Let me take you to Brains, September 27th, 2024. It's Brains, the A is a typo. So let me take you to Brains. Let's see what that gives us. September 27th, 2024. What happens when you look up this ringing? What happens? Here's one of the hundreds of thousands of sites, books, YouTube videos. And this one says, the spiritual meaning of the ringing in the ears, a symptom of awakening. Sophia Persephone is a spiritual teacher. Okay, let's get some wisdom from a spiritual teacher and painter. She coaches people from all over the world through their spiritual awakening. So she's very popular. She coaches people from all over the world about their spiritual awakening. Let's listen to what she has to say about this ring in the ears. Okay? And is the author, so she's a book writer as well. How to Get Through the Dark Night of the Soul. She is a channel council of light and source, and shares teachings in her blog and social pages. Okay, let's hear what the expertise of Sophia has to say. Have you ever experienced a sudden ringing in your ears, leaving you wondering if there's more to it than meets the eye or ear? As a spiritual awakening coach, I can tell you that this phenomenon is far more common than most people realize, and it's significant, and it's a significant part of the spiritual awakening process. In fact, nearly every person I've worked with on their spiritual journey has experienced some form of ear ringing. It's not a physical occurrence. It's a profound sign that your spiritual self is coming alive. So as a counselor, as an elder or experienced person in this topic, she's letting you know clearly this is not a physical occurrence. This ringing in the ear has nothing to do with anything physical that's happening to you. This is a clear sign of your spiritual self coming alive. Okay. Is there more? Yes, there's more. It usually starts to happen before your conscious awakening. The spiritual epiphany. And is very early, it's a very early indication that you're on an awakening path. In this article, I delve into the spiritual meaning behind the ringing in the ears, and share why I believe this sound is a message from the universe. Your spiritual guides, or even your higher self, whether you've experienced a sensation or simply curious about its significance, understanding what it means can provide you with a deeper insight and guidance on your spiritual path. She's letting you know clearly what this is as a person who is supposed to be in the realm of expertise on these spiritual topics. She's letting you know this has nothing to do with anything physical that's happening with your body. This is the first indication of your spiritual awakening. The universe is talking to you. It's a message from your universe. The spiritual guides are talking to you, and this is your higher self making contact with yourself. Okay. So we have UFO abduction, and we have the higher self and the universe contacting you. As we continue to search through, we see why hear ringing in your ear, spiritual meaning. So here we are again. You're one of the chosen ones. You hear the ringing in the ear, and you're one of the chosen ones. Let me shrink this down. And this teaching and promotion, here's more. So you're one of the chosen. I'm shrink this down even more. Here we go. Ringing in the ear. What my spirit guide, this is a completely different person, is telling me. So we have the spirit guides talking to you, the universe talking to you, your higher self talking to you, and if you get this ring in your ears, then you're one of the chosen ones. Okay. And this teaching and promotion of spiritual guide contact being associated with the ringing of the ear, or the ring of the ear, goes even all the way across the globe to India. So this is not something that is just taught newly here in America with American New Age esoteric groups, but now we're in India. This is India today. 11 spiritual meanings of the ring in your left ear. I remember someone on the panel said that they heard, I think it was Hefe, said that they heard there was a difference with what ear it actually comes through. So here is India today. Among many cultures around the world, ears are considered spiritually significant, and experiencing ringing or buzzing in your ear can alert you to an important message that is being sent to you from the other side. So it seems like everyone in these references are in accord with at least this being a spiritual message from the other side, even all the way to India. And here is where the PSYOPs becomes dangerous. What do you mean, Tehuti? What are you talking about? Here's where the PSYOPs becomes dangerous. Why would it be dangerous for me, Tehuti, to get... I'm tapping into the higher self. My spirit guides were contacting me. This is a message from the universe. Do you mean the aliens are dangerous? The guides are dangerous? But here is where the PSYOPs gets dangerous. How could this be a PSYOPs? What are you talking about? How could it be a PSYOPs? Okay. When you find a set of people, when you find there is a set of people that seem to all hear one particular thing, they can't tell you where it's sourced from, but it seems to be a theme, whether you're in the UK, whether you're in South Africa, Nigeria, whether you're in Sulawesi Island, St. Martin's, Jamaica, everyone seems to have the same answer. And here is where the PSYOPs becomes dangerous with this. Spiritual meaning of ear ringing, how to embrace this gift. December 12th, 2024. Spiritual meaning of ear ringing, how to embrace this gift. Wait, Tehuti. The sign of spiritual awakening is dangerous? Ringing in the ears of PSYOPs? What do you mean, Tehuti? Well, you know, in order to find out how the ringing in the ears connects to the spiritual awakening, messages from the other side consciousness, is a PSYOPs meant to hinder your biological imperative, of course. And what is the subliminal hypnotic anchoring in a particular article and many others like it? You know what it's time for, everybody? Why did I say that this particular one is dangerous? Why would this contacting of the other side in these teachings be deemed dangerous? Why is it universal? Why is it universal? Of course, to get into that, everybody, what are we going to get into? Because that is the common teaching. None of them are arguing about it, but of course, to take this to the actual truth, it's time for ready? What's the time for it, Tehuti? What's the time for everybody? You got it? Let me check the chat. What is the time for everybody? Where's Robert? Where's Robert E. Williams? What is the time for? To get into now. Tehuti, take two. That's right, it's against Tehuti Overdrive. That's right. Tehuti Overdrive. Let's go. Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go. Peace and love. Here we go. Are you ready? Peace and love to you, Tiffy. Tehuti Overdrive. Haras says, let's go. Let's go, Haras. You done with the you done with the spiritual awakening? You done with that? Huh? You don't want to know how to get your gift? Bet says Tehuti Overdrive. Let's go, everybody. You ready? Let's get into it. Amunet says Tehuti Overdrive. Let's get into it, everybody. Hefe, you ready? You ready, Hefe? You ready? Getting archons out. You're about to go to OD. Let's go, everybody. Let's step this up a bit. Ready? Let's look on the other side. Here we go. What we getting into? Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go, everybody. Let's go. Ready? Boom. Let's change the font. Here we go. Okay, let's begin. What is actually happening? What is actually happening is the opposite of what it appears to be, what appears and what's being advertised and promoted on the outside. What is actually happening is a result of an anti-biological imperative repercussion. What? What's actually happening is a result of an anti-biological imperative repercussion. What do you mean, Tehuti? My spiritual gift. The ringing, the spirit guide. embrace the gift. If you don't embrace your gift, huh? You see, because we knew about this. We know about this, Tehuti, and our esoterics. You're pyramid builders. You didn't know nothing about this, did you? Huh? You see, we discovered this. We finally discovered the connection to the other side. Because spirit guide only started contacting us 100 years ago, Tehuti. Hotep didn't know about spirit guides. Then Hotep didn't know about spirit guides. Tehuti didn't know about spirit guides. Amenemopi didn't know about spirit guides. But see, we know about it because we're the spiritual esoteric. Those people in Nile Valley, they didn't know about contacting spirit guides and their ears ringing. See? Nah. You didn't have this in commit, Tehuti. You put a card on your head. There we go. Now there are multifaceted combined aspects that are resulting in the ringing in the ear, some of which are caused directly by you. You are the one actually causing it, not your higher self, yourself. First, let me take you through the workings of the ear. Let's take this step by step. Let's go through the workings of the ear. There's an area in the ear that contains a nerve called cochlea. Let's take a look at it. I have the neon type arrow pointing to it. It's an area in the ear, and it's a spiral type area that has auditory nerves connected to it. And it's called the cochlea. It looks like a snail shell. Ready, everybody? That's why they don't put the Tehuti on all the big spiritual channels. Here it is. Here's a cochlea, and there it is right there. So this is an auditory nerve. An auditory nerve that is usually formed by the 18th week of gestation in the womb. It picks up sound waves that strike the tympanic membrane, resulting in vibration, eventually resulting in what's called depolarization. That's the change in the balance of electrolytes in the fluid surrounding the cells. These are auditory hair cells that send what we call sounds to the brain as electrical signals. Get a good look at that image. I'm going to step away for just a moment. I'm going to come off and put this image. Okay, back, everybody. Ready? Let's get back into it. Here we go. Ready? You all hear me? Here we go. Boom. Here we go. So this is the cochlea area of the brain. This is an auditory nerve that is usually formed by the 18th weeks of your gestation period when you're in the womb. It picks up sound waves that strikes what is called the tympanic membrane, resulting in vibration, eventually resulting in what's called depolarization, the change of the balance of the electrolytes in the fluid surrounding the cells. These are auditory hair cells that send what we call sound to the brain as electrical signals. Here's the vibration coming in. There's the eardrum. And there's that area that looks like a snail shell. This is the cochlea. Okay, everybody? Okay. Then what happens? Then there is an interference. When there is an interference that can be caused by the buildup of earwax or what's called otitis media, which is the middle ear infection or anemia, persuading the eardrum. What happens is you have otosclerosis and what's called Meniere's disease, and it will result in this effect. You see, what's interesting is, let me come back to the screen. What's interesting is when when somebody tells you something about something happening with a body part, listen to see if they can tell you about the workings of the body part as well. What happened? You see, because when you have ringing in the ear, and the guru says, this has nothing to do with the physical. Wonderful. Walk me through the working of the ear. Step one. You see, because once you tell somebody this has nothing to do with the physical, now you can bypass the working of the ear. But I'm not getting the sensation in my eye. I'm not getting the sensation in my throat. What is in my ear that's different from how my nose works, my mouth works, and the nervous system sensation in my skin? Can you walk me through the workings of the ear first? Then we can start to determine and decipher, is there anything physical that happens in the ear that gives off the same sensation? But if as soon as it begins you say, nothing to do with the physical, then all I can listen to is your answer that comes from you. Not that comes from anything before you were born. Not that comes from any culture before you were born. We should be able to look up ancient writings of ancient cultures talking about this. But if it's nothing to do with the physical, then all the answers are coming from the guru talking to you. Say, guru talking to me, can I bypass you for just a moment? Can I bypass the year 2000? When we get into the, remember on the planet before the Matrix, were people more spiritual then, would you say? When they were building pyramids and doing all the things that you say we used to do in the past? Are we more spiritual now than the pyramid builders? We're more spiritual now than the ancient Kemetic people? This is a more spiritual society? So the people that are more spiritual, I'm sure they've come across this, right? So your answer should be coming from them, not you, Mr. Guru, right? No, it comes from you and not, no, the ancient never, no. Let's go, everybody. That's why they don't put me on the big spiritual channels. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Here we go. Ready? Boom. There we go. So what happens is when there's an interference that can be caused by the buildup of earwax or otitis media, is the middle ear infection anemia, the eardrum otosclerosis, and the Meniere's disease will also result in this effect. So the person teaching about spirituality should also tell you that this is another possibility. Why would they keep this possibility away from you? So exactly what is causing this universal ringing sound? Is it your spiritual awakening? Not unless your spiritual awakening is dependent upon disease. What is actually happening is because the damaged cochlea inability to convert the waves or its non-function, it does not stop the brain's function and seeking out signals. So even though the cochlea area is damaged, the brain doesn't know that. The brain is trying to still seek out signals from any part of the cochlea that is that are still functioning, that are even semi-functional. The signals are then augmented and exaggerated because the cochlea is damaged, and thus the brain is still seeking the signals to convert it to the sound waves. It's not working. They're exaggerated. And what does that result in? Boom. The strange, what you interpret as ringing, or a continuous undescribable sound in your head. This is the result of that. Why didn't the spiritual guru mention this too? You can make a choice of which one to believe, which one to accept. The strange ringing or continuous undescribable sound in your head that does not seem to be coming from any direction. Notice when you're hearing the ring in your head, the ring in your ear is not coming from a direction. They're actually coming from within the head and the brain's interpretation of augmented frequencies. So that's why when you hear the supposed ringing in your ear, you can't say, hey, it's coming from the left side of the room. It's coming from the sky. The ringing in my ear, that sound is coming from kind of the lower area of the left side of the bedroom. It's coming from the right side under the fish tank. No, it's coming from your own head. It's happening within you. So that you can't look in a direction of where the ringing is coming from, because the sound is coming from you. And that's why primordial, the Jed, the people in the room with you couldn't hear it with you, because it's only existing in your own head. Get Tehuti off of the channels. He's wrecking our spiritual party that we're making up. And why did I reveal this as a dangerous psyops? Because now that you know that this is the result of improper ear function leading to detrimental disease, and you know I have taught you that there's forces of the matrix. The force of the matrix wants you to be attached and locked into disease and unhealth. Look at the articles again with your new eye. So now that you know that there are forces of the matrix that want you to be attached and locked into disease and anti-biological imperative, I want you to look at the articles again with your new eye. Not with the eye of the spiritual counselor, but look at it with your new eye. Now let's look at the articles again, and you'll see why I call these, why I said this was dangerous. There we go. Boom. Spiritual meaning of the ear, embrace it. You should embrace this. Embrace this. So boom, whenever you have these symptoms, embrace this illness. So as the matrix, through its focus on spiritual laziness, takes away the verification of spiritual teachings from any source indigenous writings of discipline, while simultaneously removing the biological imperative responsibility away from caring for your health by having you think that you have to do absolutely no study, no imbuement of any particular culture, no dedication, no practice. You're suffering from Otis Medea or Meniere's disease and anemia, and boom, you have access to the spiritual message, spirit guides. You have empathic powers now. You have empathic powers. It's a spiritual awakening, and you are one of the chosen ones. Thus, give the spiritual guru consultant fees on how to enhance this ear ringing. Because now, boom, no discipline, no thorough study of any ancient culture, no imbuement of any particular culture, no dedication, no practice, and boom, now you have empathic powers. What did you do to get this? What did you do to start getting messages from the universe and spiritual guides that Ramesses didn't do? Go ahead and walk me through what you did that the entire culture of Ma'at for 7,000 years didn't do, unless we can find this, practice, And I'm going to tell you right now, I found it. Unless you can find this in the ancient writings, and this has existed, the spirits decided to contact us in the last 100 years. Or they didn't contact any pharaoh, any scribe, any of the pyramid, any of the people that you find building the seven wonders of the world. No contact with them for anybody talking about this. But boom, they're contacting Mary and Becky, because they're sitting in a yoga position with somewhere in Ohio. Okay. All right. Becky, you have the spirit guides contacting you, but no, that's not actually what's happening. Honest guru, because I could take advantage of people too. Let me tell everybody right now, I could come on the Tehuti Podclass right now and do with your other gurus that are getting everybody's reciprocity. I could do the same thing and lie too. I could say, Haras did. The Jed, you have the ringing in the ear? M. Monroe, you have the ringing in the ear? Come set up a one-on-one with me, and let me tell you, on the left side of the tarot card and the principle of the Vesica Pisces moving on your left eye, Venus coming through and making the eclipse of Mars doing a retrograde with Venus, has the elders from the Aldebaran star constellation contacting you with a message that I can tell you what that message means, like the other gurus. I could do that too. But why be deceitful? Why? For money. For money. I say no. My reciprocity is going to come from truth and honesty. You're here in front of a true SABA now, a true guru. I don't need the new age teachings of whatever it is that they're making up on the spot. What does your dream mean when your ear is ringing at 11:11 a.m.? Because that is the alignment of the 11:11, because the 11:11 means that the angels from the number 700, the angels number, are coming and they're talking to you through the ringing in the left ear, because that represents that you left the wickedness behind, and that's why they're talking from behind you. I could do the Harry Potter too. But why? Why do that when we already have the successful culture of those who brought spirituality to the planet and left it in stone for us? There's already 10,000 years of that to get clear. Why get into the new stuff that just came 50 years ago? You don't even know what Ptah Hotep teaches. Because nobody with ringing in their ear is creating a civilization, a culture that will be studied. Who will be studied in the future? The ear ringers? What is it they're actually bringing? Because it's new stuff, and people are making millions of dollars off of the reciprocity. Well, here you are in front of a guru that says, you know what? I don't need the views. I'm going to show you the views in a moment. I don't need the views. I don't need the clout. I don't need the excitement and the controversy. I don't need the making the stuff up to get the people to listen to what your left ear is telling you, because the right ear is the angel Gabriel and the left ear is the archangel Michael. I don't need to do that, because the truth existed before I was born here physically. So I should be able to erase all the gurus talking about the ringing in the ear and just go to the indigenous teachings of the ringing in the ear. Well, we can't, can we? Because of course you're more spiritually wiser than all of the pyramid building cultures. Your guru is wiser than all the ancient Sumerians. All the ones that scientists are studying today to see where the spiritual science came from, your guru knows more. Because of course, Erukufu and Amenemoti and in Hershag never heard of this ringing in the ear, because you've outdone them. You know the answer. Shitsugi doesn't. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Because of course, spirit guides started coming to us 15 years ago. Here we go. All right, boom. Ready, everybody? So now that you're here in front of a real honest guru, as they say, a quote-unquote spiritual guide, a SABA, who will tell you that this ringing in the ears has absolutely nothing to do with spirituality and is actually detrimental to your health. Here are some solutions. Let's get to some solutions. What are people going to say? All those solutions, they block your ants, they block the guides. Being that most people are on a casual diet, not keeping track of their nutrients, vitamin intake, they're in a complete imbalance of sugar surplus. Most of you are lacking in what's called benfotiamine. My spiritual guru didn't plan about benfotiamine? Of course not. That's why in Ma'at, the doctors were the spiritual teachers, and the spiritual teachers were the doctors. They were the same people. Because anybody teaching you about your spiritual health should also know about your physical health. So this is benfotiamine, which is now an over-the-counter. It's a synthetic fact soluble, but in its original form, it's something as common as what's called vitamin B. That's where it derives from, vitamin B. That is benfotiamine. Benfotiamine, here it is. Or you could just go the ultra bioavailable vitamin B1, benfotiamine. That's just another name for it. In its original state, vitamin B. Fat and water soluble. Okay? Why, Tehuti? Why are you telling us take benfotiamine? What's happening? You don't want this to contact us? Maybe you've been wondering, what does B1 benfotiamine have to do with sound? Uh-oh. Tehuti, this is awesome. Why are you giving us diet solutions? Why is it white here? Hold on, let me get this white out of here. Tehuti, this is awesome, but why are you giving us diet solutions? I thought I remember you saying the reason for this excess earwax and perforated eardrums, otis media, middle ear infections. That is because I did not tell you the other causes of what they call tinnitus. There's other causes for these things, which are health diet deficiencies. I think people are taking advantage of and making millions of dollars off of your health diet deficiencies and your brain screaming to contact areas of the cochlea that are semi-functioning and making money telling you that it's spirit guides. It's spirit guides, but you can't tell me one thing the spirit guide can tell us that is actually factual that I can go look up. What is the actual message? If they're from the other side, they should have a plethora of information that I don't know, that you should be able to teach a class because they're coming right from the other side. They can time travel, they have no limitations, but it's never like that. These are health deficiencies in proper drug take, and in some cases are from prescription drugs that you were given. From your prescription drugs. What, Tehuti? Here are some. The keys within its popular use. The benfotiamine, which is to treat diabetic polyneuropathy. Tehuti, doesn't that apply to high levels of insulin and sugar imbalances? Yes, exactly. High insulin, sugar destroys 4 areas of the body. Your guru didn't tell you that? Of course not. He won't make any money off you if he does. 4 areas in the body. 1, the kidney. 2, the heart. 3, the nervous system. 4, the brain. You may say, wow, what does that have to do with the ringing as a result of augmented signals to the damaged cochlea and the cochlear? Forget that. Understand that. High levels of insulin, sugar imbalances, destroy 4 areas of the body. 1, the kidney. 2, the heart. 3, the nervous system. 4, the brain. What is that have to do with the ringing in my ear? Well, you remember what the why is it doing this? You remember what the cochlea is? What's the cochlea? What is it? You remember what the cochlea is? Look at the process of damage, of the damage illustration that I showed you earlier again. Let's take a look. There it is. Boom, remember this image? Here's the cochlea. What is it? Healthy hair cell, damaged nerve cells. So what is the cochlea? Boom. The cochlea depends upon the cochlear, which is what? The auditory nerve, to carry sensory information from the cochlea of the inner ear directly to the brain. The cochlear is the hearing aspect of the nervous system. So there's the cochlea, and then there's the cochlear nerve. And the cochlea depends on the cochlear nerve, which is the auditory nerve. That's what carries sensory information from the cochlea of the inner ear directly to the brain. The cochlea is the hearing aspect of the nervous system. It is one of the nerves. It's a nerve. My guru didn't tell me this. It's light bodies talking. Light bodies. No cochlea. My guru's. It's a nerve. You see? Why does this high sugar intake and high insulin affect the ear? So understand. Let's go back to it. One moment. Let's go back. Ready? Let's go back here. So here we go. Remember, this high insulin, high sugar imbalancement affects what? 4 areas. Four areas. Let's go back to those four areas again. Ready? So, the high level imbalance of sugar insulin imbalance destroys 4 areas: the kidney, the heart, the nervous system, the brain. What's the cochlea? The cochlea is the sensory information information deliverer. It's the nerves. Those are the cochlea nerves. One of the first things that the insulin imbalance and high sugar affect the nerves, the nervous system, and the brain. The 2 things that are trying to work together to cause you to hear. The brain and the nervous system under the cochlea nerve. The cochlea is the nerve. It's a part of your nervous system that's composed of nerves and sensories. Tehuti, you're wrecking our party. Ready? Boom. There we go. Welcome to the Matrix. So there we go. Now, how does this sugar actually, why does it affect directly the brain and the hearing? So why does sugar intake and high insulin affect ear and brain through this process? Why the ear and the brain? Because the ear and the brain do not have an independent glycogen storage unit. That's the ear and the brain, in which the cochlear nerve system is communicating to, both depend on the sugar and blood levels in the body. Huh? Get Tehuti off our spiritual. She's wrecking our money. the brain and the nervous system affected by the high insulin levels, and the brain and the ear do not have an independent system that controls glycogen. They don't have an independent glycogen storage. So the ear, the nervous system in the ear, the cochlea, which is affected by the high insulin and sugar, and the brain, which is one of the four, two of the four things here by the high insulin and sugar, depend on the sugar in the bloodstream because they do not have their own independent storage system. So they depend on the sugar in the bloodstream. Whatever affecting the sugar in the bloodstream affects the brain and the nervous system, which contains the cochlea, which is the delivery system of sound convergence. My guru didn't know. Guru, why didn't you tell me? Guru helped me. You told me nothing about how the ear works. Guru, I gave you 5,000. So this is what's actually happening. And they're telling you to embrace this. This is a gift. Embrace it. Guru, get Tehuti away from Guru. Get Tehuti off of me. I'm not supposed to have a healthy, disciplined diet and a healthy life. No, I don't want discipline. I just with no discipline. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Yes, the high sugar intake, lack of proper B vitamins, and a host of others. There's 100 other things that I'm not going to mention here, and a host of other nutrients that are not in your current diet is destroying your nervous system, and you are one of the hundreds, and you are one of the hundreds of results that have covered in many years of teaching as resulting in one of the hundreds of results, so there's other 100 results, resulting in the cochlea damage, causing the ringing sounds. For a more detailed diet and nutrition, precise guidance, contact mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. Let us continue. I think I've answered the question already. Of course, for an overdrive, we're going to go more. Let's go, everybody. We're not done. You ready? Here we go. Let's continue. My guru told me not to talk to you. You don't like him. Don't like Tehuti. And yes, the destruction of the inner ear causing this ringing can also be a result of the other following. So there's more. There's more that your guru leaves out of the story. The spiritual esoteric teacher leaves this out, of course, because it doesn't match the agenda in his narrative or her narrative. The things that some of the people on the panel explain that actually happened to them. Remember the 12-gauge shotgun? Remember the loud music? Boom, exposure to very large noise, such as an explosion. Isn't the explosion the sound of the 12-gauge shotgun that the brother was explaining? So exposure, sudden very large noise, such as explosion or gunfire. Hey, gunfire. Isn't that what Hush Nation described happened to him when he was young? It was the very first time he heard the ringing, was when gunfire went off. Acoustic neuroma, a rare, non-cancerous growth that affects the hearing nerve. In the inner ear, adverse reactions to certain medications, such as antibiotics, diuretics, which would help drain the water out of your body, quinine, and aspirin. This is more likely to occur when recommended dosages are exceeded. Solvent abuse, drug misuse, and alcoholic misuse. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Anybody of the 50 people watching, anybody experience any drug misuse in their life? Any alcohol? Anybody got drunk? Anybody got liquored up? No? No high sugar in your life? No insulin imbalance? No lack of vitamin B? Or do we live a life of a lack of vitamin B? 99.9% of the planet is not on any type of diet eating whatever passes their face, whatever fast food passes their. Almost everybody watching the podcast has been drunk. Drink up till you throw up. Drink, pass me, take another shot, smoking the weed, smoking it up. Drug abuse, different things that are altering your system that we thought was a part of a natural cultural life. All this is happening, and guess what? As a result, your ears are ringing. I knew the marijuana would have worked. I knew it worked. Well, you see, man. Listen, man. You're talking with the Heineken. Listen, man. I got the ringing now. You see the ringing? You see the ringing? It worked. The elder told me. What did he tell you? He told me that to be a good person. He told me the grass is greener on the other side. He told me treat people good, man. Treat people good. Go over to the left side of the street, and you'll meet a nice person. I went over to the left side of the street, and I met a nice person. The spirit guide told me that because of the ringing in my ears, man. As you're toxic, going through all type of poison, and there's over 40 things that cause the damage in the Kochia area, and the guru doesn't even tell you there's one thing. The guru tells you this has nothing to do with anything physical. Not one of these things cause the ringing in the ear. And you say, yeah, but it does though. Guru, why you hiding from me? Don't listen to Tehuti? Why? Why? When I could be on the side of the gurus making thousands. Let Tehuti put out a video, the ringing in the ears. Let me tell you what the spirit lights are telling you. Let me tell you what the frequencies are talking to you about. And watch the money pouring. Nope. Let me see if the reciprocity can be given off of truth, even if it rains on your parade. I don't like that. I don't feel good about Tehuti anymore. I'm leaving the house of Atten. He's wrecking my ear ringing. I'm mad, man. Why you wrecking that? You didn't know Ramesses taught about that? Pharaoh, you didn't know? The ancients taught about the ear ringing? Where? I don't know, but it's in there. It's in there somewhere. High blood pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, how many of our parents and grandparents, and even you, have experienced the hypertension, high blood? Look at all the things that are common to our life that can cause a result in the Kochia damage, while the guru is telling you it has nothing to do with high blood pressure, nothing to do with the acoustic neuroma, nothing to do with lack of vitamin B, nothing to do with alcohol, nothing at all. It has to do with the beings from the Pleiades talking to you. An overactive thyroid gland. Go look that up and find out how many thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in across the world have an overactive thyroid gland. Paget's disease, where the normal cycle of bone renewal and repair is disrupted. Stress isn't a direct cause of tinnitus, but it can sometimes make it worse. No, Tehuti, you're lying. We caught you. My guru told me I should embrace the gift. Headphones children wear to play Call of Duty with the gunshots going off. You know, like the headphones they wear in the virtual video games or playing Halo. You know, the other shoot 'em up video games that the children are wearing with the headphones in their ear. You know, all of those video games you've given reciprocity to. You know, high blood pressure caused by many dietary ailments and stresses that I've covered in many classes. And alcohol. Anybody heard of alcohol? Any of our friends or ourselves have taken alcohol, abused it? The second you get tipsy, that's abusing it. Anybody ever got tipsy or drunk? Alcohol intake. All of these can result in the ringing of the ears caused by damage to the cochlear nerves. Yet the woke esoterics metaphysics say, don't listen to all of that. Embrace the gift. Make sure you embrace it. And again, the matrix takes away the verification of spiritual teachings from any ancient sources, any indigenous writings of discipline, while simultaneously removing the biological imperative responsibility away from caring for your health by having you think that you have to do absolutely no study, no imbuement of any particular culture, no dedication, no practice. Live your life smoking, eating chips, and boom, you have access to messages from the spirit guide, empathic powers, and spiritual awakening. And you are one of the chosen ones because you have high blood pressure and are suffering from drug abuse, whether recreational or prescription, unhealthy diet, extremely high sugar imbalances resulting in your ears ringing, and thus the condition gets worse and worse and worse. And the paradox is thus, of course, as the condition gets worse, you are taught that you are more awakened. It's getting worse, you're getting more contacted, and you feel you are getting more spiritual while you're actually slowly dying, while giving your spiritual guru consultation fees on how to enhance the ear ringing because you're embracing the gift. And as the symptoms get worse, you're making better contact with the light beings. And without treatment, now it is a consistent, constant, which to the Psyops guru is a great thing. It's a great thing to the Psyops guru. Hey, Mystic Awakening. Hey, Joe, this is Joe. Everybody meet Joe? He's a psychic knowledge. Constant ringing in the ears? Go to Joe. Ringing Psychic Awakening. This is the Academy of Psychic Awakening. There's a consultant. That's who you go to if it gets constant. If the symptoms get worse because you're ignoring it, and now things are getting constant, remember this is a gift. Embrace it and go to the consultant so they can help you keep it constant. Because of course, it has nothing to do with anything physical happening to you. And there are cases where different oils are used to assist with the healing and helping of the situation. And here's where we find out if the ancients knew about this. Did the ancients know about the ringing in the ear? Well, first of all, are there even oils that can assist with this? Here we are. So as you look up, are them to treat this situation? We go to Healthline. Some essential oils are recommended for tinnitus are helichrysum oil. Some claim that helichrysum oil can repair blood vessels and nerves and promote fluid drainage, which may relieve pressure and help tinnitus symptoms. Patchouli oil. This oil may have circulatory benefits and draining properties. Basil oil. There are claims that basil oil can help calm the smooth muscle cells in your ears, reducing tinnitus. Basil, antibacterial benefits, may also help in tinnitus caused by persistent ear infections. Lavender oil, a popular essential oil. Lavender oil can aid in relaxation, reduce inflammation, and soothe anxiety, which can help the tinnitus situation. So, modern day people have realized that oils seem to help the tinnitus situation. So, being that people are claiming this awakening, being that a lot of people are claiming this is an ancient awakening or spiritual awakening, can you see some of them in ancient Egyptian symbols? You see any of this in ancient Egyptian symbols? Logical question would be, do they feel in 2025 blogs, YouTube channels, woke movements, they're at a higher spiritual state than the entire history of the ancient Nile Valley culture? Is this ringing in the ear something new to the planet? Or is it something that has existed for thousands of years? That's the first question you should ask the gurus. Is it something brand new? Or has it existed for thousands of years? If so, then what did the originators of spirituality, the Natiru of Ma'at, write about it? Did they, what people call the pyramid builders, the first authors on the planet of spirituality, ever come across the ringing in the ears? Let me take you to the Journal of Laryngology and Otology, 118, August 2024. Because the first thing to ask the spiritual gurus is this event of ringing in the ears, since it is something as important as your spirit guides contacting you and your higher self contacting you, what was more important in ancient Nile Valley or ancient cultures than being contacted by the ancestors and making contact with the other side? Absolutely nothing. That was the most important thing, was making contact with the other side and getting guidance from the guides of the Nitiru. That's the most important thing. So thus, if this is that effect, then you would think the ancients, of course, must have wrote about it, unless Guru Sydney and Guru Becky are the first to hear about this. So now we're going to go to the earliest reference of what's called tinnitus. It's controversial because they don't know what took place is from. But this is from PubMed, Journal of Laryngology and Otology, 118, August 2024. The phenomenon of ringing, whistling, sizzling, humming, hissing, buzzing, whooshing, roaring, fizzing, crackling, cricketing, knocking, or pulsing sound in the absence of an extreme source, external source, is known and reported since the archaic. Oh, okay. So the people in history knew about this. Okay. Yet there still is a debate about its first mentioning. Until recently, it has been agreed upon that the earliest reference is attributed to the papyrus Ebers. Oh, okay. A translation of the ancient Egyptian scrolls studied by the German Egyptologist George Eber. According to this arguable first mention in ancient Egyptian scrolls stemming from the 17th dynasty, 1650 to 1532 BC, possibly even based on older sources, tinnitus is described as the bewitched ear. Huh? Wait a minute. Boom. A bewitched ear. Not the ear of spiritual awakening. So the first record of the buzzing, ringing in the ear is described in the Eber's papyrus as a bewitched ear. Not the ear of spiritual awakening, but the exact opposite. And guess how the followers of the Nitiru along the Nile Valley cured the tinnitus ringing in the ear that they called the bewitched ear. Let me take you to Papyrus Eber. Get the Houthi off our spiritual channels. Let me take you to Papyrus Eber's papyrus, to the specific line 768 to 770. Hush Nation, you glad you asked me this? Huh? So the Guru was taken to the Eber in 1500 BC. When the ringing and the buzzing of the ear was described, what was to happen? A remedy for the bewitched ear. With Nef, Rigid. Balanite oil, frankincense, chepet, is infused into the ear. Another remedy, chepet, frankincense, northern salt likewise. Another remedy, to dry an ear that emits humor, red ochre, cumin, finest oil, balanite oil. This is for the bewitched ear. What they're saying is the first record of the tinnitus, or the sounds of ringing or sounds in the ear, that they're taking to the ancient doctors. Boom, boom, with certain essential oils, just like today's Healthline stated. Remember when we looked up one of the cures for tinnitus? It mentioned about 4 different oils. Where here we are in the Eber's papyrus, where they traced it as the oldest record of the ringing in the ear, and the ancient ones called it the bewitched ear, not something good, but the bewitched ear. And the treatments of it was oils, the same thing they're treating today. Over 3,500 years ago, we knew of the ringing in the ear. We knew over 3,500 years ago. We treated with certain oils, just like today's Healthline stated, except over 3,500 years ago. We knew that the ringing in the ear had absolutely nothing to do with the spiritual awakening, connecting with the ancient ancestors' personal private spiritual guides, our being one of the chosen ones, other than infectious disease resulting, that we have to get rid of it and give solutions for, and not misguiding people about making them think that it was anything otherwise. That's how the ancient Nile Valley people dealt with the sounds in the ears. They called the bewitched ear. And thus, as the phenomenon called the Tehuti Podclass, being the first in Earth's history to answer over 950 questions that take 25 minutes to 2.5 hours long, with precise source information from the indigenous ancestors, scientific articles, documentaries that has healed hyperhidrosis, gingivitis, heart stroke, healed depression, drug addiction, and has even quadrupled the student income. We only have some 50 to 75 live viewers. I'm going to check the live viewers in a moment. With all of that, we only have 50 to 75 live viewers in the podcast, while those who are teaching the unverified, undisciplined, emotional, good-feeling answers on the ringing in the ear and the spiritual awakening get views like this. Let me go ahead and check the views. Let me check the live people in the audience. 50 people. 50 people. This is a phenomenon of the Tehuti Podclass, being the first in Earth's history to answer over 950 questions that take 25 minutes to 2.5 hours long, with precise source information from indigenous ancestors, scientific articles, in documentaries that has healed with testimony. Healed. This is the only place. Healed hyperhidrosis, healed gingivitis, healed heart stroke, healed depression, healed drug addiction, and has even quadrupled a student's financial income. We only have some 50 to 75 viewers in the podcast, while those who are teaching the unverified, undisciplined, emotional, good-feeling answers on the ringing in the ear and the spiritual awakening get these views and attention. We have 50 to 70. Here we go. Ringing in your left ear. How many views? 347,000 at 347,000. Understanding the spiritual meaning of ringing left versus right. How many views is this? 4.6 million. Can Tehuti jump on this bandwagon? Imagine how many people are coming to these people. They're getting 4.6. From 500,000 views to from almost 500,000 views by now. Because remember, this is December 2023. This one is from February 20th. It's March. These views are way higher now. We're now at over 4.6 million views and almost 500,000 views. I will not sway and lie to you for popularity. I, SABA Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, will continue to teach you and guide you with the factual truth, even though it is quote-unquote less popular, even though it generates less reciprocity. It is more healthy, and I hope you appreciate this less popular, life-promoting truth that I provide. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who have appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, or the reciprocity that you have given in the past to July 4th, Thanksgiving, Halloween, Christmas, sugar, donuts, or if you have learned and if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your recent current understanding of the subject matter, which I hope that it has, this specific subject matter, please send your tip of reciprocity, appreciation, support to, you can call it ear ringing, spirit message psyops, health to hearing, or any creative title that you can come up with to PayPal at RockSV, Cash App, TTM Moon, Hotep. I am done. Almost 500,000 views, 4.6 million views. I will not do it. I will just give you the facts. Hotep, I'm done. Support the Tehuti Podclass. I'm gonna put the link in the room for the supporting people to jump in the room. The great supporters, the great students. Then we're gonna go over the support that's given, what people think about the answer that's given. If there's any spiritual guru that has the equal amount of facts to match that, invite them to the Tehuti Podclass. And first, before they get to what they're going to teach, unexplain everything that was taught just here. Debunk with Coach Leonard. You have to debunk everything that was taught here factually. And once that's all proven to be false, no, the Coach Leonard has nothing to do with it. There's no linking. Then we get into the spirit guides that only seem to be talking to us in the last 70 years. What's up, Heart Nation? Peace and love. Let me check the room to see who appreciated this class.
Tua Saba, Tua, you know, Hotep Marie. From 10, I know something was wrong. From 10, I was hearing the ringing during the pod class. I know something was already wrong. I check in. What's trying to distract me from the pod class? So I don't know something was wrong. So
that face smiling. Amonette looks serious. Amonette, you're not getting those spiritual ringings?
It was so much great, Saba. This was and is extremely beautiful. I'm really thankful for you bringing the truth and saving us from the matrix. It is extremely appreciated from my out. I appreciate you so much for all that you do, and I really like that source that you brought up with the Eber Papyrus. That was extremely interesting. So it was so much.
You need to, oh, by the way, $1 hour and 18 minutes. 1 hour and 18 minutes. It takes exactly, what's the timing? It takes exactly 7 to 9 seconds for the guru to tell you the ringing in the ear. The ringing in the ear is your contact, and the ringing in the ear is your awakening. After the 7 seconds, that's all that's taught about it. Everything else comes from him. That's 1 hour and 18 minutes. Bring your guru to me. How you doing, Mincy? Are they gonna allow me in the occult shops anymore or no? Am I allowed?
Yeah, they won't like that in there. To you for the non-charlatanism breakdown on everything, because I feel like these topics right here, they just give a platform for people to say what they feel that they want to say without any evidence to back it up. So to you, and thank you for that information. I actually make bath bombs with lavender and patchouli, and now I know why I do it.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, glad you appreciate it. How you doing, Hefe? Looking forward to some future ringing?
No, not looking to more ear ringing anymore. I'm gonna have to re-watch the video and see what was the remedies once again, because it was a nice breakdown, you know, with actual facts and science. So to offer that, and for exposing the matrix.
Neil, glad you appreciate it. The beautiful thing about our culture, the beautiful thing is that it's already set in place. The most spiritual people on the planet were the people of the Nile Valley. facts. Nobody can come and have any comparison to the daily life and what has been produced through spiritual teachings in Nile Valley. With all of that's taught, they don't need any of the extra stuff. They don't need it. So I can come here, dismantle that, and some person who comes to the podcast for the first time, they may say, "Oh, Tehuti is, man, he's not spiritual. He doesn't understand. He's not." Go 942 podclasses back and play forward, and then come back and talk. We don't need it. I mean, the Mopi didn't need light beings talking through the ears from ear ringing. Imagine that. What is Psyops? The ancients described the ringing in the ear as something they should heal. They took the New Age Psyops, took something that our ancestors said was bewitched, and here's the remedy of it. We want to get rid of this. There's no ancient papyrus of anybody saying, what do we do to get the ringing? Where's that papyrus? Or are you smarter than your spirituality is smarter than them? How come for 7,000 years there's not one person saying, how do we embrace the gift? I want to embrace the ringing gift. I want to embrace it. How come nobody's saying that, but people are saying that in 2025? They're trying to get rid of it
more because the Kemetians were saying that it was a negative thing. So that one got me even more. That I'm like, man, it's completely in reverse.
Right. It's easier to keep somebody sick. Imagine the Psyops. If you can have symptoms of being sick, and the more you untreat it, the worse it gets, while you're taught that the symptoms was getting you closer to your immortality. How many people died drinking the Jim Jones juice? How you doing there? Hold on, I'm not feeling well. That's Jesus talking. Jesus talking. Hold on, it doesn't feel too good. The worse you feel, and then you stop talking. Well, I'm glad everybody appreciate it. HARAS did. How you doing? You heard about the ear ringing?
I mean, I've never really experienced anything. That's why I say if it's ringing, I need a Morse code because I'm not going to understand what the ringing.
It's amazing. It's amazing that the spirit guides existed here before us. Accordingly, especially accordingly what they teach. They're the ones giving you a message. Oh, there's VRI. VRI's in here. They're the ones giving you a message. But the spirit guides aren't giving you a message in anything you can directly understand. They're giving you a message in ringing language. So that means there's no clear sentence structure or message to it. So nobody can tell you that your interpretation of the ringing is right or wrong. Nobody can tell you that. But when you read the papyrus, the man communicating with his Ba, Kunzu communicating with the spirit, they're both speaking the same language. In the ancient cultures, when men and women talk to the spirit guides, they're both speaking the same understandable language back and forth. But now when they come to me, they're speaking ring dolphin language. All right. How you doing, VRI?
Peace, Hotep. A lot of things are making sense since following your diet plan a little bit, and I realized like I haven't really been experiencing much ringing in my ears since then. I can't remember the last time I did actually experience ringing in my ears since taking vitamin B from your diet plan. So thank you.
Don't let the occultist esoterics hear this. Who's the other diet plan? Stopping people from their spirit guide. Yep. All right, everybody. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get into where's Pata? Where's my noise makers? Oh, Amunet. I got a message, but I didn't read it. Are you able to work the sound?
Yes, I can do the sound. I'll do my best.
Okay, where's Pata? Let me check the comments. on the room, a Tef. Wait, my comments are blank. Angela Gates says, people love Isfet. That's sad. That's what it is. People love it. People love it. All right. All right, we're going to get into the support that's given. Those of you who saw this answer, support Cash App TT and Moon. The nice not done yet. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Give a support, give a tip, give something to say that you appreciate it. Let me put it up on the screen with the scrolling there at the bottom of the screen. But also, here she is beside HARAS, covering where she is under HARAS, wearing the same sweater. Cash App TT and Moon. Promote it, support it, keep this going, and just know I will never make what's under 10th, 1/2 of a 10th of any of the spiritual gurus out there. I'm in no category. I will not get that type of support, but I could. I know magic. I can perform magic. I know hypnosis. I know things that can actually cause people to be deceived. I could do that, but I chose the truth side of it. The agreement is to teach the truth and get less reciprocity. I guess that's the agreement. That's the agreement. Because believe me, Terrence Howard and Cat Williams, they're spiritual consultants. They don't need any other client. Here we go, everybody. Let me go. Let me go to the support system. Let me see who appreciated this. Coming right up. So first, before I do this, though, I want to go to a large support that was given from the early in the class, before the class started, by the individual who is coming, going to come onto the panel. Hopefully, he can get onto the panel. This is a brand new person, and I always like to give the brand new people props. So starting right off. Now, this is not for this class, but this is I'm reading it off. It was actually given before the class. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? 29? Oh, whoa. Whoa. So this brand new person came in. This must have been through the week or maybe a few days. I'm not sure when. I have to look at the date. But this person came in, and right off the bat, came in with a question, brand new. And this answer is another phenomenal answer. This person came in with $110.11. I wish that they were able to come to the panel so they can read off the question themselves. Or is time real? Do the Cometians go by rhythm or time? Boom. Amunet, give some monster noise. Transformers, give the works for this. Already. Brand new person.
All right, Aminette.
I'm gonna you have instrumentals and everything. All right.
Yeah, I was gonna say I like that one beat that she played too. Like that was nice.
Aminette has Amun's instrumentals. I'm not sure what song was that, but good job, Aminette, for your very first time working the board. Everybody who's watching, this is the very first time Aminette has worked the board to my knowledge. So good job on your very first time. Hopefully Tef will be here. I haven't seen him in the comments or anything, but hopefully he will be here. But thank you, Aminette. Appreciate that. And shout out to the new person who asked that question. now to the now for this class, the donations and support for this class. Kiko Jones, right off the bat. Hefe, who gives the support for. He's ringing in the ear, and this is beautiful because he's right on the panel. You can go ahead and read this for us. 2. Oh, yep. And oh. Oh, okay. Shout out to Effie. We're going to give him, Amunet, is Amunet there?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, the brother said that Wi-Fi is playing up a little in his end. Okay, Tehuti, hopefully you can fix that and come on in. We'll be here for several hours. Okay. So Kiko, go ahead and read that for us. Is Hefe here?
Yeah. It was $16 for the ear ringing Psyop.
Wonderful. Give him a hand clap. Amunet, please. All right, wonderful. We're gonna go to who's okay. I see some appreciation coming in. Let me okay. We have Amunet. But thank you. A nice thing said in here. Okay, straight from Amun and Amunet. Put this on the screen. And boom. Amun and Amunet. Let's see. Is it showing? Okay, go ahead and read that first. Amunet, that is from you.
$20 for Tua for saving us from the Matrix with a red E. You are the best.
Okay, give yourself a nice hand clap for that.
And yes, the Hekau really worked.
Shout out to DJ. I'm coming back. Tell Tehuti to hold on. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Don't worry, Tehuti will be here for another 4 hours. All right. We'll be here in definitely 20 minutes. All right. Wonderful. Amun and thank you for that. Okay, we got okay, I see Israel Hoyley. I see some. I see you. Well, it says Israel Hoyley. Medu. Shout out. Oh, here we go. Nook, of course. Coming through. Nook is one of the people that said that he believes in this ear ringing. And he greatly appreciates that I took that away with the truth. So here's Nook with a nice support. I'm glad to see a lot of females on the panel today. Is Madeline still here with us? BRI? Your screen is small. Oh, I see. Madeline.
She's off to the side. She says she's about to go to bed.
Oh, she's okay. Pulled off to the side. She's on soft shoulder. She's pulled off to the side. Okay, good. Good night, Madeline. Class put her to sleep. So here we are, Nook for Nook. Nook for Nook, can you jump on the panel, good brother? Your energy is great, so you can read these. I know you have more than one support in here. Come on the panel and come read some of your supports. I'm gonna get I'll get your twin brother to read Hush Nation. Go ahead and read this for us, please.
No problem, Saba. 2772 from Nupu Nupu for Hotep Saba. My earrings right before takeoff. Obi Ma'at.
Oh, his ears ring right before the takeoff of the OBE. Yes, and that's something. That's another question that I've actually answered in the Mannetter class. So give him some big noise. Make some noise for him.
Play by their rule.
Thank you. You put a came with another word. You know we have tuition, meditation, all that. He has another one. It's a Denzel version of Ma'at. Ma'anetta.
Oh. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. We're gonna go. We're actually gonna go in the log. We're gonna get mixed in the log, all of you. We gotta make there has to be a dictionary log.
Like that one.
Who are these people?
Shout out Nook
Nook
language.
Nook Nook language. Oh my goodness. We have enough. Ma'anetta. Oh my goodness! Yeah, look, these people are. Yeah, that's a true N-word. That's a real good N-word. All right, here we go. Here we go. There's gonna be 1,000 of them coming now. And that's it, please. There's gonna be a whole bunch of them. Watch what happens now. Okay, here we go, everybody. So you do your prayer. Let it please. Can you give? Let it please. Here we go. All right, we're going to. That's from Nook for Nook. We got some more support for this here. We got Is this Kiko with 2 of them? Wait, Kiko with 16. Kiko. Okay. We got Big Vapes. Oh, Big Vapes gave a tip. I love the honorability of this. Big Vapes gave a tip for a class from the past. Let me so you can watch a pod class, and of course nobody would ever know if you watched it, and so people don't give support for it because you watched it privately. What Big Vapes and other people do, or honorable, they'll go back to a class from before and give a tip the next class for something they saw. I think Gabriella started doing that. I don't know if she finished the entire series, but Gabriella started doing that for she went back to the very beginning. She started giving a tip every pod class for classes that happened from 2 years ago on. She started doing that. I don't know if I don't know how it could be finished because it's like 900. I'm not sure. I don't know how many answers I gave, but Gabriella did that trend, and a lot of people do that. So shout out to the people doing that. That's very honorable, because I would never know if you saw that class or not. HARAS started that too, long time ago. Started giving support for classes that she watched long time ago, and I'm not watching her to see. Who knows? I'm not watching. Well, sometimes I am, but I'm not watching to see if people are watching the podcast to give tips on it. You're watching it Wednesday night. I saw you, girl. No, I don't do that. I could, but I don't. All right, here we go. So shout out to Big Vapes. He gave $5 tip for the Bennu project. That was for the class on the Montauk project, and I showed you that it was the Phoenix project that they got from the Bennu bird. Give some big noise. Just give a hand clap for that, please. I'm gonna go another 10 minutes. I'm gonna take a break. Give a hand clap for that. Thank you, Aminette.
You're welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And we'll go back to Harass Did. Here we go. Here we go. Harass Did. Harass Did with the. Well, where'd it go? Hold on. Let me rewind that. Now that's. Wow. Let me start over again. Hold on. Where did she go? There it is. Oh, wait. Hold on a second, Harass. Wait a minute. Is Harass breaking the code? Wait a minute. Let me see if I can read this right. Hold on. Or maybe I haven't noticed. Okay. Tip. I'm gonna ring. Oh, Harass, I don't know if you broke the code a while ago and I haven't noticed, but I have some support for you and it's not in the calculation of the number 5. Let me see if this is right. Hold on. Stop the Harass Did with 3333. There was no time for all those people who were here. Every support Harass sent was something to do with the number 5. She's gonna explain it to us one day. But here she is with the 3333. Read that first, Harass, please.
For unringing the alarm, matrix broken, and the number 5 has always been my favorite number since I was a kid. Like literally, like for real.
Okay, nice. All right, well, thank you for that support. And Amonette. Say that again, Harass. You got cut off.
I said Sky wants to say hello real quick too.
Oh yeah, where is she? Let me get. She's on the screen. This beautiful being on the screen. Where is she? Where are you, Sky? Long time no see.
Okay.
I see a white shirt. I don't know. What am I seeing?
I don't know what she's doing. She's not. I told her to come on down, but she's saying hello.
Hi.
Okay. Hey, Sky. Nice to hear you. I don't see you, but nice to hear you. All right, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And let's get some big noise. Give her a hand clap and a couple other noises. Amonette for the 3333. Thank you so much.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Nice, thank you. And who else gave support? Who else appreciated this class? Let's see. Okay, we got Hush Nation. I'll read that a little after. He's actually the one that gave he's the one that gave. Actually, I can read that right now. Here it is, right here in front of me. There we go. Shout out to the person who already gave for the question itself. And now he's giving a Tua extra tip for the answer. And so because of that, we're going to give him a hand clap. Go ahead, Hush Nation, to read that first, please, if you're there. There he is.
Tua 999 from Hush Nation. Tua Dua. Sekem SABA Tehuti.
Give him a hand clap, Amonette. Wonderful, wonderful. Excellent. How many titles does Eminette have now? Two things she did. She's a sound lady now too. Okay. The woman of multiple hats. Okay, here we go. And on to Robert E. Williams, of course. What would a podcast support donation section be without this brother right here? And Maharu, are you in the room? Let me know if you're listening to me right now. Maharu? This is for one of the questions you asked. If you're here, Maharu, let me know. Okay, shout out to the great, consistent Robert E. Williams. And let's get Haras's voice. Haras, can you read that first, please? From the amount to the sentence.
Robert E. Williams, 2072, for ancestral artifacts over guru opinion, bringing remedies, receiving spell, icon remedies.
Ancestral artifacts over guru opinions. Wonderful. Thank you, Haras, for reading that. And Eminette like that one. Give her a hand clap and some noise to him, Eminette, please.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Yo, let's go. Yo. Yeah. All right, shout out to Robert E. Williams, and thank you, Eminette, for reading that. And Maharu, you're here. Maharu says, yes, Saba. Maharu, you sent a question about the animal forms of the Dogons. I'm going to check one more thing, and I'm going to go consult with one more thing. And I think it appears at this point that the animal forms of the Dogon, the Bennu forms, that they don't want that. That's not public, or that's not publicized. That's not something they want to be known. I'm gonna check one more thing to see some. I'm gonna see something to confirm, and if I do, and if I get that, if I come to that understanding, then I'm just gonna respect that, because you wanted to see some images of the animal form of the Bennu. So I'm gonna see if they even want that to be public. If that's the case, which I'll let you know by next week, next class, you can easily just change that. If you gave a support donation for that, you can easily change that to any other question you want. That's what we do here, the Tehuti Podclass. Some cultures, some of the things that I speak about, if it's asked about a particular culture, and I find out things that I could speak on, but it's cultural respect that they don't want it to be. They're not a part of any of the Psyop or anything, but just to respect them. I don't keep their privacy for that spiritual reason, because I've made vows myself of certain things that I know, and I am not allowed to teach here at the podcast. Okay, so wonderful. Okay, Maru says, yes, I did, Saba. Okay, I understand. Yes, I did. Let me maybe think another question. We'll find out. Okay, he says, okay, Tua. All right. Okay. Yeah, where did Mensku go? We're gonna find out. That's not gonna. Yeah. I don't know. Menku is the most. Menku is the only one in the pod class that got his name changed legally. Menku went to the DMV and made his name Menku, Maria Ma'at, in the government files. He can't go anywhere. He has to go back and change his name back to Tyrone or something. He's not going anywhere. All right, so here we go. You're not leaving no knowledge. Something must have happened. All right, and shout out to, I'll read two more, then I'm going to take a break. And the two more are going to be, I see Gabriel Lopez, Israel Hoyle. I'll read that in a bit. Who's this? Oh, Florence. Oh, this is private. Shout out to Florence. I see what you said. I'm just going to put that in a particular file. One moment. Shout out to Florence, though. I do see that. I see it. All right, let me go ahead and put that in there. Put that in anonymous private. Okay, what is this? Anon from non. Okay. Okay, I got that. I see that now. Okay, good. So the next one we're going to read is Minty. There we go. Now, for everybody in the podcast that is watching, all the new people who have been here for 2 years know how it goes. If you give us support over $20, you get a hand clap and some sound. The more support is given, the more sounds and appreciation is shown back as for the reciprocity. If you give us support and you say tip, then you get a hand clap. So all support that Minty gives, I'm taking those tips for the class that I just taught. You will see this and say, "What's going on?" So we're gonna. This is the love and support. And Minty, is she here on the screen?
Yes, I'm here, Saba.
There she is. Okay, great. There's Minty. Go ahead and read that first, Minty, please.
Sure. It's $5.55 for love and support.
All right, give her a hand clap, Amonette, please.
To us, Saba.
All right, wonderful. Nini Uk, thank you, Minty. Your continuous everything. Okay. All right, I'll read Owen Hythe, and then I'm going to take a break. Who's this? Oh, Be Good with the Monster. Here we go. Be Good. I'll read that in shortly. All right, here we go. Owen Hythe, always. I do not think Owen Hythe has missed even one podcast giving support ever since the podcast began. If Owen Hythe misses one, he will actually send two, and one will have the date of the one that he missed. He has a record of not missing one. He is on time, prompt, sometimes even before the podcast begins. Shout out to the good brother Owen Hythe. I'll read this one. 2172 for always supporting my brother Otep. Give him some hand clap and
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
There he is. There's Owen Hythe. Never, right, Owen. No, you haven't missed one, have you? I thought so. And I was like, he hasn't missed one, right? Nope. Not one since the podcast began. And if he does, he'll send one with a date on it. So yes, Owen Hythe has confirmed he's never missed one class. That's consistency. So Owen Hythe, you've even the ones I don't teach, you're one of the ones on the name of what I didn't teach. So I've technically missed more classes than Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe's never missed one. So shout out to Owen Hythe, you are consistent. That's what I look for from people, consistency. That's what nature provides. And who is this here? And who is this? Let me scroll down. Who is this? Philip Holler. Philip Holler's donations always creep up. I never see these. Thank you, Philip. I did not see this somehow. And now, here you are. Another consistent being. Philip Holler sends support. He never even has to say what it's for or what it is. He just always sends, and there's no words to read. The numbers speak for themselves. Shout out to Philip Holler, $42. I'm gonna take a break on this one. Give him some big noise hand claps and about 4 other sounds.
Yeah, we're here. Wake up.
I came to overcome before I'm gone. I show and improve and let now be born.
You know that song, Haras? What do you know about that song there? What's going on? Huh? What's going on around here? Huh? That's not the new Drake, is it? Is that the new Drake? No?
Check my resume.
What'd you say?
I said check my resume.
Oh man, I gotta scroll through the resume, the harassed resume. All right, everybody, I'm gonna take a break right here. You all build amongst each other. Talk to the crowd. Let the crowd know what this has done for you, what you thought of this answer. Build on that. Let them know I'm coming back. When I come back, I'm gonna read a couple more donations. I'm gonna get into this harassed question actually. Leap years. And daylight saving time. Is that right? Okay. All right, everybody. Support the Tehuti Podclass. If you watch this, if you are enjoying this, it's not over. We're coming back. I'll read a couple more donations. When I come back, we're going to get into the rest of the answers. Support the Tehuti Podclass. Scrolling at the bottom. Cash App TT Moon. PayPal at Rocky SV. For those of you who have just tuned in, they may not know where you have landed. You've landed at the Tehuti Podclass, the House of ATTON, the last to represent the discipline, knowledge, and life of the Nitiru. Last to teach on the Nitiru. The questions that are asked when I come back. Excuse me, get some water. When I come back, what we'll be going over is our leap years and daylight saving time a natural occurrence or a PSYOPS? What are they actually? Is it a part of the Earth cycle that we have to catch up with? Is it universal? What is this thing called the leap year? And is there any PSYOPs attached to it? We're going to find all that soon when I return. Thanks to Haras did by sending the great support for these two questions. So remember, everybody, when you send in support, if the support is very generous, you can actually ask multiple questions, maybe up to three. Up to three questions, and I'll try to tie them all in. This is very easy to tie in because they both dealt with changing the calendar and what you do to your clock to keep up with the time. Okay, so shout out to Haras did for asking those two questions that actually interlock, and have to do with the same subject matter. And I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Support the Tehuti Podclass. Send this out to your friends. Share the link. Wake up the people. Go out there and shake the people's mind. Put them in the proper thinking, and tell them to come right here home to the House of ATTON. Tehuti Podclass. I'll be right back, everybody. Peace and love. Peace for now.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Thank you.
Peace and love to all of you on the panel. Peace and love to all who are listening here live with us and on the playback as well. I appreciate all of you for being here, and to all who support the great SABA for what he's doing, what he's bringing forth, the lives that he saves every single day from the Matrix. Saved myself, I say it every time I'm on here, that he has completely saved my life and my family's life, and it is extremely important to me to continue to say that, so those who are here that haven't heard me say it before have now heard me say it for the first time. So to everyone who is here to purify themselves and get rid of istet, which is the word that can be described as chaos, and be sure to continue to stay here as much as possible. The more that you are consistent here, the more that your neurons link together and fire and wire together. So the more you continue to stay in this frequency, this beautiful frequency, the more that you will remember and increase your memory with this beautiful information, this beautiful culture. If you want to change your life, this is the place to be. And as I said before, my life has definitely changed. So to us, almost to Tehuti and his beautiful out help him and do all that they do. They do so much every day behind the scenes, and I appreciate their workings and all that they do. Their beautiful food, which is a word for heart, also mind. Super beautiful, and I'm so thankful for SABA because I have grown so much personally, and even being on the panel has helped me immensely in so many ways. It's so beautiful to be on the panel and be with all of you and speak to all of you face to face and hear all of your words and beautiful energy. It's something beautiful to experience. It's better than text messaging. It's not the same. So it's really beautiful to be here and experience all of it. What's up, in Mary? How are you guys feeling? How's everyone doing?
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and echo what Sister Amonette said with the neurons linking and the links and associations, with the repetitiveness creates a map, and you know, that map is going to lead you to where you're going. You know, the map that I created leads me here, and this is where I get fed. This is where I get my information. And when I talk to people, I seem to know what I'm talking about most of the time. And I don't talk about things that I don't know about. And I learn all of my information that I know from SABA and from this environment. So it is really important to keep that your neurons connected and create those pathways to nourish yourself. I said a bunch of times before, this is where I eat. So make sure that you show SABA the reciprocity, give the energy back that you receive. And Hush Nation, that was a great question that you asked about the ears ringing.
Yeah, to Amasis, I didn't even know it was a great question. You know, I was checking, like, you know, part of me was like, what kind of question this is, you know, but then I realized I'm going to at least know if it's a health deficiency, you know, so. Yeah.
I think it's a valid question, because a lot of us, well, I know I experienced that, but I had an idea that it was within my inner ear, and I have been seeking a ear, nose, and throat specialist, but I can't really find a holistic one. So and that's the medicine that I choose. I treat myself holistically. So still on the lookout for that, but it is good to know that lavender and patchouli help with the ringing in the ear, and I'll probably create some kind of oil tincture that I could drop behind my ears or put into my hair or something like that.
Yeah. Most definitely, sis, because I get more than I was expecting from after the answer, you know, so I could definitely do a whole lot much more with it, and like I don't have to like ignore it. Sometimes if I hear the ringing, I could know like, okay, a deficiency of vitamin B vitamins and those kind of things, you know, because I prefer the holistic way of healing as well, you know, so to just soak up
right
as much as possible, like you say, to fire up the neurons, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's really important that we choose to take our health into our own hands and treat it holistically, the alternative from the mainstream, because a lot of the times whatever chemical that we're fighting is going to be put in what's used to treat, but not in a good way. So I think it's important to seek out that alternative method of caring for yourself.
Yeah, I feel you 1000, and I like how SABA put in the guru gotta be the doctor, and the doctor gotta be the guru, because that's how it was. Like that was so never. It makes so much sense, you know what I mean? Because the doctor don't know about the coup, and then the guru, the false guru. Well, I ain't really know as a guru. I know Saba's a guru, but the guru don't know about the doctor side, like the physical health, you know what I mean? And I like how when you carry it back to Tamari, it go hand in hand, it fall in line perfectly, and it only makes sense, you know, because with one part, it missing the next, you know, but with the cat and the coup, it go all together, it's all in line, and it don't skip out nothing, it don't miss out nothing, everything go together in full completion, so definitely appreciate that.
And I'll just say this last thing. A lot of the healthcare starts with preventative care. So if you're taking your proper care of yourself, you won't have to experience these things, because you have already you've already done the work with taking the steps to prevent whatever illness that might attack or attach itself to you.
Yep, greatest ATTON ever had already. I definitely agree with you. 1,400 for sure. Welcome, my sister Gabriella. How you doing, Gabriella? Big love, big my sis. You don't know.
What's up? Much merry to everyone. It is great to be here. The baby is napping right now, so I was like, this is my opportunity. Let me jump on. So what's up to all set for letting me jump on here. It's great to be here and just be in everyone's presence. You know, I miss this energy, and it's different when you're on here and when you're just watching it, like, or playing it back. It's way different, and so it's just an effort to be in this energy with everybody and just be in the same consciousness. And I'm just grateful to be here, and I'm definitely grateful for the great SABA and his out, because they are our foundation, and so without them, none of us would be here. We wouldn't know each other. and know that we're like-minded, and to know that we're not alone in this world, and that there are others that are looking for the truth, and SABA is our great door to that. He's our SABA. So shouts out to the great SABA Tehuti Amunhatib Ra, and all his energy. HARAS, I'm so glad you're on here. It's been a while. It's great to see you.
Thank you. Great to see you on here. And I'm glad to hear that the baby is doing great.
Tua, yes, she's getting so big now. I think she's got to be weighing around 15 pounds. So she's a big baby. And she's just always smiling. She's definitely such a never calm baby. Like the frequency with her, it's different, and it's just a magical thing. And it's a beautiful thing. So I'm enjoying every second of it. It's great to be with her, and I just want to. She's giving me a motivation to get myself like in order and find a way to be a stay-at-home mom. That's how much I'm enjoying being at home with her. That's how fun it is with her. She's such a fun baby. She's so happy. She's always smiling, always laughing, talking, and I'm like, man. So it's been a never thing, definitely.
Good. I'm glad to be on the panel tonight. I definitely want to start coming up more because communication has always been an issue for me. I have a backstory, and I definitely know when I come to the panel, frequency that I get, it allows me to focus on my words, stay calmer. But I am a very passionate person, and not afraid to express myself, and that can be very intimidating for people. So I want to try to find my balance, and I think me coming to the panel more is definitely going to help even that out. But I definitely know that as long as I have as my foundation, that the effect of chaos, they will continuously come at me, but it will not prevail because of my foundation and what I stand on to be truth and knowledge. And as long as I stand firm in that, again, their attacks against me they're not going to go anywhere. So that hopefully, definitely, you're going to be seeing a lot more of me coming up to the panel. And I definitely want to say also my notes that I asked SABA questions that actually mean something to me and I want to apply to my life, like the feng shui question. I had just moved into a house, fresh start, and I learned from that class that everything in my house currently has meaning to me, and I'm still tweaking things. Like unicorns have always fascinated me, and I had this tapestry that is apparently meant for Sixth Sense. But as I continue to read this book that I'm reading, I feel like, I'm learning that this unicorn at one point represented Christianity. So that whole thing that I thought that was unique is now gone and has been replaced with something that holds true meaning to me that I definitely understand and can continue to build on. I'm also apply the law. I can't. That's not gonna say anymore because you got to get the Monday class for that. The mirror altar and things like that. And then I asked this question tonight because a deer hit my car right after daylight savings time, and I was born on a leap year. Apparently, supposedly. Looking at SABA's avatar, I believe I am not. My year is 1980. So, and then plus, my birthday is March 9th, and then leap year always falls that weekend. It's just crazy. So like I always lose an hour for daylight saving time. Or like this past birthday, I just lost an hour due to daylight saving time. So I'm glad to be here, and I definitely want to coming up to do the panel a lot more. Thank you.
Just you for that, to all for sharing and your beautiful, powerful words. That was extremely powerful, and I like that question, and I like that you said that it's for your, you apply it to your life. I really like that. That's really beautiful and powerful, and I love that we can send these questions to SABA, and we can get these beautiful answers. This is a beautiful place to be, and SABA is so great. I'm so glad that he gets the support he gets and that it continues on and on forever. Yes. So out to you.
Oh, peace and love, everyone. I'd just like to say I'm so happy to hear that Osset is doing well, and Gabriella, and to see Gabriella back on the panel, and see the Jed back on the panel, and just to know that there is a baby just being born through, like, under these teachings, and will be surrounded by these teachings from such a young age, and to bypass so much of the confusion that so many of us had to deal with, and it truly is a beautiful thing, and it really is special. It's almost like it's become larger than life purely just through that, and it truly is amazing, and I'm just so proud to be a part of this. And no matter what anyone says, no matter if people come up to me and be like, oh, it's weird, or it's strange, and it really doesn't matter to me, because a life has been born that echoes our ancestors, and that's just, it's that's undeniable. It's undeniable, and it's so beautiful. And it's not Isis, it's Osset. It's Osset that's been born, and to bring that into the world is so beautiful.
Yeah, I was kind of hesitant on saying this, but I was at work the other day, and of course, definitely a matrix job, but I work with breaking down old servers and recycling them, and some of the components are like, wrapped in like pins or in real gold and things like that. So I find it like peculiar. So I said to someone like, a comment about like, anyway. So yeah, it said something about my shirt, which I wear. It's like, it's not a thought, is it? And I'm like, I said no. So the next day I purposely wore my Astro Boy shirt. And, I said, this is the call. You know what I'm saying? He would engage in the hypotheticals when it came to Astro Boy, but would not engage in the hypotheticals when it came to the Neteru and these grams memory being wrapped in gold. I just found it peculiar that he'll engage in the hypotheticals when it comes to comic books, but not in the ancient artifacts that have been found, and comparing them, like, what would it be like today? So I just, but it's okay. I do things purposefully, and I want to point out that his train of thought was wrong, but I get it. I understand the aesthetic, and like I said, I'm ready for it.
Yeah, do a second assist, because it's good that you could be a step ahead of it, and then you could set up your own ways that you could indulge yourself into teachings and learnings, just like how people would think SABA debating them, and SABA ain't even in a debate. SABA just throwing out things for us, you know what I mean? For us to eat up, but people would think that he debating them, and that's super never, because with my art, we surrounded with the aspect, so it's like, let's go. I mean, ain't a thing about chicken wings, so I don't mind at all, you know. So once the boots lace up, is great as my hat and ever at the ready. So it's a good adventure to enjoy when everybody just got all guns drawn on you. It's like whatever. You think I didn't know this was going to happen, you know. So it's good that you could just step out and just do your thing, you know, because with me is like wherever they say it is whatever they say it is, you know, because SABA don't say it ain't for everybody. So when SABA say that, it just turn on another bulb like shining, you know. So man, just go share it, and who want take it up, you know. Welcome back, SABA. Do a second, you know, Hotep Marie.
All right, wonderful. Nice to be back. Wonderful vibe everyone had. It was a beautiful thing. I love it when everybody interacts. This is a family here. Everybody continue to interact with each other and let the people see that there's no negativist and energy here. Oh, Gabriella's here. Hey, peace, Gabriella. You there? So the name is here. All right, no ISFET energy here, just pure love and the continuation of the frequency that I am putting out. So peace and love to everybody. We're going to retune more donations, and then we're going to get into this next question. 2 more supports that were given. Let me see if there's more that was given since I left. Okay, not more, nothing more. So we're going to go into monster support by the good brother Be Get Leisure. I got this one, Gabriella, and then I'm going to go into the next answer. We get ready to give Get Leisure some great sounds, transformers, everything. Here we go. We're going to go right into the next answer here. All right, shout out to Be Get Leisure. And I'm going to get, Minty, could you read that first, please?
Sure, Saba. Let me make it larger. It says, okay, it went away. It says, Heka Saba Tehuti for Ma'at's truth here about the ringing ear that physical and spiritual went away. Physical and spiritual is one and the same to us.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Minty, for reading that. And Amonette, give Be Get Leader some big noise, please. Transformers, everything. Give them the work.
Yeah, we're here.
You are watching a master.
I think it sounds a little bit muffled. Try it again.
You are watching a master at work.
Nice. Okay, go ahead. Give him a couple more sounds. Thank you, Be Get Leisure.
Yo, let's go. And yes, the Hekau really works.
All right. Speaking of the Hekau really works. How you doing, Gabriella? Thank you, Amonette.
You're welcome.
I'm doing well, Saba. How are you?
I am alive and experimenting with my my existence to raise to even a higher level than what I am now.
Typical Saba.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's how I'm doing. I'm doing well. Nice to see you. How's the little one doing?
It's great to see you too. She's doing well. She woke up right now, so yes, she's doing great. She's a big, strong baby, so enjoying every moment with her.
Wonderful. I don't know if you listened to the intro to the podcast today, but I used you as an example of the family building that I promote and how the podcast answers raised your baby up from the womb. You had the most questions in at one time of any one person of all questions pertaining to the baby, and so the answers helped raise the baby. And I use you as an example that's not happening anywhere else really. And you're a perfect example of bringing life into this world from the teachings of Tehuti and the Podclass.
Definitely. It's been a never thing to have you, because just your answers have is just like it chips away at what I and others may have thought was real. And all of your classes have served me some way somehow, and I know if it hasn't, down the line in my life it will. And so I'm hoping that with as time goes on, that people just continue to join us and see the truth for what it really is. And you never know what could which class could change someone's life, or what will be the reason why they join us. And so all of our questions sometimes reach other people. So I hope that all of your classes do that for others. And it's so never to see everybody here. Everybody's so different. And yet we're in harmony, and it's a beautiful thing. And so to you, Great Saba, because how you said you helped, you're the foundation, and it's never to be in this, and to know that we all have you, and we can come to you with some questions. And I know I'll be sending in some more questions, because I'm sitting here and my mind is just it's got questions that you can go to the Great Saba for, because it doesn't get any better than this. And so if I continue to support you, then I continue to grow. So it's the reciprocity, that's a beautiful thing. And so I'll continue to always, be here, be a supporter, and just grow. All thanks to you.
Nini, glad you appreciate all that I do. And wonderful. I'm glad the baby's being raised up healthy and beautiful. You and the Jet are beautiful and great parents to a new life, coming up without Isfet. Okay. All right, everybody. I put the link in the room. I think the brother was asking for the link, and the link is at the top, and it's here at the I need the moderators. Do we have any moderators in here today? Because this brother here asked for the link, and no moderator. Did the moderators put the link in the room? Is it tough here? Maybe they missed his question, but I put the link in the room. There it is. Do you see that, brother Tehuti? Do you see that link at the bottom? I'll give you a couple minutes. I'll read 2 more supports, and we'll get into the next answer. And of course, the next support is coming in from Gabriella, who's on the panel right now. Okay, and she says she's blown away. All right, here is Gabriella right here. Boom. Go ahead and read that first, Gabriella. What does that say?
$33.33 for mind-blowing class. To a Purple Heart, White Heart.
Wonderful. Thank you, Gabriella. And Amonette, give her some hand claps and some few other creative sounds.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Wonderful. Gabrielle always smiles. They've been playing that. I think the Hekau really works is the official sound response to everybody's donation now. It's in every one. The Hekau really works is in every single one now. Gabriella says it really works. Busted is here. Yay. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead, everybody. We're going to get into the next question. I see Israel Hoyley. I see you here. I want to read that when I come back. All right, everybody. So here we go. We're going to get into the next question of the Tehuti Podclass. And that question came in from none other than HARAS Did. She has been in the pod class since before there was a pod class, where she was a name in the Killer Priest show, and I just saw HARAS every once in a while, $5.55. She has worked her way up over the years and has become literally, I'm trying to think, I think the top, I don't like to divide things into male and female, but the top consistent female individual supporter as far as amounts and consistency and the time that she started giving support. So to you, HARAS Did. I think it's between her and as far as top supporter financially would be Saket Nefertatan. But consistent, ongoing top is definitely HARAS Did. So I'm going to go ahead and put her question on the screen. And this is a beautiful question. She can read it off for us and then give us tell us what made her ask this question. Let me see if her question is here. Oh, wait. Wait, that's not. Like, I was going to put Trump in this answer. I'm not going to put Trump in here anymore. All right. Trump wants to get. That's the only good thing Trump wants to do. He wants to get rid of daylight saving time. He wants to get rid of daylight saving time. That's the only thing he does good. All right. So let me go back. It must be in the other section here. March. All right. Where is HARAS Did's question? Here we go. Okay. Questions need to be answered. Let me zoom through. I know it was a high support, a high donation. Where is this it? Is it 5555? Okay, I think this is it right here, everybody. Let me see. Got it. All right, coming through with the large support. 5555. Is not coming through. Let me try it again. 5555. One more time. I'm gonna put it in the copy. Here it is. Okay, here we go. Boom. Let's see if it does it now. All right, there it is. Okay, coming through the 5555. HARAS Did sent in this question. Go ahead and read it for us, HARAS, and we're going to give you some big monster noise.
5555 for what is leap year and daylight savings time?
Give her the works, Transformers, everything.
And yes, the Hekawu really works.
You are watching a master at work.
All right. And now Haras can tell us what brought about this question. Haras, talk to us.
So my birthday was March 9th, and a deer immediately, and that occurred on daylight savings time when hour went back. And immediately the next day, a deer hit my car, and where I was on my way to work, and where I work is a high industrial area, and the deer know not to be out during those times. But because of the hour change, the deer wouldn't have been going through that area had it not been daylight savings time. They would have known. And then plus, as I was saying earlier, I was born on supposedly a leap year, which was 1980, which would have been the 69th day, but normally it's the 68th day. So I just those two questions. I wanted to ask about the leap year last year, because last year was technically a leap year, but I changed my question. So I was like, I did want, and I was like overthinking the question, so I couldn't put it into an answer. So I'm like, I'm just going to simplify it. Boom, what is leap year? Boom, what is daylight savings time?
Okay, let's find this out. I don't even need to ask the panel if they've heard of this. Of course, every single person has heard of the leap year and daylight saving time. So we're going to get right into it. An interesting concept. Leap year, one of the years changes, and daylight saving time. You wake up thinking that it's 8 o'clock, and it's 7 o'clock, and you either get you lose sleep. It's an interesting phenomenon. Let's get into it and find out where this So let me ask you, Haras, before we start. Do you have any clue where any of them, why any of them are implemented at all?
Okay, so the leap year is implemented because of the Earth rotating around the sun, and it's supposed to be a quarter to make up the time, the quarter. So every 4 years, that's why they added extra day. And the daylight savings time is supposed to help farmers and their crops to be able to start planning and grow their growth season.
Okay.
Supposedly.
Very interesting. Allegedly. Okay. Let's find out. This is okay. So they're trying to help and make up for the time, and then they're trying to help farmers. Sounds like they have good intentions. So let's see, everybody. Let's see. Gabriella, let me ask you particularly. And Minty, I hope you get back on. Gabriella, the daylight saving time. Have you ever in leap year? Have you ever come across your mind and wondered why is it 8 o'clock now? Why are they even doing this? Why is it? It was this year, this day, and this year, the next day.
You know what, Saba? Those two things are something I've never really paid attention to. I mean, obviously, like, I don't like it. I don't like when we lose sleep, quote unquote, lose sleep. But, I don't know. Now it's like, now I'm sitting here thinking, like, are we really losing sleep, or is this a PSYOPS? So, I'll just say I don't know anything, and I'm excited for this answer because I know it's gonna be mind-blowing. So, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna ask VRI and Hush Nation, since they're not originally in this particular country we live in. Hey, VRI, out there in the UK, do they have daylight saving times and leap years?
Funnily enough, literally today we've I think we skipped forward an hour or backwards an hour. I don't know.
Oh.
But it just happened a few hours ago at 1 a.m. today.
Perfect.
So yeah. And I just asked. I was like, who decides this? Why? Like who decided that this happens? And as a kid, I always just used to think, oh, it's because so we get more daylight savings, and then it seems like a good thing. But since the hands class you did, I'm not too sure anymore.
The what class? The hands?
The hands, yes. The
hidden hand. Yes, okay. And let me ask. Okay, thank you, VRI. And let me ask Hush Nation all the way from what is Sulawesi Island? Say it. How do you say it again? Sulawesi. Swaliga. Do they have daylight saving time and leap year up in Swaliga?
The hours change like twice a year, but by SABA, you see, I pay to pass high school, I pay to graduate. So I wasn't one of those smart students. Only now I start to learn all these things. I didn't even used to read. Only now I start to read. So I a beginner at everything, SABA. I don't know these things at all.
Okay. For all of you who want to jump past high school, contact Hush Nation. He has a way for you to pay past high school, and you jump from the next day you'll be in college. All right, everybody. So where's that? I want that school principal. Where's that guy? When I couldn't make through grade 9. He said he paid.
No,
I went to college or something. What's that?
I pay my friends to do my work for me.
Oh, like the movies. I've only seen it in the movies. People do that? Okay. All right. Interesting. Genius. Pay your friends. Yeah, in the movie where they play the nerdy guy, do the bully, do my homework for me. Okay. All right. And okay. All right, everybody, let's get into it. I know Amunet and Wisconsin, of course, they have daylight saving time. So do you have any clue where it started from?
No, not where it started from. I do not.
Okay. 1 second, everybody. Hold on a second. Hold on. One moment.
And while Saba's on break, I just want to say they actually moved it. I don't know if anyone remembers it. I think it was either Bush or Obama's administration actually moved the time that this occurs because they moved it up earlier in March. So I don't know if anybody remembers that happening either.
It's really confusing. I doesn't even know how to keep track of it. I just know how I used to monitor it was the Killer Priest Podclass would start at like 7, and the next time it would start like 8. That's how I would monitor it. And then when I was on the Podclass would start like 6:13, and the next time it starts 7:30. That's how I noticed the difference.
Yeah, and everybody usually complains, "Oh, daylight saving times, I'm sleepy." There's definitely that complaining going around with it as well.
Yeah, I real interested in your question, because your question going real deep with it, Saba break down calendars, he break down Kemetic calendars. So I have an idea of what's going on, but how Saba going to break this down, I know going to open up a lot more to it and make it so much more clear. So definitely to for this question. And like I said before, I wasn't too knowledgeable about any of these things, So for the question, most definitely, I learning everything here. So this class going to make me understand it, how you break down the rotation with with the sun and the earth and thing. I hear SABA went in on it before, you know, but this is going to definitely fire up the neurons to connect everything to make it fall in line.
Yeah, yes, I'm also interested in the terminology that they use as well, like the word leap, like these things, like why that word, like.
Oh man, so much to know. All right, everybody, we're about to get started. We're about to get into the next question. Get your pens, your pads out. Let me do something. Get your pens, your pads out. Everybody, there's 28 people. It's going to jump back up to about 40 because now we're getting started. We're about to get to the next question of the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. The next question, it was asked by HARAS who's on the screen. And of course, that question is you asked a question of the Tehuti Podclass, and this is the only place on the planet Earth where your question turns into this. You ask a question, and the question turns into the entire class. Are leap years and daylight saving time natural? Are leap years and daylight saving time a natural occurrence or a PSYOPS? And what did I put here? Nana just reminded me of this. What does that say there, VRI?
Where am I looking? Daylight save.
Oh, the daylight saving times end this Sunday. Because
Yeah.
did you put something on there about the daylight saving times and today? I said I don't think so. I said no, but it's for Sunday. But how coincidental, interestingly. So now, what day is it over where you are?
It's Sunday.
Yes.
So interesting. And I was.
Good.
There was a synchronicity today. I watched a YouTube video came up on my homepage, and it was like everything that happened in Doctor Who on a Sunday, and that was specifically. And I was watching it today, and it was just all these clips from Doctor Who about all these different episodes that happened on a Sunday, and that's very interesting. Very interesting.
So yes, someone told me to put that there. That's not even for something that has to do with today. Yeah, daylight saving time starts this Sunday, which for you it did. So there's a beautiful. I love these synchronicities and awesome things because over here it doesn't start Sunday, but over there it does. So we have somebody in the pod class who can say this daylight saving times. It ends this Sunday. But that's an interesting synchronicity, and it just shows something very interesting that I want to point out too is that the daylight saving times does it happen at different times for different parts of the world and even parts of America. And if it does, if it happens for different parts of the world and different parts of America, I'm not even going to get into a hint. We're going to get right into this question, everybody. Here we go. So I'm going to say, Hush Nation, peace and love to you. Jump back in the chat. Amonet, peace and love to you. Jump back in the chat. Gabriella, fix your hair up, change the hair. Peace and love. Jump back in the chat. VRI, holding it down. The other half is knocked out, and the Upesh realm, figuring out all the subliminals in the Upesh. VRI, peace and love to you, and HARAS did peace and love to you. We're about to get back into this Tehuti Podclass answer section. Here we go. Grab your pen, your pads, grab everything you need to absorb the information, keep the information, and someone is jumping on now. We're about to. Oh, he made it at the end.
I made it. I finally made it.
You're the last guy hanging onto the Titanic.
I'm hanging on for dear life.
Oh my goodness! All right, brother, how are you?
I'm doing great. Now that I
we haven't
made it.
seen you before. You're pretty new, or you've been watching since back in the day and just came to the forefront now.
No, I actually just got put on to your information. I seen it was you were on Killer Keith,
Killer Priest, yes.
Yeah, and I seen the knowledge that you were dropping on there, so I was like, I just went on a deep dive. I said, okay, where's this brother at? What is he teaching? Where his videos at? I need that. And so then I started going on looking at your videos, and I was like, dang, wait, he's alive. Okay, when is he doing alive? I need to be there.
Oh, good. You good. You came at the right time. This is beautiful. We're about to get in. And interestingly enough, you sent in a question about time. and we may get into that next week. It's all in sequence because I get so many questions in. But how interesting is you send in a question on time, and a section on the reality of time is going to be covered right now.
Oh, perfect. Hey, divine timing. I'm right on time.
Right. The daylight saving time and leap year. Have you ever investigated the origins of either? If not, you're going to learn some new stuff.
No,
Wonderful.
I have not. I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to cure my ignorance.
All right. Well, what does that hat say?
It says "Make America Great Again."
Okay, and it's green. It's not red.
I got the same packaging version.
Oh my goodness! All right. So after I answer this question, definitely jump on the panel, introduce yourself. I already showed everybody the huge support that you gave, and I think you sent something else too, with your email on it.
Yeah. What happened was, I guess I was I sent something through Cash App, but I was like, man, it won't allow me enough characters to really ask what I want to ask. So then I found your PayPal, and that allowed me to ask more. But when I typed in the question and I got the receipt, I didn't see that the question was there. So I was like, okay, wait a minute. Okay, let me just send them some more Cash App and then add the questions in the email.
Wait, you sent a Cash App and a PayPal?
I sent 2 Cash Apps and a PayPal.
I never received the PayPal. What's the PayPal name on it?
It should have been, it's probably under Terrence Cowherd Jr.
Oh, I never check that. See if that actually went through. I don't think I see that on my side.
It said you donated $11.11 to House of Atten. I think it went to House of Atten.
Oh, wrong place. Okay, so House of Atten is for the Sunday classes, and I'll get a
Got you. Yeah, I was moving too fast, man. I got excited and I just started sending it everywhere. I didn't do no research.
Okay, I'll get Patah maybe even listening right now. I'll get to Patah to send that back. So just for everybody in the future, this is the PayPal for the Tehuti Podclass and the Cash App for the Tehuti Podclass. These are the only two. House of Atten has a separate account, separate PayPal, and that's for a different type of support. So, all right, okay, I'm glad you told me that. So now I'll get Scribe to resend that here. So here we go. We're about to get into this question. Leap year, everybody, get your pen, your pads out. Here's what we're about to get into. Our leap years in daylight saving time, a natural occurrence, or a PSYOPS. Let's get into it. How do you pronounce your name? It's like Tehuti with a J?
Yeah. Tehuti and Ra Ashat.
Okay, Tehuti and Ra Ashat. All right, wonderful, Tehuti. I hope you stick around, consistent. We had a beautiful brother named Tehuti before you came on, and he just, before you came around, he just disappeared a couple weeks ago. We can't find him. People, consistency is the key around here. He disappeared, but maybe you're the new resurrection of that spirit energy. You represent the real Tehuti now.
I'm addicted to information, so yeah, you're gonna get tired of seeing me.
Okay, wonderful. So go ahead and jump back in the chat, and we're gonna about to start this class right now. I'm gonna put on the timer. Nice to meet you. Nice to have you here. And I already think you're gonna be a great energy here.
Thank you for all that you do. I greatly appreciate it. I've been looking for this for decades.
You're here. Okay, let's go. How did you real quick, did you get to catch the last the ringing in the ear class? Did you catch that?
Was that this class or was that last class?
The class I just did about 30 minutes ago, half an hour.
Okay, so what happened was I was about to get on and I was trying to log in, but then it wouldn't allow me to log in. Then I remembered like my friend had a video shoot that he invited me to, so I had to go there real quick and then figure out how do I access my Mac wouldn't allow me to access StreamYard. I was like, man, what's going on? Nobody on this chat.
I saw you typing in the beginning, but you missed the teaching. You didn't catch that one.
I missed the full teaching.
Okay, wonderful. You can
I'll look back at it.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, Tehuti, I'm going to get you to jump back in the chat, and nice to have you here. And we're going to get right into this next question.
How do I get off?
I'll put you in there. I'll do it.
Okay, got you.
All right, peace out, peace. Okay, here we go, everybody. Everybody ready? I see the numbers jumping back up because people realize we're about to go through that portal. Here we go. Timer's about to go on. If everybody can hear me right now, press A9. I'm going to come off the screen, do a sound check. Press A9 if you can hear me. I'm going to come off the screen for a moment. Press 9. Okay, I'm back on the screen. Let me check the 9s. We got a 9 from Yvette, a 9 from Robert Williams, 9 from Hush Nation, 9 from Angela, 9 from Minty, 9 from Amunette. Oh, they put you back on. They put you back in the remove. Okay, remove. 9 from Minty. Okay, we got Hotep Marie, Nefra Amunet. Okay, good. We got 9s from everybody. Harass for the 9. Everybody ready? Let's get into it. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of Attend. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from. If immortality exists, what is the original religion? Original language is the spirituality. Who are the Nitiru? What about my physical health and purity? What about mental health and mental detoxification? Out-of-body experiences, do they have any ancient sources, or is it just from New Age information? What about telepathy? What about government PSYOPs? Are the government watching us? Are they tracking us? What are the PSYOPs? Are a lot of these things that happen on the news, are they actually real? What's actually happening out there in the world? Telepathy, is it true? What about quantum entangled consciousness? Now, unfortunately, that you have left, fortunately, that you have left Christianity, Islam, Hebrew, etc., thinking that you have escaped the matrix, which is true. Those first steps have escaped the matrix. So now you go to the common, quote-unquote, conscious platforms. Little do you know you've stepped into another matrix. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden in disguise and has infiltrated in the form of the New Age conscious, black conscious, whatever the new names are, atheists who have disguised themselves as conscious teachers, Kemetic teachers, esoteric, Kemetic science, metaphysical teachers, all of these different names. In the agenda of the matrix is just focus on what's called knowledge. Only the knowledge, but not the spiritual discipline of the ancients with indigenous references. Most, if not all, their lectures, showings, and panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but they just wear ancient symbols for fashion, egotistical self-gratification. They do not live by any written actual culture. Thus, they can only teach from memes or do what's called counter-teach. Counter-teaching is to just go against what someone else teaches. They only do debate, debunk, expose, or challenge videos to others' spiritual beliefs. The subject matters are limited to the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are black, the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen. The Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, and the Hebrews are, and the Christians are wrong. The Egyptians are black. They claim to have pride that the Egyptians or the ancient people of the Nile Valley are black. They like their physical appearance, but they will not follow the consciousness. They will not follow the teachings. So as they wear the symbols and scream out black power, we're proud of what they look like. Ask them, do you respect the minds of the people? Do you follow the disciplines of the culture? Was Ramesses going around screaming, the Egyptians are black, but then he wasn't following anything? It's easy to scream out what the race of somebody is. You can be Chinese and scream out, Bruce Lee was Chinese, Bruce Lee was Chinese. Okay, do you study martial arts? Are you interested in any type of discipline of Tai Chi? No, I don't care about none of that. Forget about that. I just know Bruce Lee was Chinese. Bruce Lee is Chinese and I'm Chinese. So you think you can share in what he does because you look like him? No. continue the practices, but that takes discipline, of which they don't do because they're only into the egotistical aspects. So their concepts of talking are all about, let me tell you what's wrong with such and such a group. The pyramids in America are older than ones in Egypt. We are the American Indians. Not everything is a battle. Not African. Counter teaching is when your popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual one culture that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, because he or she does not truly have confidence that any African or Ma'at or Kemetic culture can stand on its own and hold the people's attention. They need the contention, the shock value for views. They themselves are not disciplined and stand on anything. You will note that most of their statements start with what's called negative foundational speech, such as, what most people don't know, let me tell you why you're wrong, what you fail to recognize, what you fail to realize, fighting everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place when the fight is done. They just leave you beaten up. They beat you up as a Christian, beat you up as a Hebrew, and then leave you there, and they don't say what to follow in its place. What was the originals following before Christianity was invented? What do you adhere to on a daily discipline that you and your family actually practice? They practice nothing. When the computer shuts down, what do they adhere to? When the debate, the fight is over, nothing. Those conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide the fact that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions. Then you're laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is individualism, which is really just to disunite under the guise of knowledge. But no structured unity system, as all the ancients did, because they have no movement, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, as all the ancient ancestors lived. They have no accountability to any one culture, thus they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture to justify whatever their emotions are for that day or whatever their actions are. No accountable obligation or accountability to anyone telling them when or why they are wrong, or if they've slipped up on the cultural way. No elders in their movements, nothing. There is no movement. It's individuals arguing and debating over who can be the best individual. Thus, they are about loneism. If they are about loneism or individualism, then they're in a state of what's called solipsism, meaning that no matter what they do, they are always right because they are only creating the reality around them. They don't have anybody else to adhere to. They can never be checked, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Isfet evil, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's slave language and in no ancient culture. No Aztecs have the word introvert. It's not in the Medu Neter. It's not in the Sugagi cuneiform language. It's not in the ancient Zulu. There's no ancient Zulu word for introvert because we always moved as a mental unified group. There were no introverts. There were no individualism, guy hiding behind a tree saying, I got the knowledge. We moved as a conscious group. No individuals hiding behind a computer screen teaching, I follow no man. Don't follow anyone. Don't join any organization. Don't join any movement. Follow no one way. While they simultaneously are teaching you to get back to your roots and cultures, that every time you go to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of them was a unified force, structured, and had accountability to a specific way of life discipline. Disunity is the New Age conscious communities teacher's goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists who are outsiders just collecting knowledge, like Miriam Lithium, a lot of knowledge. Faulkner, a lot of knowledge. E. Shwala de Lubitz, a lot of knowledge. Budge, a lot of knowledge. Peachtree, a lot of knowledge. John Anthony West, a lot of knowledge. Great Egyptologists, but they don't follow any particular way of life. They're just studiers. And now they have you as a person that wants to be Kemetic, imitating the frequency and the consciousness of the Europeans that just studied from the outside. They have no unified follower, not like the unified followers of Ma'at, the ones that actually created, in which they study the structure, discipline, and ranking. Thus, their videos, lectures, are mainly complaining, or what is wrong videos. What is wrong with this? What is wrong with that? They always tell you what is wrong, but there's no solution. Here are some wise words that the House of Atten echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside the dirty glass for the people to drink. And thus the people will have testimonies of how you cleaned them up and gave them a better glass of water. If not, then you're just an individualist complainer and not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the masses who are in need, who took your water. Your water is actually dirty as well. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, the House of Atten, the Tehuti Podclass, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type answer, customized and taught live. And with each answer, get subconscious matrix broken for you. Is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And the question that we went over live on the panel, coming in from HARAS is, what is leap year and daylight saving time? Is it natural or is it part of a PSYOPS? A wonderful question, and the subject matter that every single person watching can relate to. We all have experienced these two things, the leap year and daylight savings time. But why do they happen? Are these things that have always been practiced in history? How to keep time in order for thousands and thousands of years by the ancients? Or are these a cause of mental confusion? Before we get into leap year, I would like to emphasize that most people take it for granted of why you even have a year of 365 days in the first place with 12 months, completing a cycle. Have you ever wondered that? Why do you even have a year? Why do we even have a calendar that divides days into 365? And why are there even aspects of time that we call months? Without this calendar, your life today, regardless of your religion, would be in total shambles. So in order for there to even be a leap year, first there must have been a year established, divided into time sections in the first place. So who should be accredited for this wisdom? Typo there. Who should be accredited for this wisdom? Who should have the credit who should receive the credit every day and get the praise and honor for your day even being able to be structured and organized and coordinated in the first place? Who should take the credit of this genius? So without this in your life, I want everybody watching the podcast, all the students, new and old, viewers, young and new, without this calendar in your life, how would your life structure be? What would your life be without this? Somebody tell me a day that you don't use this. Is there a day in your life you don't use this? Is there a day in your life that you don't work or have time off work based on a calendar? The time you have to go to school, your doctor's appointments, whatever you do in your life, when in your life is scheduled and organized and structured without the calendar. Without this in your life, you would have no paycheck. You'd have no days of work, no time off, no times of work. You'd have no school system, because you'd have no days of the week where you had to be in school, where there's a time where you were let out. You'd have no birthday. You'd have no holiday. I want everybody in the podcast to imagine, how would your life be without a calendar? You'd go insane. You'd go completely insane. You wouldn't be able to make a doctor's appointment. There would be no tomorrow. There'd be no 3 days from now. You'd have to look at the sun and just hope that you go 3 days. If somebody told doctor, said, have your child here, be here for your grandmother's surgery, life or death surgery, at 4 p.m. on Wednesday. There'd be no 4 p.m. on Wednesday. You'd have no way to coordinate. So who created this ingenious system that everyone on the planet needs in order to have a smooth life. Who gets accredited for that? Because in school, no one gets the credit. We give the credit to the person who discovered electricity. We give the credit to the person that made peanut butter. We get whoever invented the wheel. All the inventions we give credit to. But what about the invention of the system of structure of your entire family's life? That doesn't seem to... Nobody invented that? That just came with the seagulls? No. Let's find out, everybody. Here we go. So before we even get into a leap here, let's find out who to give praise to the genius for why we even have a structured year in the first place. How do you even keep a year without a calendar? Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? So without this, your life would be in shambles. You would never be early, late, or on time for anything. Now, I want you to imagine a world without this. Your life without this, how many things would be missing from your everyday existence without a calendar? Then, you will ask, what is the history of such a monumental, unreplaceable, imperative tool? What type of consciousness brought this existence into world existence? And the answer is, let's see who you have to live by, whether you're a Christian, Muslim, or Jew. The answer is, bingo. Here's who brought the calendar into existence of 365 days. Why you use this and say the ancient Kemetic people are pagans and Jesus is the truth, go ahead and use Jesus' calendar. Here it is. The followers of Ma'at invented the oldest known calendars. They brought the concept of this to the planet Earth of the 365-day calendar. Here is one of them. There's many of them. We're just going to go back to 2150 BC. This is in the Romer und Palazeus Museum, Hamilton. Here's why you have the calendar. Here's why you can organize your day as you praise Jesus. You praise Jesus and organize your day based on the Ma'at calendar. Here it is, everybody. Boom. There is the reason you have a calendar today with the year of 365 days. So before your Christian and Muslim or Hebrew family members or friends argue with you about your interest in study of the Nitiru and Ma'at, let them first give praise to the reason of why they have a calendar and give honor to our ancestors, that they can start the argument after that. And when they can start the argument after that, first give praise to the Nitiru ancestors for the reason why you can even get to work tomorrow, then argue with us why Kemet is paganism, and then give praise to the Nitiru why you even have a calendar, then start the argument. Now I say today's calendar, I mean specifically, not just the 365-day year, but also the reason why you have one with 12 months in it. You see, because you can have a 365-day calendar and not have 12 months. Why does the one that you use today have 365 days and 12 months? You could divide the year up into 10 months. You could divide the year up into as many number of months as you want. Why is there 12 months? The one that you hold in your hand today was only invented in 1582 AD from the Inter Gravis Immis. The Inter Gravis Immis from Pope Gregory the 18th. So the calendar you hold today is only from 1582. It's the Inter Gravis Immis. It's from Pope Gregory. Here it is right here. This is a revision of something. So here is the Inter Gravis Immis, Pope Gregory. Which reformed the Julian calendar that came into existence January 1st, 45 AD. So you have 1582 AD. Whoops, sorry. 1582 AD and January 1st, 45 AD. And here it is right here. So here's the Julian calendar. And then it was reformed into the Gregorian reform in 1582 AD. The Inter Gravis Immis. So here we go. So in other words, The calendar that you depend on to organize your life today is only 442 years old and derives from Greeks and Romans. What did the Greeks and Romans say themselves that they got their idea from of why there's 365 days and why specifically why is there 12 months? Let me take you to Herodotus, the Histories, Book 2, page 195. Have you ever noticed that the months of the years and days and weeks are named after gods? Let's go back to 484 BC, which is around 500 years before the Greeks and Romans had any idea of a proper year that you use to legitimize. Let's go to the words of the Greek historians themselves. Hey Herodotus, what do you got to say? What do you have to say to us? Talk to us, Herodotus. I want to hear what you have to say. Because they say Tehuti's making it up. Talk to us, Herodotus. Here we go. Let's shrink this down. Boom. Ready? So, matters whatever I may record. Whatever I may record, I shall record only because I am compelled by the course of the story. But as to those matters which concern men, the priests agreed with one another in saying that the Egyptians were the first of all men on earth to find out the course of the year. I want you to I want that to sink in. The followers of Ma'at were the first to figure out the course of a year. So what calendar and structure did the Greeks have prior to that? Nothing. Why? Because the calendar I showed you is 2150 BC, and Greeks couldn't even speak or have any proof that they could hold dialogue or any written literature until 1000 BC. So the reason why there is a calendar today, and yours is Greek and Roman, is because the Greeks and Romans say that the ancient people of the Nile Valley came up with the concept of there to even be a structured year logged. And they took from there. What do you mean they took from there, Tehuti? No, it was a shared culture. They just borrowed it like a library card. They borrowed it in books. Here we go. They were the first. It was agreed with one another in saying that the Kemetines, or the Nile Valley people, Smawitawi, were the first of all men on earth to find out the course of a year, having divided the course of the seasons into 12 parts to make up the whole. So the reason why you have 12 months in your day, in your year, to structure your life that you can't live without, give genuine praise to the consciousness of Ma'at. Not to Jesus, not to Moses, not to Muhammad, not to anyone else. So before you start an argument about the Kemetic people or pagans, first give praise and honor that you cannot live without them. That's step one. So if you want to give up everything Kemetic, if the Kemetic people were pagans, give up your calendar. So it says they were the first. It was agreed upon the Egyptians were the first of all men to find out the course of a year, having divided the course of seasons into 12 parts to make up the whole. And this day, they said they found out from the stars. And this, they say they found out from the stars. They reckon more wisely than the Greeks, the Hellenese. As it seems to me, this is a Greek man talking. I guess he's Afrocentric or pro-black. There's a Greek man talking. He said they reckon more wisely than the Greeks, the Hellenese. As it seemed to me, in so much as the Hellenese throw in an intercalculated month every year. Uh-oh. Something is thrown in every year to make up for something, to make the seasons right. Whereas the Egyptians reckon the 12 months as 30 days each, bringing also every year 5 days beyond the number, and thus the circle of their seasons is completed and comes around to the same point at which it set out. So here is the answer as to whether they did the leap year. They set out a time system that was based on agriculture and farming, and by creating the extra 5 days, or adding in the extra days beyond the number, the cycle would complete itself back to the beginning of when the Nile would flood, of which it would start all over again. So if you were to actually look at the Kemetic year, there was multiple years taking place at once, different years, because there was years that started when nature told you it started, with the flooding of the Nile. Then it would just begin all over again. Then inside of that, there were years of the Pharaoh's rule. Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. Year 40 was the 40th year of Ramesses. When the next Pharaoh would come in, it would start at year 1 again. While the actual year of the cycle was based on the beginning of the flood of the Nile, starting over again. And by adding in the extra days, it kept everything even. So that they didn't need what today is called a leap year. So right off the bat, we see that the ancient Kemetic people that are the ones that actually invented the calendar, no, they never had a leap year. They never needed one. So that answers the question as far as to did the ancient people have a leap year? No, never heard of it, never needed it. Let's continue. And they're the creators of the calendar in the first place. Boom. What about modern day research data banks? Let me take you to Thought.co, Humanities, History, and Culture. Ancient Egypt, birthplace of what? Birthplace of the modern calendar. Boom. And there's the astrological cosmos calendar. Why? Because remember what Herodotus said? What did they study first? He said, and this they found out from the stars. So they had an astrological calendar of star keeping also. Not just the earth calendar of the seasons, but also the astrological calendar of Tinnitus. And this particular one is 1479 BC. The stars were tracked also. So there was the earth calendar, there were star calendars. So before you attempt to set up any religious debates, whether you're a Christian, Hebrew, Muslim, atheist, I would like for you to begin the debate by saying all praises due and Henu to the spiritual consciousness of the followers of Ma'at, the students of Tehuti, for creating this calendar that we use, for by which without it, we would not be able to set up any date for this debate or set up any schedule for our children to go to the doctor's appointments. That affirmation has to be set up first before any religious person talks to you. Now let us continue. So there's the origin of the calendar. Now, as far as how the year was originally set up, there was no leap year needed, because as far as the year keeping, it was based on agriculture imbuement with a microcosm of immortality, which I will teach on a little later. I may, depending on if another question's asked. But the actual calendar was based on the agriculture with the imbued based on agriculture with the imbued microcosm of immortality, which I will teach on later into the class, possibly, or maybe another class. We'll see how this class goes. To expound upon the genius of the netter, the year was structured down into 10 days a week, 3 weeks equivalent month, 3 seasons of 120. Now 120 is very significant. 3 periods of what's called Hent, which we will get into later on in the class, maybe. We'll see how this class goes. What questions are asked. We'll see how the time goes. All right. 120 times 3 was 1 year, which was 360 days to represent a perfect circle, which is a complete Keparah, the typo there. Keparah cycle, which represented a year. So originally, 360, because a circle as 360 degrees. So when it was calculated, at first it was based on a circle. Then, with all of this, there was an apparent need to change it from 360 to 365 days. And then in recent time, with all of this, was there an apparent need to change this from 360 to 365 days? And then in recent times, create a leap year. And when did that come into place? It appears some type of correction was attempted to be made to account for the amount of days in a year. I shall elaborate on this now. So here, the rotational revolution of the Earth around the Sun is technically around 365.25 days. They had realized when using the Julian calendar that they should compensate for it because there's an additional 0.24 days by adding an extra day every 4 years after a period of 366 days. But there was still a slight imperfection, and this is where the Integravissimus came in by the Gregorian Pope some 1500 years later. So here's where this came in, because actually 365.25.24 is actually points to it. So they came up with this one to actually correct the Julian one. So this new year accommodation calendar, in the attempt to rectify the exact time, it made up leap years that were divisible by 100, that were not leap years unless they were also divisible by 400. This is for their purposes, which were not the same purposes of the ancients, which was the farming. So they added this to correct the problem, and thus became the birth of what today is called a leap year, which corrected the problem of the 0.25 days, because technically it's actually 0.2422 extra. So sometimes 0.25, but it's 0.25 is technically 0.2422 extra on top of the 365. So they had to add this to the Julian calendar and make the correction. This became the Gregorian calendar. And let me ask the class, what is the shortest month in the year and how many days are in that month? Here's the calendar here. What's the shortest month in the year and how many days are in that month? Go ahead and just type it in the room. What is the shortest month of the year? And I actually have the calendar here in front of you so you can cheat. You should probably know. Some people actually don't know this, but so I put the calendar there. What is the shortest day? What is the shortest month of the year and how many days are in that month? I'm going to show you the whole calendar. Most people already know this by now. What is the shortest month of the year and how many days are in that month? I'm going to come to the chat and let you answer. Type the answer in. Some people don't know this actually. It's very interesting. Some people don't. Maybe they don't think of the days. Okay, so, yep, February. Yep. How many days are in there? 28. Okay. February 28. We got different answers. Well, I mean, not different answers, different people. 28. Okay, February. I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the screen. Okay, boom. You all got it. There it is. So February, 28 days. And boom. Okay. February, 28 days. Did you notice last year? What do you mean, Tehuti? Did you notice last year? Uh-oh. February, 28 days. Boom. Sometimes on this 2024 calendar, I see 29 here. On this calendar over here, I see 28. And everybody says February, 28 days. But this says February, 29 days. Let me shrink it down. Here we go. So boom, February, 29 days. Most didn't even notice this. Most people didn't even notice this. They added an extra day, sometimes called a leap day. So not only is there a leap year, there's a leap day accumulated to make up for the 0.2422 days at the end of the 365 days, which will give you a small accumulation of 6 hours extra over a period of time. Thus, the modern correction, which is what we call today leap year, is pretty simple and straightforward. But now here is where it gets more complicated and the PSYOPs becomes to set in place. Let's move on to daylight savings time. So pretty much the leap year is justifiable for the calendar that you go by, which is the Roman and then the Gregorian calendar, because they want an exact amount of days that equal the mathematical year, as opposed to the ancient people of Ma'at added in the extra days to match with the seasons, because it was an agricultural society. We know that Greece and Rome were not an agricultural society. Every culture used agriculture, but they were not an agricultural society. Today, the leap year matches just fine, because most people in here are not agricultural people. You're not creating your calendar based on seasons that will also determine the microcosm of your spiritual practices that you do on earth. So therefore, an exact day system is more reasonable to you. So it seems utterly justifiable if you're using the Gregorian calendar, which seems to work fine for everybody here, at least in America, to schedule. Because what do you use the calendar for? You're not using it for farming. You're not using it for religious purposes to match with the seasons. You're using it to get to work, get to school, get to your appointments, get to the doctors. You're going on a date with a beautiful woman, going on a date with a handsome, strong man, going to meet your friends here. You have a soccer game. When it comes to things that the average person uses the calendar for, the leap year matches just fine for that. Okay? And now the PSYOPs begins, because remember they have a leap day. The PSYOPs begins as we go into daylight savings time. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Now things are going to begin to change. Here we go. So most people didn't even notice this, that they added an extra day, sometimes called a leap day, accumulated to make up for the 0.2422 days at the end of the 365 days, which will give you a small accumulation of 6 hours extra over time. Thus, the modern correction, which is what we call today a leap year, is pretty simple and straightforward. But now here's where it gets more complicated, and the PSYOPs become set in place. Let's move on to daylight savings time. Let's see if that's done for the same reason of the accommodation correction. Are you actually ready to find out if daylight savings time is as mathematically justifiable, or whether it was done to help farmers, as they say? Was it mathematically justifiable, done to help farmers to add on to the calendar as the leap year was? Or if it is just an illusion, PSYOPs? What if I were to tell you daylight savings time is openly connected to warfare, of which you are a part of right now? Of which you are a part of right now. But for all of that, of course, you know what it's time to get into it, everybody. What is the time to get into it, everybody, but to step it up a notch? What if I were to tell you the daylight savings time is actually based on warfare, of which the war you're in right now. Are you ready, everybody? What time is it to get into? What should we get into right now to step it up to that? What is it, everybody? Let me go to the comments section. Ready, everybody? Nook said, fire, fire, fire. It's time to get into. Aminette says, Tehuti Overdrive. Nook says, OD, Overdrive. It's time. What is it time for, Hush Nation? It's time for what? What is it time for? Get the Narcons out. We're about to OD. What is it time for, everybody? That's right, Angela Gates. Tehuti Overdrive. Let's get into it, everybody. Ready? Let's go. Tehuti Overdrive. Is everybody ready? Are you ready, everybody? Let's see if daylight saving time is justifiable. What if I were to tell you it is just an illusion, Psyops? What if I were to tell you daylight savings time is openly connected to warfare, of which you are in right now? Of course, it's time for that. Of course, it's time to get into for all of that. It's time to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Uh-oh. The Earth is flat. That's okay. Tehuti Overdrive is round. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom, boom, boom. Ready? Let's do it. Leap year, justifiable. What about daylight savings time? Uh-oh. Ready, everybody? What if I were to tell you that the very first concept of daylight saving time mentioned in actuality came from a joke about candles? What if I told you that the very first concept mentioned in history of daylight saving time came from a joke about candles, paradoxically said by the person who is associated with the creation of the reason why we don't use candles for light. And now we can plug in clocks to tell time. Prior to this joke, there was no mention or use or reason for any daylight savings time in all of Earth's history. Yes, who in modern day history is attributed with the discovery of the positive and electrical charge? And see, if you have the positive electrical charge and you have electricity, now you can plug in lights, right? We only use candles by choice. But candles at one time is what existed in North America as light sources, candles and lamps. So to create daylight or to create a light environment in your household or to see, you couldn't switch on. There was no street lights because there was no electricity. Candles and torches and lamps were used. But what if the person accredited for creating the electricity or discovering the positive and electrical charge, which actually diminished the use of candles, but through electricity now you can turn on lights, you eventually have a flashlight, you have all these electrical sources, you don't even need the candles anymore. And what if that same person created a joke satire based on saving candle wax for your light, and that joke developed the concept of daylight saving time. Ready, everybody? Nook, you ready? Haras is like, wow. That's right, Harass the Matrix 4. Ready, everybody? Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Put on your seatbelts. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Share. Let's go. And who was it? Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin. A satire about saving candles. And more light was meant as a joke. This was found in the Journal de Paris, 1784. And of course, Tehuti has it. Here it is. The Journal de Paris, 1784. This was a satire joke about saving candles that you could use to light and create light with, which is also found in the Ingenious of Dr. Franklin, Selected Scientific Letters, edited by Nathan G. Goodman, University of Pennsylvania Press, 1931, specifically found on pages 17 to 22. Here's our daylight saving time. Ready, everybody? Here's the old book that is found in the Ingenious Dr. Franklin, Selected Scientific Letters of Benjamin Franklin, edited by Nathan G. Goodman. In Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania Press. What's in there, Tehuti? You wrote that, Tehuti. You made it up. Here we go. Ready? Boom. Benjamin Franklin. Essay on daylight saving time. Daylight saving. Paris. Letter to the editor of the Journal of Paris, 1784. To the authors of the Journal of Paris, Benjamin Franklin. I looked at my watch, which goes very well. I found that it was but 6 o'clock, and still thinking something extraordinary that the sun should rise so early. I looked into the almanac, where I found it to be the hour given for this rising on the day I look forward to, and found it was to rise still earlier every day till towards the end of June, and that at no time in the year he retarded to his rising so long as till 8 o'clock. Your readers, who with me have never seen any signs of sunshine before noon, seldom regard the astronomical part of this almanac, will be as much astonished as I was when they hear of his rising so early, and especially when I assure them that he gives light as soon as he rises. I am convinced of this. I am certain of my fact. One cannot be more certain of any fact I saw with my own eyes, and having repeated this observation the 3 following mornings, I found always precisely at the same result. I took for my basis of my calculation the supposition that there are 100,000 families in Paris, and these families consume in the night half a pound of bogies or candles per hour. I think this is a moderate allowance, taking one family with another, for though I believe some consume less, I know that many consume a great deal more, than estimating 7 hours per day as the medium quantity between the time of the sun's rising and ours, he rising during the 6 following months, from 6 to 8 hours before noon, and there being 7 hours, of course, per night, in which we burn candles. The account will stand thus. Continue. And then this calculation, remember this is a satire. It calculates
each hour of the night, which births 7 candles. 7 candles. Multiplication gives the total of amount of hours. He gives these the amount of inhabitants 128 million 100,000 hours spent at Paris by lighting candles. And it continues with this parody. Let me go on. Let me move forward. Okay, let me scroll down. An immense sum that the city of Paris might save every year by the economy by using sunshine instead of candles. If it should be said that people are apt to the obscenity attached to the odd customs, and that it will be difficult to induce them to rise before noon. Consequently, my discovery can be of little use. I answer, nil, desperandum. I believe all who have common sense, as soon as they have learned from this paper that it is daylight when the sun rises, will contrive to rise with him, and to compel the rest would propose the following regulations. First, let's tax be the land, and then it continues. Tax be the land per window. Every window it is provided with shutters to keep out the light of the sun. This concept of daylight saving time was actually not based on setting time backwards, but it was based on changing your standards, lifestyle, and the use of candles to actually save daylight. But it was actually a parody. This is the first time any concept of saving daylight was mentioned anywhere in history. As you can see, this started off as a satire letter in 1784, not a correction of anything, actually serious. Thus, before this date, no one on the entire planet's history found it necessary to incorporate daylight saving or saving any time of the day as an actual factual reality. So what was the cause of its true installment when the Matrix decided to enforce the PSYOPS, which had nothing to do with any actual calendar? So the idea started off as this satire, but when did the Matrix come and enforce saving time based on changing the actual clock and made it a reality? In Benjamin Franklin's time, this wasn't a reality, it was just a comedy of utilizing candles to save daylight. But when did it actually become a reality based on changing time? And here is where the history as you know it twists. Well, let me ask the class, you're familiar with the term daylight saving time, right? Everybody uses the term daylight saving time. Does anybody know what the original old term for daylight saving time was? There was another term for it. Haras said, this is satire. Shaking my head, I was like, why is he worried about candle consumption? Right. He's not worried about candle consumption. It's just complete comedy paper. That's how they used to, that's what they wrote back in the day. But daylight saving time, notice everybody calls it the same thing. Does anybody know the original term or one of the old terms for daylight saving time? Was it always just called daylight savings time? Does anybody know what the other term was for daylight savings time? When I reveal the other term for daylight saving time, then the true origin will start to reveal itself. Anybody know? Because they only told you it was called daylight savings time. You ready, everybody? That's right. Everybody calls it that. Nobody calls it anything else. I did not know it was called anything but. I did not know there was another term. Of course, most people don't know because Angela Gay says, I don't know. Absolutely. Most people don't know because you have never met anybody who's called it anything else. Have you ever called daylight savings time anything else? Because the old original name, or nickname for it, was buried in history. And the new conservative name is used because the old name revealed that the origination of it had nothing to do with the calendar. Ready, everybody? Mark this date, March 29th, 2025. Support the Tehuti Podclass. If you're enjoying this so far, you can wait till the end, or you can support right now.
Cash App, TTM Movement, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm going to put it there, moving at the bottom. When this blows your mind, you're going to say, oh, what in the world? Why was I never taught this in school? Of course you weren't taught this in school, because then you'd know that your daylight savings time has absolutely nothing to do with the correction of any calendar. Ready, everybody? Mark this day, March 29th, 2025, as the first day all of you are about to hear one of the original names, or the other name for daylight saving time. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Once upon a time, not long. People live life slow. Ready, everybody? Well, let me ask the class, are you familiar? Let me ask the class, you're familiar with the term daylight saving time? Guess what its original name or other name was? Uh-oh. Ready? And this name will reveal the origins, which have nothing to do. And this name will reveal the origins, which have nothing to do with the Earth's movement around the sun. And this name will reveal the origins, which have nothing to do with the Earth's movement around the sun or any factual calendar, but actually violence. Guess where I have to take you to show you the origin of daylight savings time? What if I told you I have to take you to the Department of Defense military section? But they did it to help the farmers. The leap near the daylight farmers came. That's what they teach you on the surface. They did it to help the farmers, right? I think Angela Gates typed that, right? Angela Gates, let me go back up and scroll up, right? Because that is the common teaching. That they did it to help the farmers. It's somewhere in here. It's somewhere in there. I don't know where it is. But she typed that. That's what they teach. So why? To take you to the origin, says Tehuti, have to take you to the Department of Defense. I didn't know the Department of Defense did farming. Here it is, everybody ready? Why the Department of Defense, everybody? Let's find out. Boom, ready? Everybody see the screen? There we go. March 29th, 2025. Let's go to the Department of Defense, which of course is a military section of the government. This is the section of the government that protects the government. This is the Department of Defense security section. I have to take you to the Department of Defense to get you to the origin. Here we are, an official website of the United States government, U.S. Department of Defense. Why are you here, Tehuti? Daylight saving time was once known as wartime. Bing bong. Bing bong. What? The farmers were going to war? Daylight saving time was once known as wartime. Ready, everybody? Boom, boom, boom. Here we go, everybody. Let me get back to the screen. Ready? So they tell you, that's right, that's what they told you, Angela, right? Whenever they teach the people, why did they use daylight saving time? What was the purpose of it? Why did they invent it? It was invented to help the farmers. And then ask the person that told you that, then why are we in the Department of Defense? Because the farmers had AK-47s and tanks. Nope. Daylight saving time was once known as wartime, everybody. Wartime. Nothing to do with the farmer in sight. No farmer in sight? Wartime. Why was it called wartime? Boom, wartime. And let me show you the original, or the original promotional advertisement for what is known as daylight saving time. It better have some farmers on it. It better have some farmers on it. Let's see. I better see some cows and herding of sheep. Here's the original advertisement of daylight savings time. Here it is. Well, I'm already seeing red, white, and blue. Where's the farm? Uncle Sam. What's happening? I want to see a farmer. What happened to the farmers? Oh, daylight saving time. What is this? This is the original promotional advertisement of daylight savings time. Set the clock ahead 1 hour and win the war, huh? Mobilize an extra hour of daylight and help win the war. What is happening here, everybody? Where do the farmers go? I don't want to go to war. I want to milk cows. I want to plant oranges. Nope. Saving daylight. Set the clock ahead 1 hour and win the war. Mobilize an extra hour of daylight and help win the war. Daylight saving time was called wartime. Not a thing to do with planting a seed or herding crop. Nope. This was introduced when? This was introduced in 1916. In 1916, Germany first. But then America adapted it in 1918, around the ending of World War I. So during the World War I, it helped conserve fuel, to promote national security and defense, to make better use of the daylight hours for warfare. Welcome to the Matrix. They didn't teach us this in school. I thought it was the farmer. Nope. Set your clock ahead 1 hour and win the war. Mobilize an extra hour of daylight and help win the war. It was about warfare. I thought they were correcting a calendar to help us. We need the right calendar. Yes, they play with the concept of time for their agenda. And notice after their, and here's where the Matrix gets implanted. So yes, they play with the concept of time for their agendas. And notice after their agendas are complete, they still leave you with the confusion. Don't you see, everybody, that World War I was finished in 1918? The same year they implemented daylight savings time. And the reason for it was the war. It's 2025. That is 107 years ago. Why are you still using it? What happened? What happened? It was instituted for the war. But what the Matrix does is they set the original agenda, consciousness, put it in place, and after the agenda is done, they keep it going. That war was 107 years ago. Set your clocks back and help us win the war. Okay, I did that for you, Uncle Sam. I did it 107 years ago. Why is the clock still going back in the UK? Why? I'm 120 years old. I can't. Why? I thought the war was so. Hold on. Why is the war still going? I thought that it was for the farmers. And yet here it is still going on after the war. The war is over 107 years ago. The promotional advertisement was for the war, and the war ended, and they never changed it back. Huh? That was 107 years ago. Why are you still using it today? We're not in World War I, and we don't farm. This is the continuation. It continues the frequency of its consciousness, conception, as they watch you continue to practice this ritual of which they know the origin of, and you are the sheeple whose consciousness, obedient energy they feed off of for their magic, which is to slowly destroy your physical health, which lowers your critical thinking, which makes it easier to control you, because internally you are going through metabolic and eventual behavioral changes that they know control you. And now that they're controlling you, because you never asked, hold on, January, wait a minute, what's happening with time? I thought January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. Wait a minute, October, the 10th month. You told me Octodon had 8, Octomom had 8 children. I thought the Octodon, wait a minute. Octo means 8, but yet you made it, you turned it into the 10th month. I thought Septembium or Septemum or Septa was, Septa was the word 7. January, February, March, April, May, June, July. Wait, the 7th month is July. Why didn't you fix it? Because after they created the ISFET confusion, after a while your critical thinking turns into mush. Because now it doesn't matter if the error is there. You still teach your children that that time is correct. I thought the first period of time should be called the first. Wait a minute. I want to count 1. Wait, after 1 is the second. Why does time start on the second? Because they make the so-called error and then they keep it like that. Now you're still calling the first period of time on your watch the second, and you're still calling January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, the 8th month, August, and the August, May, June, July, August, September, and September is the 7th month, and it's not the 7th month. What's the month before January? It can't be December. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December is what month? Because January starts month 1. So December is the 12th month. But the word decimal means 10. And they will never change it back. So they teach the children decimal is 10, but December is the 12th. September is the 7th, but October is really August. Daylight savings time was for warfare 107 years ago, and we're still using it now, and the war is over, because it's the frequency that they make you carry on, because that's the ritual. The ritual is to continue. Here we go, everybody. Tehuti Podclass, here we go. So, to continue the frequency of its consciousness conception, as they watch you continue to practice this ritual of which they know the origin of, and you are the sheep whose conscious, obedient energy they feed off of for their magic, which is to slowly destroy your physical health, which lowers your critical thinking. You stop questioning things, which makes it easier to control you, because internally you're going through metabolic and behavioral changes that they know control you due to your fight back being nullified. As you continue to not question the control around you, your fight back is nullified. And the physical desensitization is nullified. Daylight saving time leaving you mentally and behavioral dysfunctions. What do you mean, dude? Daylight saving time leads us to mental and behavioral dysfunctions? What are you talking about, Tehuti? You must be making it up. Let me take you to Southwest Medical Center, to the chair of the Department of Neuroscience at the Southwestern, and investigator Joseph Takahashi, PhD. Tehuti, what are you talking about? They're continuing daylight saving time to alter your metabolic system and change your behavioral structure, and it causes behavioral dysfunctions. What do you mean, Tehuti? Huh? I mean, what does Dr. Takahashi mean? Here we go. Boom. Why daylight saving? Hold on. Why daylight saving time may be bad for your brain and health. That's one of Tehuti's friends. By Joseph S. Takahashi, PhD, chair of the Department of Neuroscience at UT Southwestern and investigator in the Peter O'Donnell Jr. Brain Institute. The credentials get any higher? Let's see what Takahashi has to say. The spring ritual. What's the third word to use? Tehuti made it up. As soon as the article, why daylight saving time may be bad for your brain and health, and as soon as he starts off, it starts off with the spring ritual. Tell us about this ritual. Takashi, tell us about this ritual and why this has an effect on your brain, because Tehuti says, I don't believe Tehuti. Tehuti says that daylight saving time alters and mutates your metabolic system and causes mutation of your behavioral structure. It causes changes in your behavior. It causes mental dysfunction. That's what Tehuti says. What do you say, chair of the Department of Neuroscience, investigator at the Brain Institute? What does the investigator of the Brain Institute say? Because we know Tehuti made it all up. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Why do they keep telling Tehuti this? You're wrecking our party. Here we go. We're back to it. Here we go. The spring ritual of advancing the clocks an hour to shift into daylight saving time never fails to generate debate. Some people embrace the extra light in the evening, while others bemoan the lost hour of sleep. Similarly, putting the clocks back an hour in November to fall back earns mixed reviews. But this twice-a-year reset isn't so easy for our internal clocks, also known as your circadian rhythms. In fact, desynchronization of our body's clocks have been linked to increased health risks, such as depression, obesity, heart attack, cancer, shall I read it again? The setting of the clocks back twice a year, the clocks going back, isn't easy on our internal clocks, also known as our circadian rhythm. In fact, desynchronization of our body's clocks has been linked to increased health risks, such as depression, obesity, heart attack, cancer, and even car accidents. In 1997, my laboratory discovered the clock gene, the first circadian gene in mammals. My colleagues and I determined that mutated clock genes can cause delays in the circadian function, which in turn leads to what? Did Tehuti say? Dysfunctions in metabolic and behavior and cognitive abilities. Dysfunction, let me take it off screen share. What was that Tehuti made up? What did you make up? That the result of the daylight saving time affects the internal clock, which results in depression, obesity, heart attacks, cancer, and even car accidents. And these dysfunctions cause dysfunctions from the daylight savings time, affecting your metabolic system, cause dysfunction in your metabolic system, and causes behavioral changes and abilities, and affects your cognitive ability. What is your cognitive ability? Your cognitive ability is your ability to think. What did Tehuti say? They want to keep you in a state where you're foggy, not thinking right. Things are off. You're not sharp anymore. Your critical thinking is nullified because they already have you in a system where you're not questioning anything. And on top of you being in that zombie system, now they're going to utilize something. The war is already finished. That's going to change your behavior, thinking ability. Your metabolic system causes heart attacks, cancer, obesity, and now you're running to the doctor. My mother has heart attack. I'm kind of obese. I don't know what's going on. The doctor looks you. Take this. No, take daylight saving time off of the clock, please. Before I take your pills. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. How deep is this? Thank Haras for asking that question. Haras, did you expect all this? Here we go. Boom. Am I sharing? I'm going to keep that on the screen for a second. I'm going to come off the screen and keep that off. Read it again. Here we go. I'm back. Everybody, here we go. Ready? Boom, boom, and boom. We're back. So again, the internal clock desynchronization is linked to health risks such as depression. I'm always feeling sad and depressed. Everybody's against me. I feel like something is wrong. Why is this person looking at me like this? They're plotting against me. How come I don't get along with people? I feel like something is wrong. I'm obese. I'm trying to eat better. I'm still getting obese. Why is mom keep getting heart attacks? Why are 14-year-olds getting heart attacks? Cancer, car accidents. How much millions of deaths did we just cause there? Dysfunctions in metabolic, behavioral, and cognitive abilities. Slowing down your thinking. Thank you, daylight saving time. I thought the war is over. Is the war over? Why are they doing this? I thought the war was over 107 years ago. Boom, because the real war is still going on. Boom, everybody. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on July 4th, Thanksgiving, or if you have learned from this or this have had any impact on your recent current understanding of this particular subject matter, meaning that if you learned anything today about daylight savings time that you never heard of before that changed your reality or what you thought your reality of history was, of this particular subject matter, please appreciate and send your tip of reciprocity, appreciation, from the other one. Please send your reciprocity tips of appreciation. The accidental one went on the other one. This is from the ringing one. But please send your reciprocity tips of appreciation, and you can call it War on Your Health, Daylight Saving Time, Leap Year, or whatever creative title that you can come up with. Cash App, PTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done. I hope you appreciate it. And thank you, Dr. Takashi, for coming in and letting us know the war is still going on. But it's the war for your consciousness. Hotep, I am done. Woo! Is that exactly the same amount of time as the last answer? An hour and 18 minutes. That's the same amount of time as the last answer. Hotep, I'm done. I'm going to put the link in the room for the supporters and students to step in. I'm going to step away. I know that Vision Ray has a lot to say. We're going to go and get the supporters in the room. We're going to read the support. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV. If you have learned anything about daylight savings time that changes the particular reality that you thought it was. What a complete change, everybody. What a complete change. The daylight savings time was actually about war. And they tell you, set the clocks forward and backwards and help us win the war. So the frequency of the reasoning of changing time was for a particular people to win the war. So if they continue, the daylight savings time, does that mean they're continuing a war? If the effect on the sheeple are metabolic dysfunctions, behavioral dysfunctions, cognizant thinking dysfunctions, heart attack, depression, obesity, and cancer upon the unknowing, they're still winning the war. They're changing time. What's up, everybody? How you doing there, Hush Nation? We're going to take the Cash App and PayPal. After that, if you appreciate that. How about that, Hush Nation? You heard of that before?
Man, not to SABA. When you say Hotep, I'm done, I thought it was finished, but you're still here dropping jewels. Yeah, boy, that was real effort from all the way back from when you went into the comedic history with it to all the way up to now. Boy, that was real effort. I appreciate that so much. And we do up.
Mooney Ook, I'm glad you appreciate that. Yeah, that was a lot. That was, there we go. Wonderful. We got Amonette. There's your leap here in daylight savings time. I look forward to when Haras jumps on the panel. He's the one that asked. There you go, Amonette. Did you know about put the hour back, help us win the war?
No, I did not. Salva, to us so much for all the work you put in and for saving us again and again. You are the greatest ever. To us so much for everything.
Nini Uck, glad you appreciate that. I'm gonna go to the person that asked the question, then we're gonna go to Blue Man. All right. Haras did. There you are. Help us win the war.
I had no idea. I think I vaguely remember maybe reading an article, but I would have not known that the meaning the fact of the car, the deer hitting my car. Like I said, and it happens around my birthday every year. Like, it just really, really upsets me. And like I said, I'm going to, dear Trump, please, 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 please keep your word on this. Like, if you like seriously, like I felt it, and like I said, to SABA for being able to prove it and show me exactly. And like I said, dear Trump.
And isn't it interesting that I put that section in there, and then you came on the panel and started talking about the car accident, and it said daylight savings time actually causes a car accident. So that specifically answered the question and answered the specific personal thing that you went through, that of course it doesn't say exactly how it causes car accidents, but obviously on the human side, if your cognizance is not thinking, as if your circadian rhythm is off, you're not as sharp watching the road. And on the animal side, the animals know nothing about daylight saving time, so they're thinking it's this time, and here they are, the human and the animal meet, and boom, car accidents. Or the human and the human meet. Yes.
But I'm ashamed of my reaction, because my reaction was to immediately get into work. Like, I felt no compassion towards the deer. You know, like I got to work and I thought I had decapitated the deer. Like, the deer was not decapitated, you know, but like I said, I was really ashamed of my reaction, because it was to get in there and clock into work. And then when I got there, I'm like, wait, I have to go back. I should not be here right now. So yes, it's definitely correct.
Wonderful. There it is. Nook for Nook, and you're welcome. I'm glad once again I answered one of your many questions. And you know, all the people that are watching, shoot these questions out to the other channels. I'm curious. Go to the argument channel and hey, what is daylight saving time? Shut up, man. Egyptians are black and the Hebrews are wrong, and the Hebrews are wrong, and the Bible is stolen, and the Bible is stolen. So I'm glad I can answer this and walk you through. And of course, in every answer, it's going to show the origin of where things were in a pure state. There was no chaos, no daylight savings time along the Nile, no farmers accident, no chariots crashing. All right, I'm going to get to, I'm glad you appreciate that, Haras. That's another one. There's another one. We'll get to Nook for Nook. How you doing, Nook Poo?
Okay, SABA. I'm doing yeah, that was enough for explanation, SABA. To everybody in the panel, to you, SABA. To everybody watching. But yeah, that was powerful, man. Like, you know, I knew we were still in war, man. Remember I sent you that Cash App last week. Send me more Hecka to end this war. You know, it's constant war. So to us, SABA, it was real never. And it's another triggering class, man. But now I'm getting triggered. I woke up the next day, SABA, from that last class. I woke up crying. I woke up with rage, crying for like 10 minutes. I was like, oh. But I'm just glad I didn't crash out this week. You know, it was real hectic, but at the same time, it was real never. So to us, SABA, the heck that you sent me definitely held me down. So to us, SABA.
You said the heck I sent you did what?
It definitely held me down. It calmed me down because I was on crash out mode all week. So that news, SABA. Yes.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, okay, wonderful, Nini Uk. And Dejed, are you there, Dejed?
I'm here, SABA. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great. Go ahead and tell them what page of the Mutashi book I got that from.
Hey, SABA, that was definitely fire. Yeah, I never knew what that was about, like daylight savings time, and they always said it was due to farming. They always said that, and I didn't know that had anything to do with war. And It was just massively. That's crazy. That's wild to me, and we're still using it to this day. So, yes, Saba, Tua to you. Today was an interesting class because the ringing of the ear and daylight savings, completely not what we were thinking about at all. Zero. So, Tua, Saba, that was another rep for you, another class, another consistent rep. Appreciate you, Saba, too.
Glad you appreciate that. Who just popped in here? Tehuti. Tehuti's over there. Tehuti.
I think a Tef just popped in.
Okay, Tehuti's room is a shrine. How you doing there, Tehuti? How'd you like that? You were the only one that typed. When I went back and I saw you type wartime. Yeah, you heard that, right?
Yeah, that's very interesting, and it kind of correlates with what I also know about. So yeah, it's a consistent war. It's called the War and Powers Emergency Doctrine. So whenever they pretty much declare an emergency, the Constitution is suspended. So every president that has been in office declares an emergency. So it seals all. So it's very. I love it.
Glad you enjoyed it, brother. Glad you enjoyed it. And nice to have you on the panel. You have some really, your energy is constantly moving. It's good. I like that. Thank you for keep coming, keep supporting, and keep adding the flavor you add to the panel. We need a lot of energy. We love it.
Definitely will.
Wonderful. And Minty Hotep, how you doing, Minty? Daylight savings time.
Yeah,
metabolic.
I've never. Yeah, the whole metabolic reference. Like we're always fighting. We're fighting for our lives out here, constantly. There's no rest. The war is everywhere. It's internally. It's externally. We're just being attacked, but from every angle that you look. Spiritually, our health, everything. So these are the weapons that I choose to arm myself with. So to you, Saba. And I feel like they're just keeping this on standby because that's a massive ritual. People are doing that. For however long they've been doing it, but they're consistently doing it. Just like you bring up, the consistency with the rituals.
Yeah.
That's where the magic is, and I just feel like it's been stored up for so long. Who knows what their plan is on how they're going to use it? But I feel like they did hint to it with the droughts here in California, and they hinted to it with the power saving, win the war on the drought, or some slogan like that, or win the war by turning your lights off at 5 o'clock or something like that. So it's all these little subtle nudges that will come out to the masses. It's just wow.
Wonderful. Yeah. And the way the hypnosis works is you have to use anchoring lingo, but use the same words over and over again, even if it's another topic. But that appreciate your appreciation for me. We're gonna go to a step, and we're gonna go to see how the people appreciated what I just did, and appreciate one of the podcast here. We're gonna see what the support donations look like. Russ put dear Trump. Oh man, Trump. We won't get into what Trump said, but okay. Atep Rem Kem Ma'at, how you doing, brother? Daylight saving time, man. You ringing in the ears? You good over there?
What's up, Grace Saba? Can you hear me?
Nini, I hear you great. And shout out to Rashid. Yes, you're doing great. Yes.
Okay, Grace Saba. Yeah, that was great. We at war. Yeah, absolutely I was. This was a phenomenal class. Sounds like my sound is off.
It does sound strange, but I can hear you clear. But it sounds a little echo, but we can hear you.
Oh, tough, yeah. Too many buttons. But yeah, this was great, Saba. I love this class. This is my favorite class again. Because I always say the matrix is so many layers. It's like never ending. And grateful for you to expose it and be guiding us and teaching us along this journey. So with that, and I'm experiencing that as we speak. I've been traveling, and so the way the time is different here than it's different there. So yeah, it's a big Psyops going on. So what's up to you, Great Saba?
Yeah, glad you appreciate it. Let's get to have you here too. And now we're gonna go into the. I need to borrow Nook's teeth. Nook's teeth is straight from from pearls or elephant. What's that? The bone of the elephant called? What's the bone of the elephant called? What is it? Ivory. Pearls are ivory. Nook has ivory teeth. All right, so we're gonna go to the supports and see who appreciated that class. Let me reset this to see. Let's see, everybody. That if anybody learned anything different, support. We tip the waiter. We got the grilled shrimp and the greasy fried chicken, and we tip the waiter for it. But we tip life. So here we go. We got okay, I see you, Rashid. In there, I'm going to read that shortly. But we got Robert Williams. Let's see who enjoyed this answer here. Hour and 18 minutes again. What is this? Robert Williams. Oh. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. Who sent in that right there. I'm gonna get I'll get what's my finna doing? Let's put it in his own realm. I'm gonna get Minty Otep. Could you read that for me, please?
Sure, Saba. It says 2070. It just okay. 2072 for. I got to remember to make time to have time to
Give him a tap. Give him some give him a hand clap for that. Give him a hand clap. A tap. We're gonna mix it up between the tap and M&S. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Excellent. Let's see who else appreciated this answer. Who else appreciated this answer? Only a few people. Well, here's okay, Amun and Amunet. Where's everybody? There was 50 people watching that answer. What happened? Amun and Amunet. Here we go. Boom. Boom. This is this leap. Okay, shout out to Amun. Oh no. Uh-oh. Shout out to Amun and Amunet. And Amunet, of course, you can read that.
$20 for you are leaping to save our light. Tua for all you do.
Read that again. It cut off for some reason. It didn't.
You are leaping to save our light, Tua, for all you do.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, appreciate that. And a Tef Rem Kim Ma'at. Give that young lady in the. Where's Amun in summer recovery? Amun. Thank you. Is Amun resting in recovery somewhere?
Yes, he's still healing up. He's been listening the whole time. And we both love you. And he loves the class.
Okay. Thank you. Wonderful. Glad he's listening from somewhere, heal up, young brother, and Tua for the love from both of you. Wonderful. Okay. Wonderful. I may give an extra jewel at the end of this before I step off. I'm waiting to see the support that comes in, but I'm gonna give an extra jewel on why it's even called the leap year. That wasn't in the class, but why is it called that? You ever wonder that, Haras? Why is it called? Why do they call that? Leap. What's leap? What's leap? Huh? I don't know. Well, we'll see. Maybe I'll throw a little extra jewel in at the end. But here we go. Shout out to all the great supporters. And let's see who else is supporting this podcast. Who's this? I already saw that one. I'm gonna get back to that one. I see some. I'm gonna put it to the bottom. Enough is and some early ones. Okay, let's see it. Shout out to Saket. Nefertatin. Who sent this? The other brother says, thank you. Thank you very much, Sabatusi, for the consistent, prosperous knowledge that vibrates our consciousness and energy towards spiritual greatness. Peace and love. Blicket. I don't know what that is, but shout out to what's blicket there, Tehuti? What's that word there, real quick? Blicket.
Oh, it's a word I created that either highlights something you says or stamps something you said. So it's like either approval or a sound that highlights something you say. It's just the word I made up a long time ago, and a lot of people caught on to it. It's blicket.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It even has a tone to you. Say it again. Say it first again.
Blicket. No, like if you say something.
Okay, there's a tone to it too.
Hitting with a knowledge, you just blick it like you just dropped the mic. That's what it is.
I look forward to the day you and Medu Seneb. There's a brother named Medu Seneb, and you all need to meet each other. Your energies are very similar. Medu Seneb, it's a hype energy. Okay, so we're gonna say shout out to the supporter Nefertatin Saket, who sent in 999, and I'll get who's on the screen here. Who's on the screen? Minty, can you read that again for us?
Sure. It went away. Okay. Nefertatin Saket 137. It went away. T-I-S-N-Shin. What is that? Help me out. T-Shin. Tuition. Okay, there you go. Enlightening greatness without 8 legs.
Entangling.
Oh, okay. Entangling greatness without 8 legs.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you, Nefertatan. This maybe her second one tonight. I'm not sure, but give her a hand clap for that. I think that maybe I remember reading one from her, but just give her a hand clap for that regardless. Okay, everybody, they're gonna scroll down. Let me refresh the page. Where is everybody? Oh, here's the Nook for Nook era. The Nook for Nook run. Here we go. The Nook for Nook stream. There we go. I see how many are here. Oh, 2. Okay, good. 2. I think there's 1 given earlier. Okay, the Nook for Nook run. Here we go. Nook for Nook. Coming through. Nook Poo, Nook Poo. And he's given so much. He's given over. What was your first support earlier today? I read Nook Poo. That was a bigger one, right?
I think that was the 2772. But I think I sent another one like that.
Okay, good.
Sure.
Okay.
I send one every day.
Nook Poo sent so many supports, he's not even sure what he sent. Okay, wonderful. Here we go. Thank you, Nook Poo. So he's already sent over $20. So that's every support that he sends gets the hand clap, applause, and some noise. So shout out to Nook Poo. He sent this right here. It should be showing. It's not showing. That's strange. Oh, here it is. Shout out to Nook Poo right there. Nook Poo, could you read that for us, please?
To SABA. From Nook Poo 999 Nini Uk Dua or SABA. I received the Hekau Sekem Ku. And I have the star circling around representing reciprocity, and then the blue hands, the blue gloves with the orb, the Ka, the energy that you sent me in the Ku. So to SABA to end this war, because I know we in war.
Of course we are. Okay, give him a hand clap for that. Thank you, Nook Poo. Give him a hand clap for that.
Minio, Makaru, Makaru, Makaru.
Wonderful. Thank you, Nook Poo. Appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. You're a consistent supporter, and you send multiple ones per pod class. And I'm glad you took over the Makaru, Makaru, Makaru. You're rightfully, you should be saying that. Yeah. All right, here we go, everybody. Boom. And the next one is from, who's the next one from? From Nook Poo again. Here we are again, Nook Poo, Nook Poo. Everybody continue to support the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to read a few more of the supports, and then I'm going to take another break, and you all build. And maybe I'll see the support that comes in. I'll drop another jewel. Oh, what happened? Well, I'll drop another jewel on this leap year business. Okay. Here we go from Nook Poo, Nook Poo. Who does not send support in English anymore. There you go, Nook Poo.
Hotep SABA. From Nook Poo 999 Hotep or SABA. Tehuti Amen Hotep Ra Eve Kua Control Mary Ma'at. So this is from last class, and basically saying I'm not in mind control, I'm in Eve control, the heart control. So that's what we really should be following, is our Eve, not our heart, not our mind. So
Very good, good brother. Very good. Excellent. And we left out. There it is. Okay, give him a hand clap for that.
Makaru, makaru, makaru.
No, the makaru is something that someone else used to say, but Mikaru is taking it over with the right frequency. Makaru. Like, was like, what happened, man? No. Yeah.
I'll be the echo. I'll be the echo for that, man. I'm gonna keep it pushing. Minute for pet in my eye.
Wonderful. Keep pushing. That even mind thing. I could do a little class on that. That's an interesting thing you said. The even the mind. I'll say that for a question, but that's an interesting thing you said. Even the mind, and there's some nice, interesting jewels on that concept. Okay, so what just happened here? Who's this? 80 Thieves? Wait a minute, what? Four days ago. 80 Thieves? Is a VRI on the panel? This is from Sunday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Okay. Let me check the date on this. So this is way before the podcast. This is Tuesday. Shout out to VRI sending this from Tuesday. I'm just seeing this now. It is nice monster support. And he says there's a question in the email. We'll go ahead and do this. That's it. Mar29. Okay, shout out to VRI with the monster support. Tef, give him some. Is the Tef still here with us? Big noise transformers, give him the work. Wow. Was that both a Tef and Emily? Were you mixing in there too? Or was that all a Tef? Who was that?
No, I didn't do anything.
Okay. Feel free at any time if you want to throw in an extra sound or claps in the back. It sounded like multiple, but that's feel free if you ever want to throw in an extra anything. Thank you, Atef. Great sound mixer there. Shout out to VRI. He said his questions in the email. Let me see if. Oh, here it is. Oh, interesting. What is this? Okay. Oh. Another VRI type question. Here we go. Let me go ahead and save this. VRI with his questions are very unique. They always come with links and videos and okay. March 29 question. VRI's question is VRI with the question, the interesting question. Here we go, VRI. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put VRI's question on the screen. John said, Tuesday I sent $50 donation with a question. Did you get it? Yes, and I put it up on the last comment about that. I put up on the screen. Yes, I did see it as I'm scrolling down. We're just not added yet. That's how Gmail organizes. All right. So here is VRI's question. That's strange. Where's VRI's question? Let me do this again. Very strange. Okay. So VRI's question. I'm definitely getting someone to read this. This is long here. All right, VRI. I'm not sure why it's not coming up on the screen. Let me try it this way. There it is. Okay, boom. There's VRI's question. And let's get HARAS. Could you read that for me, please? You're welcome, Jarashid.
Yes, Tua. Question Tua Saba Tehuti Amen Hotep Ra. Tua Hotep Mary Saba Tehuti Amen Hotep Ra. The band 21 Pilots have been creating an impressive experience and storyline throughout their career, which has culminated in their latest tour. It contains the most recent lore mystery no one has currently solved. Each night of their shows, the lead singer Tyler Joseph has been wearing printed shirts that seem to be extremely abstract and cryptic. However, we have been assured that each one has meaning by the person that prints them. These shirts contain things from numerical codes to abstract art, religious imagery, Sumerian artifacts, etc. For context, he links a YouTube video. There is a Discord community dedicated to figuring out what is going on with these shirts, Shirt Nation, and they have been created a full-time timeline of shirts, codes, and solved codes, and matched images they found with contextual material as well. He links another link. My question is, can you explain what is being communicated here, if it's formed from your own personal perspective and ideas about what you think? I truly believe if there is anyone that can figure this out or help connect dots, it's you, Saba. Tua Saba Tehuti Amen Hotep Ra. And then there's something else at the bottom. I think that's the YouTube link.
Okay. Yes. Wow. Thank you, HARAS, for reading most paragraphs. What did you say, HARAS?
I said wow too. I have no idea what's going on there. I'm familiar with the band from maybe a long time ago, but it's a lot.
Wonderful. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, wonderful. And I'll read a couple more. I'm going to scroll up to see. I see Nook again. Wait.
I'm stabbing the sneak learners in the eye.
The sneak learner, that's right. Get them. Get the sneak learners. Let me look for there's Jakari. Okay. All right, coming in from a is John Rashid? John Rashid is not new, but he may be a new person. this type of support though. Shout out to Jakari. Here we go. This is a question. Is this Jakari? Yeah, Jakari Rashid. Jakari Rashid. King Solomon controlled demons. Okay, here we go. 20. Yeah, wow. There's a big support from. Okay, here we go. Coming in with a monster support is the good brother Ja Rashid. It looks like a question about Solomon. Okay. All right, so we got I'll read this one. $50. King Solomon controlled 72 demons. Maybe there's a question in the Gmail after that or something. Okay, first of all, let's give Ja Rashid his due respect for the great support that he's giving. Go ahead, mix it up. Tefrem Kema'at, Amunet, drop some sounds in too, and give him the works here. I've never seen a support like this from Ja Rashid before. Give him some big noise. Okay, so Ja Rashid, these type of questions are not answered in the pod class. There's two ways to get an answer for any type of incantation practices, magical spell, anything like that. There's two options. So one is actually not even really an option. It's getting a one-on-one with me, which I only do for House of 10 members, and I am completely booked up because I don't teach magical rituals and incantation openly live. The other choice is to send me an email with a little detail of what you want to drive away, and there may be Metanetter classes that match that. I have Metanetter classes that talk about banishing energy, protection rituals, so that can be applied to anything. So that if you can hear me, that can be applied to anything, but I cannot give ritual practice incantations on the pod class. That's for private classes. And also, when you send me an email with a little bit of detail, let me go ahead and put the email in the room. When you send me an email with a little bit of detail, we can narrow that down. This is the email you can send, and we can see if we can narrow it down to what actually you're trying to do. There's the email right there, Ja Rashid. Because when it comes to magical practices, generalization can get you hurt. So if you just start doing an incantation against the Tamahu, which would include many facets of life that you actually depend upon, the enemy can actually come against you. So it's very difficult to send an incantation to a mass group of people. But if you have a particular situation or just protection against negative frequency that can help you, well, we'll definitely walk through that. Okay, wonderful. But it'd be almost impossible to send any magic against what's called the Tamahu without actually destroying yourself. Okay, all right, wonderful. Okay, he says I understand. There you go. So thank you, brother, and I understand. Okay, you got it. You're hearing. Okay, wonderful. Here we go. I'll read a couple more, then I'm gonna take a break. And oh, harass. Wait, harass. Did you send two more, harass? Is it two more? Yeah. Okay. Harass. Harass sent the question in the first place, and she sent tips of support. Two more. Let me. Where? Hold on, harass. Who's Oh, here we go. Oh, here's one. Okay, this is 20. This is a bigger one. Here's one. Shout out to harass right here. This one just came in. Oh, leap year, Jewel. To harass. She wants to
I wasn't going to wait for nobody. I wasn't going to wait for anyone else. I had to. I need that.
Okay, a little leap here. It's quick and sharp and brutal. It's quick and sharp and brutal. Okay, so let me log this into me. First, we're gonna give shout out to harass 2555. Minty says my phone is overheating. Won't hold the charge. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry to hear that, Minty. Hopefully you can come back before we close out. Shout out to harass 2555. Go ahead and read that, harass.
For the leap year, Joel. 2555.
All right, give her some big noise, please. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, I'll drop that before I go. Wonderful, real quick one. Thank you, harass, and harass sent another one, but let me go ahead and do this. Oh no, let me not do that. I'm not sharing my screen, am I? Hold on.
No.
No. Okay, thank you. One moment, let me see something here. Let me fix this. Okay. All right, I'll read. Wonderful. I like that, harass. You're not waiting for anybody. No, you're not waiting. What's that thing? You said something really witty online. I came across. I have a lot of stuff you all say, and it comes across because I go for a friend link. It was really witty about my name is this backwards, and you'll find out, or something. You'll it was something about your name and they have to find out the hard way. But I understood what you were saying, and that was cute and nice. Nice play on words there. That's awesome. All right, so let's go ahead and go. Oh, thanks for the knowledge. Who's this? Okay, so this is this person actually gave more than this, but the first one was I don't know. I didn't put up. It's the I don't think I put up. It was anonymous, unless I just put up the amount. But shout out to Florence. Florence gave she had given 20 before this, so in total is $22. And I'll read this one. Thank you, Saba, for this podcast. Much appreciated. Flora Confidence on YouTube. But I am. Thank you, Saba, for this podcast. Much appreciated. Flora Confidence on YouTube. But I am Florence. Thank you. She gave that, and she had given a 20 before that, so in total of $22. Thank you, Florence. Appreciate that. Okay, we got a lot of Nookpoo again. Shout out to Nookpoo. I'll read this one. I think I'll take a break after this one. I see Israel Hoyley with the monster donation, but I do gotta step off after this. Is the Jet around? The Jet, are you there, brother? The Jet's on father duty. Okay, here we go. Boom! Shout out to Nook. We're gonna give him a hand clap because he's given. This is his 4th support of the night. And you can go ahead and read this one. Go ahead and read that one, Nookpoo.
Hotep or Saba. It's from Nookpoo. And I just sent Shu Neb Ma'at with the blue E, the Ku, Ka, and the wings of Ma'at. Shu Neb Ma'at. So that represents the blue, okay. And then the gold, and the Ma'at.
Okay, give him a hand clap for that.
Sab, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are, brother. How you doing? Brother?
Fantastic. Just was with Offset and Gabriella, so I'm here. I'm still here.
Okay, wonderful. Oh. One second, everybody. Hold on. Let me do something here really. All right, one second. I'm trying to fix something here. Computer's moving. Nice. Okay. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna read. I'll read one more, I guess, and then I'll see if another one came in. If not. Oh, the Jet, of course. There we go. I'll read the Jed because he's here. When I called him out earlier, he was doing fatherly duties. Okay, so shout out to the Jed. Let's go ahead and read this one for us, the Jed, for us. Thank you so much.
Yes, it says $25 tip for today's class. Do a SABA, the New Fist, Black Eve, and the Great Rock.
All right, give him some noise for that, please. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
You already know, SABA.
Okay, thank you. Let me do one thing here. Boom. Strange stuff. Okay, everybody. So I'll go ahead and step off, but I'll go ahead and drop this little extra jewel. This was not in the class. Let me see how I can get it in the class. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna let you all build a second. I got to do something really quick. I'll be right back I'll be back in just a moment to drop the jewel. I need to step off for just a moment. I'll be right back. You all build. I'll be right back. Peace and love. Right back.
Hotep or SABA, enjoy your break. You destroy the matrix with the first question. You're gonna hurt a lot of people's feelings. A lot of the chosen ones ain't gonna feel so chosen no more. That was real never. But yeah, it's sad how some people have so much pride and so much ego where they can't restart all over. You know, like most of us are just babies at this, so you won't be so far behind if you start now, you know. But you know, it's on you. You're gonna let your pride get in the way of you getting eternal life or getting the truth, at least. So it's sad how people are in the Psyops even with the timing, all this information that they are being misled with. My condolences for the Hebrews. Again, washed up out there by the basic knowledge of other people. They just need to drop what they got and slide on through, come over here and get the real information. Stop playing around. So, you know, it's on you, man. Y'all getting destroyed by basic information, you know, outdated information, new age, made up, mumble jumble, psyops. So it's just, it's you know, it's funny, but it's ultimately sad because it's all mind control, you know, and people don't realize it. And, you know, with the hearing, the buzzing of the ears, you know, there's so many different things that, you know, affect that. And it's good that you brought that up where it's like, just clean your ears. A lot of y'all got some dirty ears. So it's just wild, man. You know, and I know that there's a whole bunch more intricate things to it. You know, people just need to ask the specific questions and they'll get the specific answer. So I know you got more in your file, Saba. You know, you got all that stored up. You just hit them in the face with that one right quick. Like, here, shut up. You know what you talking about? And it's like, it's all good, man. We all get beat up by SABA. You know, that's how he gets us out of the matrix. I'd rather get beat up to get out of the matrix than to stay in the matrix. You know what I'm saying? Getting aimed up by these SABA things. You know what I'm saying? So you're not getting killed. You know what I'm saying? You stay in the matrix. You're just a battery for, you know, for the SABA fiends. So just like the Matrix, you watch the movie in the Matrix, and let you know what I'm saying? You just being a host for these entities, you know what I'm saying? You calling upon this Holy Ghost or whatever you call upon. And if it's not Ma'at, it's Ma'at or not. So, you know, you keep mingling around with different entities, you know, find out, you know, see if it's real, if it's gonna, you know, you're gonna get to the other side. Let's see what you're gonna do with it. You might prosper with it a little bit here and there. You might get your whip, might get your house, get your money, all that stuff. Think you're on top, and then next thing you know it, oh, contract, you owe us. you ain't earned what you got. You know what I'm saying? You gotta earn what you got. If you don't earn it, you know what I'm saying? You owe somebody else. So it's real net for how you broke that down. And hopefully people wake up and see the truth and see that this is my, you know, hopefully the trigger, it gets people triggered to wake them up and do something about it. Like whether they change or go all in with the ISFET. It's either or. Either you're going to go, you know, drop that and come into my or just go full throttle, become a fiend, man. Become one of these right here. Become one of these. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Fix? Talk to me, man.
You don't know, my brother. It's big Ma'at, big love. Yeah, big strength, big health, Ursen, and Kujaseneb. You don't know we do this thing already. Yeah, it's just pure spears for a pep neck. You know what I mean? Surrounded by the fiends, we doing this thing. We in the middle of the war zone. Just staying in Ma'at, you know what I mean? Just maintaining in the foundation of Ma'at. Tua, SABA, Tehuti, Amunra, for us so much. Bringing this Ma'at in man life from man too. But yeah, but I Pekka am cool because, you know, I check in. It was crazy before per ATTON. It was crazy before Neta SABA Tehuti. You know what I mean? It was crazy self, man. Just ain't thinking self, you know. Yeah, but that way me want you crash up. I tell my brother we don't reach this far already, Jack. Check, yeah, Jack. And you farther than me, so I can't afford for them kind of thing to happen self. You know what I mean? At least have a little patience with it. I mean, I just saying, yeah, man. So this definitely got man a good study foundation to hold on, man. Moving different, talking different, just operating more clean. You know what I mean? Studying and then overs into build on the Pekka and cook. So important, going deep in the Pekka. But yeah, I definitely loving it. I got my seatbelt strap up. You know, so great is my art and ever already. So whoever they want, they could bring it. You know what I mean? Seatbelt don't strap, classy man is going in. Right in through doing this thing. Yeah, I appreciate SABA so much, you know what I mean? Yeah, because man know we direction. We ain't just going on different lane, crossing on different rails. Like you say, you come across them entities and you know where you're on before you get fire lit up under your seat, you know what I mean? But in my heart feel great. It feel really good, you know what I mean? It feel like home. So yeah, I definitely appreciate that Pekka and cool self, but that's the best thing that ever happened to man's self.
Yeah, oh man, like I was like that class from last week, man, that really touched my ears because it's like I see it every time, everywhere, all the, you know, the mind control, the weakness in people's minds. it's just a regular base of society. And I try to overlook it at the people, like it ain't their fault, because I ultimately know that it's just a spell, and the mind control and all that, the pet and the Isfed is all in them. But it's like, those are the ones attacking me, you know what I'm saying, everywhere, so it's like, you just gotta know, you gotta have proper discernment when to react, when not to react. And I mean, it's everywhere, man. And it's like, when you in my eye, what I've noticed for myself is like, the deeper I get into my eye, the more they're attracted to me. They're running towards me. Like, what? So I gotta react. And, so luckily I ain't have to go, wild out too much, but I have to put people in their place still, every day. It's a regular thing. That's how I keep my teeth.
ain't
no knockouts over here, you heard?
I feel you 1000, bro. I myself wanted to light some fire up under somebody there, but in the beginning of the confrontation, I checking like I in my heart, so I like this person know that I is like the coolest person to talk to. Cause in my head I checking like I in my heart, but as the confrontation going on, I checking like hey, he don't know that greatest my art thing ever at the radio. I could just switch like this, boom, you know what I mean? And I checking like no, I can't switch. I gotta remember SABA, you know what I mean? And SABA just throw those jewels, so I checking like wow, I still have to keep control. No matter how the fire is, I got to keep control, you know what I mean? So yeah, but just to us so much. To us, SABA Tehuti for that so much. It's big, my heart, big love. Hotep, my heart.
Yeah, the Hebrew Israelites, y'all gotta drop that book and come over here, man, because y'all getting beat up, man. I've been seeing all week them getting beat up by different pod classes. Like, it just pops up in my feed, and I'm just like, man, a lot of them can't even defend their own doctrine. So it's like, yo, because there's nothing to defend. You're defending invisibility, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, man. Just like the question that we have next about Solomon. It's like, Solomon, are you gonna give a breakdown of an imaginary person?
Right, yeah, got to dig. got to put on the Ibis head and do some digging. It's the only way out. Yeah, Dread. It's the only.
You gotta trigger these people, man. You gotta let them know, man. Stop believing in Santa Claus, man. Easters don't lay eggs, man. What's wrong with y'all?
This thing too big for a book.
Yo, they kids. They still kids, man. Matrix is for kids, man. Tricks are for kids. You heard?
Matrix is for kids. I like that one. You hit the nail on the head. It's true.
Hey, Tehuti, what's up? What's going on, man? Talk to us. What's going on, man? How you feel about the class?
We can't hear you. You're mute, bro.
You're
mute. You mic mute.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I want to get y'all fine brothers and any women here. I want to get y'all perspective. Y'all know how the sun throws off solar flares, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that, because the system, hopefully it crashes and burns, but in order to do that, it needs to be a massive change in consciousness. So it's not like a couple people aren't going to be able to change it. So do you think that the solar flare that kicks off from the sun could be the spark that changes all of our consciousness at once, and then that's what starts the revolution?
Let me answer that real quick, Fix. Oh, I got you. No, it's not. This is what's gonna change it. This is what's gonna change it. My eye. We connected to the sun. Everything else ain't connected to the sun. You can't be connected to Ra without having the indigenous, the ancient you know, philosophy, the knowledge. So, you know, it sounds good, but we're the ones attracting the sun. We're the ones that's making the sun come up every day. Uben Ray, shooting at my eye. We the one giving praise to the sun. Everybody else just sees the sun and, you know, it is whatever. They put shades on it, you know what I'm saying? They're not. So this is the consciousness that's going to raise up that vibration to really start that spark that we had originally. Because it's not something new. You got to keep in mind, we already had this in place. So all we doing is take back, you know, getting back to where we was at. You know what I'm saying? The matrix is just an illusion covering my eye. So how do we get rid of the matrix? Get out of the matrix, go into my eye. It's my eye or not. That's how I see it. So Fix, go ahead, give your thoughts on that. What's that?
My thoughts on that is the sun been shooting off huge solar flares for years, you know what I mean? It been shooting off X flares, you know, so it just, yeah, my art in full effect. So that's what we're doing, that's what we on. We reflecting the sunlight, you know, so it's big Aku, and we reflecting the sun and we just shedding more light out here. So we just doing the ma'at in us and just reflecting it and just keeping the shine bouncing back and forth, you know what I mean, sharing photons and just reflecting each other in ma'at.
Yes, this is the house of ATTON. You know what I'm saying? The sun is ATTON. So we giving praise to ATTON. You know what I'm saying? We giving praise to the sun. So
yeah,
to answer that question, you want to see that spark? This is where it's at. This is where everybody need to come to. You know what I'm saying? In order for that vibration to get to that level. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think
I hear Saba clapping in the background? Yeah.
Do you think the solar flares that come from the sun change our DNA or change our molecular structures? The solar flares that are shot off from the sun.
Definitely, we as conscious light beings sharing the conscious light with the sun, you know, so I see it as up to us to do the work as the sun always doing its work. As the sun is consistent, I just see we should reflect that and just be consistent. The sun never let us down, you know, so we just reflect and keep the rotation and operate, you know, as conscious like the sun, you know.
I agree. You know, our consciousness, what's really changing our consciousness is the way we think. You know what I'm saying? Because constantly we have plants around us. We have the ocean. We're surrounded by the ocean. It's a whole body of consciousness. It's not changing nobody. People go to the beach every day. I don't see nobody being cleansed or changed because they go into the water of the ocean. You know what I'm saying?
It's a mental change, though. It's a mental change that gradually leads into the physical change.
Nah, I believe it's a consciousness of a spirit. You know what I'm saying? It has to do with the coup. Go ahead.
It's conscious first, it's mentally, and then it trickles down to physically. So ultimately, our physical bodies will change, but it's going to start mentally and spiritually first. So that's why I'm saying you probably don't notice the change and difference physically because that's going to happen way over time. But a mental spark will change instantly. You know, did you hear about the experiment where they had like some people in space? I don't really believe that, but they said they had some people in space and then another person like down on the planet, and they did some type of experiment where they made a thought and the other person on the earth like instantly got the thought. So they say that our consciousness are connected with each other. So that's why I'm saying, I'm thinking when the solar flare sparks, it automatically spark a conscious shift within the people who are connected with the sun.
Yeah, that I agree. But in order to be connected with the sun, you need to have the knowledge of the sun. So that's what we mean by this. Like, you gotta have ma'at in you. So the ones that are sparking that light is the people practicing ma'at. Like I said, because everybody else is doing what they're doing, and it's just isfet. So it's, that energy is just being dispersed all around. But ultimately,
I have to
ain't
challenge
that a
that.
Saba? Saba will bust that down.
I have to respectfully challenge that, because does a plant have to know about the knowledge of the sun in order to receive the benefits that the sun gives?
SABA Tehuti have a breakdown of the particles and waves, and once you get that knowledge of the sun, it can make it more clearer for you. But you could send in another question for Saba to break this down. I can't remember exactly which class it is, but Saba broke this down already.
Gotcha. Appreciate the reference.
Okay.
Hey, welcome back. Welcome back. Hotep Saba.
Oh, peace, Hotep. Hotep, greetings. Okay, you all are in here building on the sun. Okay. We're gonna get back in. Where's I'm gonna do a couple support. Where's Haras? Did Haras step off?
She was
Okay,
there. Her internet probably lag off.
I'm gonna do a couple of supports and wait for Haras to come on, and then and drop a little quick jewel there. I'm not sure what happened to her. There we go. All right, here's the rest of the some more support that came in. This is from and Pooh. Amunet, are you there? And Atef, are you there? I can hardly hear you, Atef. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not hear you. I'm clear.
I'm here.
Okay, here we go. It's really low, but as long as your sound for the your sound system is good, for the noise is good for now. I'm about to put up a support. Okay, good. So here we go. We have Anpuma, and Anpuma sends $40, and this should be for 26-27. That may be for the Metanetter Magic class. Go ahead and give him some noise, please. Give him some big noise. Okay, so for those who are wondering, you can send in for the Metanetter Magic classes. They are 65 classes that I did live and recorded that are not pod classes. These are the classes that have the magical practice, ritual, magical defense, the Metanetter word and symbolism understanding, dream work, out-of-body experience, and all type of different things. There's 65 classes. They are me straight teaching and answering live questions about the topic for 2.5 hours straight. And so this brother here, this donation that you see, support that you see coming in right here, is him asking for class number 26 and class number 27. One of the benefits of ordering, well, first when you send in this to the Cash App in the email, or you can just send it to the Cash App with your email on it, you will get the classes extremely fast. So if you send it on a Monday, you may get it the end of that Monday, or you may get it in a few minutes. If you send it during the pod class, then you will get these classes within minutes of you sending, as you will get them live right as I'm announcing. So right now I'm announcing Anpu. and he already has them right now. I'm gonna take that off. So he ordered class 26 and 27, and now he already has class 26 and 27 within less than a minute of him ordering. That's how fast you receive the MetaNet or Magic classes. So shout out to Amfu for that support. We already gave him some noise for that.
Yes, Saba, we gave him noise.
That's how
we
we
already
do it.
gave him. We gave him noise, and then we gave him noise when I had it up. Atef.
Yes, Saba, we gave him noise twice.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful. And the Tehuti clap live.
How do we order the books you have and all the classes?
You beautiful question for everybody watching. This is for everybody watching as well. So I'm going to put this up on the screen. And so these are the MetaNet or Monday classes 1 to 65. They are any donation of $20 and up per class, which is when you watch the class, you'll be wondering how you got these classes for the price of 2 bags of potato chips. But yeah, they're 3 bags of popcorn. They're $20. You send to this email, and you just name the number that you want. If you were starting from the beginning, you can say, I want number 1. I want 1 to 5. You can order as many as you want. And
So can I get an invoice for all of them?
You can when you order them, as soon as you order them, they come in. There's no invoice. Let me come off the screen. So see how you sent in the Cash App question that you did? It's the exact same process. So let's say you want 65 of them. The only issue is if it comes over. Let me do something for you. Let me do something for you.
If I want to 65 of them.
All at once.
Yes.
Okay, let me see something here. I'm gonna see something, and then I'll we'll do something off of this class. But let me just see something.
Yeah,
here.
I guess you can respond to my email or if whatever.
Say that again, Tehuti. You got cut off. What'd you say?
I'm saying respond to my email or whatever works for you. Like I wanted to see how I can purchase like the books and all.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so yes. Do you have that email there? You have my email?
Yeah, the Mystical Television.
Yes. Send an email there, and then I'll send you directions. Are you also on Facebook?
No, I got banned from Facebook. I need to make another account.
They got you. They ban you.
I use the spiritual name, and they hack. Either I got banned or I got hacked. It's one of the two. I can't figure it out, and Facebook is not responding.
They're not helpful.
Yeah, they're not helpful.
Okay. All right. So send an email there, and we'll work it out. Just send an email there, make that request, and we'll work it out. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. No problem. All right, and okay, so we're gonna continue on with the great support. So the brother Anpu, you have those classes already right now, and then he sends on top of that, he sends another extra 10. He sends a 10 for thanks for the knowledge. The Tehuti Podclass is very diverse, and it is the most unique opportunity for students and interactions because let me put a tip. Because I make it so that you're a part of every aspect of what I go through in life. So the teachings, the magic, that's orderable. Fixing your body, getting your body in shape, that's orderable. Diet plan, that's orderable. And even the snakes that I have, the same brother here is this upcoming week should be receiving a baby water cobra. So he's going to be getting books. He's getting getting class. What is that right there? I don't know what that is. Look at this. What is that?
That's
But
a pet.
so he,
I got a spiritual
oh,
pet. Ooh, and I
oh,
got his Metal Netter name on here too.
oh, nice. Okay, yeah. So
I
you
put
can
his
even
fin
get
right here.
Tehuti snakes and be a part of the complete experience. You can do. So this is the brother here. This is also a brother this is the most successful brother that ever went through a Tehuti bodybuilding change, where he has before and after pictures from when he sent in his started his diet plan, and he looks like a completely different person now after he stayed strict on the Tehuti diet program. I'm about changing bodies as well. So this is Ampu Ma'a. Give him a hand clap for that. That's extra $10. $10 on top of what he just. And we have Custom Made Tees. I think Custom Made Tees is making his stamp that every single podcast he is supporting as well, whether it's the 666 or what's the other one, 2424, one of those there. But he's definitely becoming one who donates every single podcast as well. So it's a Custom Made Tees. I'm about to put his support here. This one's a 666. There we go. All right. This is 666. Amonette, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, I can. Uncle Justin for consistently being consistent. SABA meditation is key. Tua, I am Kuzani.
Okay, thank you for reading that. And Amonette, how's your health? You're not catching anything or coming down with anything, are you?
No, I'm okay. Tua.
Okay, good. All right, so that is Custom Made Tees. And now on to Harass Did, dropping the monster support. I wonder where Harass Did, what happened to her? Something happened. She was on here. It's gonna drop a little extra jewel for her, but I want her to be I want her to receive it. A little extra jewel. It's from Harassed right here, monster support. All right, give Harassed some big noise, Transformers, the works, and let me see. Nookpoo, could you read that for us, please?
Tua SABA, yes. This is from Haras Did 5555, winning my time back, with the exclamation point. And then she says wartime and mind control hashtag. So she on that timing.
Okay, good.
She going to war with us.
Oh my goodness. Okay, give her some big noise. Amonette and or Atef and or Amonette, however you all work that out.
We war ready.
We war ready. Let's go.
Neb Nefer Unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Oh, it cut off. Never for Unk, that's it? Okay, thank you. Eminent, were you part of that noise? That sounds?
Yes, I did some.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you both for the sounds, and thank you, Haras did, for your great support. I wonder if she fell asleep. Okay, and on to the next one. Is there any more support coming in? Any more support coming in? Daryl. Daryl is consistent as well with his 508. One day he will elaborate on what this number means here. 508. One week I think he gave 1018. I think he gave 508 doubled or something. Shout out to Daryl. He was also another one that wanted to come onto the panel from the UK. And there's Daryl right there with the 508. And it says 508 for Podclass. Okay, thank you, Daryl, for the 508. Interesting number there. Let me scroll down. I'm sure Nook Punuk is somewhere. Israel Hoyley dropping the monster bomb. Israel Hoyley is Medu Seneb. That was a brother that he was on earlier today. I think him and the brother Tehuti will get along well. They have this very similar energy. Shout out to Israel Hoyley, who said to us he was at the Walmart and he went there to get cash on a card so that he could support the Tehuti Podclass. So here we go with another monster donation. Israel Hoyley, give him some big monster noise, Atef and Amunet. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Medu Seneb. Minty's throwing axe. That's right, Minty. Whether she can get on the panel or not, she is active. Is she online? I mean, oh, her avatar looked like she was in the panel with us. No, that's her avatar covering up someone else. Our shout out to Minty. I thought she was on with us. Okay. Shout out to Minty Hotep, active whether she can get on or not. Okay. And shout out to wonderful Minty here. And shout out to the brother Tehuti. He had given another. He had given the number Minty mentioned. This was. Somebody trying to come on. Okay, hey Minty, you got on.
What's up, Saba? Yeah, I got to charge my phone. I'm at 19%, and StreamYard just drains my phone, so that's what
interesting.
Yeah.
Is all this on the side of your head? Is that your hair?
Yeah, this is my hair.
A lot of hair. Nice. Okay. Okay. All right. And the Jed gave, not the Jed, Tehuti gave an $11. Shout out to Tehuti there. Just wanted to give a shout out to you. He gave the big support, and then he gave that with the email on it. And I saw some emails just come through from Tehuti, so I'll get to that as soon as I can. All right, and scroll down. I know Nook Panook is, there we go. Nook Panook is somewhere here. 80 Thieves again with a tip for the time travel class. Excellent.
I got some more questions coming up pretty soon, Saba. I'm going to ask about CERN.
Okay. Nice.
That'll be like the third or the fourth part of CERN that you did.
Yes, I've done. How many have I done on CERN? I did 2 on the podcast and 1 on Killer Priest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna give a shout out to 80 Thieves, who is VRI. This is his second support of the night. This was well over $20. It was $50. So he gave an extra 9 on top of the 50. So I'll get Minty. Can you see that?
Sure, I can see. So it went away. Okay. $9 time travel teaching tip. Tehuti Tua.
Okay, give him a hand clap for that, please. Joy said he has to go walk his dogs. Back on the live stream. Okay. Tehuti. Okay, shout out to you, Tehuti. Be safe out there walking your dogs, and hopefully there are dogs that can keep you safe. All right. And Nook Panook, all the way at the bottom. So this must have been, this was 2 days ago. Okay. Shout out to Nook Panook.
Every day, Saba.
I can't see, but I can hear you. Hold on, let's see what this one is here. All right, let me come back to the screen so I can see him. Okay, what'd you say? Every day?
Every day, Saba. Every day.
Oh, thank you. And they are Presa Canarios. Is that dog with that big mean face that looks very intelligent? What's that huge? You know what I'm talking about, Nookpoo? What's that dog? It has a square face, and it's like the ultimate guard dog. Is that what he has? Canarios? Shout out to you. Oh, yes, he has them. Oh, those dogs look they look very intimidating. They look very intimidating. That protects you just by people looking at them. Shout out to Nook Panook, who sends. Go ahead and read that Nook Panook for us.
To Saba. It's from Nukpu Nukpu, 1111, Hotep or Saba, MLM. Ma'at life matters. Sakem Ma'at with the watch it symbol.
Oh man, I'm gonna log that. We're gonna put that into the House of Atten language. We got a whole bunch of Tua Ishin, Attention, a whole bunch of them. MLM, Life Matters. All right, give him a Nook Panook a hand clap for that, please. Okay, good.
This is my dog, Saba.
I thought that was you. I added to the screen. It was a big dog image.
I didn't know.
Okay, shout to.
How that works. My apologies.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I thought it was you. It's a holy smokes. That looks like a bear. All right, shout out to the big dogs. I'm not even into dogs at all. I don't even like dogs much, but that dog is one of the ones I do like. Shout out to the monster dogs out there. All right, we got Nook Panook, and I'm gonna scroll up. Who else we got? Oh, Pata Aten. Okay, Pata Aten Tehuti. He must have had to call it an early night. Shout out to Pata Aten Tehuti with the 2772. And Amunet, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. 2772 for Hotep Ma'at, Ankh Dejed Usur, Dua, M Sabayit, and Sheshem.
Wonderful. Give him a hand clap for that, please. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you, Pata. If you're listening, you may be resting. Okay, and we have Tefrem Kemat. Consistent man. All right, so there's a 777 from a Tefrem Kemat. And a Tef, could you read that for us, please?
To a great Saba, it says 777 for Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishan.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to put the other one up. And then from there, that would equal 27 for both. And then we can give you a nice round of applause. Okay, and up is a Tefrem Kemat again. And so that's $20.72 from this in the 777. So altogether that would be around $28. So let's give this wonderful, continuous, consistent man his support. All right, there it is. And read that for us, Tef, please.
Hotep Great Saba says $20.72 for Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishan.
All right, give him some noise. Give him some noise. Hand clap. Thank you, Atef. Atef, are you out of town again?
No, I'm back home, Saba.
Okay, good. Okay. Were you out of town earlier today? Are you been home?
Yes, no, I've been out of town. I just made it back. This class was remarkable. So synchronistic because the time changes is really throwing me off.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. I'm glad you got to make it. Were you able to listen before you came on the podcast? Were you able to listen to the class?
Yes, I got some of it, Saba.
Okay, good job. Good, great. Okay, and this is Kiko Jones with the $3.33 for support the podcast. Thank you, Kiko. Plus, he gave something earlier. Wonderful. And scroll up. Okay, now we're going back up, and now we have Nook Panook. All Nook Panook again. Here's Nook Panook. Nook Panook on his Itiru wave current. Shout out to Nook Panook. He's going to read this one and the next few that he sent, a few in a row.
I got an ATM machine in my room.
So there you go, Nook Panook. Okay, I wonder if this is sending. Are you all seeing the screen share? No.
Not yet, no.
No screen share.
Huh. How about
There
now?
it is.
Yeah, now. It's good. Hotel Saba.
Thank you, Nook
So,
Panook.
New York, 999 from Nook Poo. There's a war going on outside. No man is safe from. With the ether blowing out my nose. The artist symbol. Oh, you know what time it is, Saba? The synchronicity don't stop.
Wartime?
It's wartime. And that's also a verse from Prodigy.
Wartime.
That's that survival of the fittest. And we the fittest, my eye.
Yes. That's right. That's awesome. Give him a hand clap for that, please. I like that. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And next up is Nook Poo again. Nook Poo again.
I hate money. I'm trying to run away from it. It keeps following me, man. I'm like, stay away from me. I can't get rid of it.
I said that I had said something like that a couple of years ago, but not that I'm running from it, but that I actually dislike physical money. I think it's very dirty and nasty. It never gets washed. The same dollar bill that I'm holding was in some slave killer's hand in the 1900s, and the same $20 was in some serial killer's bloody bedroom. And I don't like physical money. It's really disgusting to me. It feels filthy. I'm so happy they invented Cash App. I don't have to touch money anymore.
It smells too.
It does, especially the pennies. Pennies from 1788. Like pennies that were on the floor while our grandparents were getting raped. It's like it's a disgusting thing. Thank you, Cash App, for being invented. And PayPal. Oh my gosh, I hate money. I hate touching it. So yes, okay. It smells horrible. All right, shout out to Nook Poo. I love receiving support like this. I just can look at it on the screen. I don't have to actually touch the 72 cents. Shout out to Nook Poo. Go ahead and read that for us, please.
Hotep Saba. Nukpu, 2772. Makaru, Sakem Ma'at, with the Watcher symbol. And then I finally found my face, my emoji face. It's a blue frozen face. That's gonna be my new emoji.
Wonderful. That's awesome. You're officially claiming the Makaru. You're claiming that, right? That's you.
Oh yes, I'm living it, right,
good.
Saba?
All right, wonderful. Let's give. Let's give him some big noise. Thank you, Nook. Give him some noise.
New York, Saba.
Wonderful. Thank you. Wonderful. Excelente. All right, and next up is Nook Poo again.
Hey, I'm just getting started, Saba. That's just I'm in my beginning stage, so hold on tight. You feel me? We're going over there. We're going straight to the next Kurt.
Oh my! This is the beginner stage.
Remember, when I win, we all win. So keep that in mind. You heard?
That's a wonderful mentality. That's a good mentality. We need to have more than that. More. Wait, let me log this. Okay, this is a chosen one. So this is a tip for the ear class, the ring. Okay. That is a wonderful mentality. When you win, we all win. That's a good mentality to reverse the negative mentality, because when somebody's miserable, it's nothing for them to try to share their misery with you. They love that. But when somebody wins, it's like, this is all mine. But when you're negative, let's share it. come argue with me. Come fight with me. But when things are good, now you're gone. What? Hold on, I want to still. I can't hang with you. We're not crabs in the bucket when you get the. All right, shout out to Nook Poo. Shout out to Nook Poo. Go ahead and read that for us.
New York, Saba. All right, there you go. From Nukpu 999. It's gonna trigger some people, so I'm gonna just give out a trigger warning. Chosen ones don't feel as chosen anymore. Laughing.
Okay, give them some hand claps for that, please. Shout out to the chosen ones. Chosen ones. Okay. Okay, wonderful. And I think, is that it? No. Let me refresh the Nook Poo again. Let me see. Let me scroll all the way down to see if I'm missing anybody below. Let me scroll down. Let me go to the next page in case there's some. If I miss anybody. Nope. Go forward. All right, so here it is, ladies and gentlemen. We're ending off. We have, for what looks like the last support donation, but it may not be, but for right now, until we go through everybody's closing, there may be some that comes through, but if not, then we're apparently at the last donation I have to read. It's Nook Poo. All right, Nook Poo. Go ahead and read that for us, good brother.
Hotep Saba. Nukpu 999. It's my ox or not. Everything else gets chopped with the netter axe and the watcher symbol. The Eye of Ra, a 10 symbol. Uncle Jashanet.
Wow, my at or not. Everything else gets chopped.
I
Like
felt
that.
that one.
Okay. Give him some noise. Yeah. Okay, give him a hand clap for us. Thank you. Who was it that did that noise right there? Was that Amunet or was that you, Atef, that did the hand claps?
That was me, Saba.
Okay, good. It sounds very clear.
Tua, Saba. I'm trying to learn about
Okay,
you.
that you're still trying to learn? Okay, nice. Okay. Nini Uk. Okay. Oh, we have one more that just came in. Who's Custom Made Tees did it again. He did both tonight. He did a 666 and his Marinetta order tonight. We'll go ahead and get someone to read that. Anyone seen Lisa or Boots? Shout out to you too. I hope you two are safe. I don't know if I saw you this podcast or the last.
I'm gonna have to send him a camera.
Safely.
I'm gonna have to send him for a camera, Saba.
Oh, not Ampu, Boots. Boots.
I thought I was Ampu.
Oh no, Boots is with Lisa. Yeah. Ampu's been on the panel. All right, here we go. Custom Made Tees. Go ahead and read that for me, Nookpoo.
Tua Saba from Custom Made Tees. 2447 Metal Netter Class 16. Please, to our Ishin, I appreciate you, Saba, with the all-seeing eye. I am Kudzan I, or Kuzani. You know what I'm saying? With the eye. Hotep, Uncle Justin.
Nice. Thank you for that. Give him some big noise. Atef or Amunet. There we go. Thank you. I am Kudzani. Thank you so much. The Matrix is crazy with this language, isn't it? It's crazy. Everything is violence. I know what you're trying to say, though, Kudzani, but they have us talking with this. I made the cut just in the nick of time. And nick means to cut, too, if anybody doesn't know. Shout out to I am Kudzani. Yes, you made it just in the nick of time, as they say. Nick is to cut and take something. Shout out to I am Kudzani. And I am Kudzani, check your email. I am Kudzani, check your emails. You have the Marinetta class already. Okay, everybody, I'm going to go through. I think that is it. Let me go to the inbox and refresh. That is it that I see so far. So wonderful, everyone. We're going to go to everyone one by one. Hush Nation, are you in a zone or is your computer froze? Well, there you're moving. Okay.
Yes, I by right here. It's big love, it's big my aunt to us so much for another life-changing experience. To us so much for your sekem, for your guidance. Do us sekem to you, your networks, the animals, Seket, ATTON, all of them, everybody. More health, more prosperity. Stay rest up. Stay healthy for us. Please appreciate that. Appreciate when you take care of yourself. Appreciate teaching me the consistency. So I could reflect this my art. To us so much for showing me what my art is. To us so much for bringing my art into my life. And to us so much for showing me the per M Heru. To us so much for bringing so much light that I didn't have. Appreciate you so much. And yeah, to us for the Merunecha. To us for another language that I could use less English. I appreciate that so much. And teaching me where the language come from. I appreciate that so much. And to her for helping me operate different, to her for helping me to talk different. I used to talk like this. I used to talk with a bunch of bad words. My mouth, my tongue was dirty and all of that. So to her for making me look like an example to other people. So to her for the whole change. Dua Sekem, Makeru. Love you, Saba. Big my heart, big my love. Big my heart, big love, big strength, big health, big wealth, big prosperity.
Beautiful. I like that. Thank you for that wonderful opening and summary. And I like that part about the learning a new language so you can use less English. And I'm so proud of you that you were able to change the way you speak with the language, the dirty words, as you call them, dirty tongue or dirty words. Which has a big impact. Nini has a big impact on your life because people listening to you talk like that, they're quicker to keep that frequency and disrespect you. They already hear you in that tone talking like that, so they'll respond like that, and then you're wondering, why is this person disrespecting me? You don't even realize you're so used to talking like that. When you hear it back, you're like disrespectful, but that's what you invited. So if you speak in a more eloquent pattern, it will cause the people around you to even try to change their speaking and say, well, this brother's he's not too rowdy. He's speaking proper. He's speaking understandable. His tone is not instigating fight. So that's a part of saving your life right there. That's awesome and wonderful that you're able to do that. So keep up the good work, brother. I'm very proud of you. Keep it up.
To us so much for that, Saba, because when you used to do it on the Killer Priest podcast, I was so fascinated by it, but I didn't know what it was. But I was just so fascinated by it. But now that I doing it, now I understand. So to us so much.
Nini, I'm glad you appreciate it. Keep up the wonderful, wonderful work. A lot of people have commented on that with me on the Killer Priest show because it was a little rowdy sometimes, and I had to just be the snake style always. So thank you for that, brother. And Nini up for everything you thank me for. Boom.
Nini up to us, Saba.
And on to your brother, your twin cousin, Nook Poo. Give us some great closing words. I had to take one of your shirts. You see the blue? I had to take one.
SABA, Nefer class. To everybody here on the panel, to the Aout, the Sanu, everybody on the chat, everybody that's watching this on the playback, everybody that's representing my art. everybody that supports the House of ATTON, everybody that studies Kemet in the past, bring it back up, you know, speak about it, spread it as much as you can. To everybody who's in the verge of questioning their reality, you know, question everything and come over here, ask SABA a question and break out of the matrix. To, you know, I know this class probably shook a couple people, so, you know, let it get you angry enough to do something. Unfortunately, SABA, I haven't changed my way of talking because I like to trigger people. I enjoy fighting, so it's the way I bring people into my art or not. You always beat us up, Saba, so you know what I'm saying? I enjoy it, so why not? But I do understand I'm gonna change my tone. I do practice and speaking more proper, and it's just my environment is real violent, so I have to keep up. If not, I could get stepped on. So, you know, it's a little different with me. I'm not 6'7" like you, Saba. Off rip, people already, you know, gonna try me. So I gotta, you know, either I gotta pull out the axe or I gotta hit him with the sword of my tongue. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my goodness, I'm 6'7" now.
You're like 9 foot tall, so I would stop playing, man. Last time I saw you, you morphed on me. I was like, what?
Oh my goodness.
I seen the dragon come out. I was like, oh, okay, Saba's one of those. Okay. But Saba, I appreciate your consistency, your strength, being positive, being a perfect role model, a netter in the flesh, presenting Medu Netter to us. Prior, I learned about Medu Netter a little bit, but I never was jumping into it too much because I understand the spells are out there. Spiritual psychosis is real. So that's why people out there that are practicing Kemet and Ma'at, you know, this is where you want to learn it from because you want to learn it the proper way. I wouldn't trust nobody else. Like, I'm glad I waited this long to find the proper teacher and that it was you, the right one, because I wouldn't be holding this axe. I would have been holding a flag. I can't chop nobody's head up with a flag. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Saba, you made a grand difference in my life for sure. With the even confirming with the Netiru being real. You know, I could see them being somewhat like the principles, but in all actuality is a real life being. So it's disrespectful how people can see saints as real life beings, but yet the Netiru, they look at them as principles. It doesn't make any sense to me. Right there alone is spiritual psychosis. So this class was real powerful, Saba. It's gonna trigger a lot of people. It's just giving more questions. People are gonna be more confused. Just come through and ask the questions. Hebrew Israelites are getting beat up. You know, they're afraid of you, Saba. It's like just humble yourself. You know, drop that ego, that negative ego, and just come on through, man. You know. So to Saba, and I'm gonna end with my Medu Netter. This is why the Hebrews don't come up in here. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, they speaking spells. Sem, Hotep, Meri, Eve, Netiru, Ma'at, Nuk, At, Ker, Em, Kat, Ah. I am without evil in my body. Sep, Tu, Kua, I am wealthy. Aha, Ah, Sekem, Ah, Kesef, Ah, Meret, Ah. I rise up. I gain the power and I repulse the evil which is against me. Behen ah seba'u. May I crush the evil one. Se hetem na apep em atep ma na. May I destroy a pep at his moment. Sakur na ah shemi. I have overthrown the destroyers. I ah una em sa'uka. I have came that I may be protecting thee. Makeru, Makeru, Makeru. Aka Ua, Kurt F, MF, Hotep, Netiru, Ma'at.
That is absolutely Powerful, beautiful. Keep that. That was great. That was really, really good. I was there in the zone, feeling that frequency, and then you did the second at the end, right? You had a sistrum, right? I could hear it. Yeah, you have the sistrum, the saket, the head heru. Beautiful, my brother. Beautiful, and excellent words. And I'm surprised you told me you were in a violent environment. I can't even imagine you outside of that blue room. So the fact that you're like this and you raise up in a violent environment makes me look at you even more impressive than I did before, because you were raised up in the temples. So I can't imagine any street environment or anything around you at all. You look like you came straight from the Nile River. So Tua, for that, you are excellent. Keep up the good work. I'm going to step off for just a moment. When I come back, everybody can continue. You all build for just a minute. I have to step off for about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Maybe even less. I'll be right back.
In New York, Saba. I just want to say real quick, yeah, my environment is violent. Everywhere I go, it's violence everywhere. Any place and the more I'm in my eye, the more people are attracted to want to hate on me, and because it's going against their belief system. So it's just a trigger. Just me wearing an ankh, me coming out with a shirt, a Kemetic shirt. They right away questioning me, why are you doing that? Even if I'm meditating in the park or something, people calling the cops on me. I'm not doing nothing, no drinking, nothing like that. Just clearly meditating or something, or just reading the Perhimeru, and they're like, what are you reading? Why are you reading it? So it's always a conflict in my life. And yeah, it's been like that for a long time, and I enjoy it. I can't, if I don't get that, it's like I'm not alive. So because I understand I have to keep fighting, and that's just a test of my art to show if I'm gonna stay in the right path. If not, either swim or sink. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep swimming, man. Up a pet in my art.
Tua for that. That's inspiration and encouragement. Yeah, to know that we're not out here doing this alone. That we really do have good brothers and good sisters walking in Ma'at and radiating Ma'at, and that's what attracts the Isfet. So Tua to you for standing up and believing in yourself and fighting.
New York or son net. Yeah, a lot of people out here is it's really difficult. You have to really believe in yourself. Like, it's really a test of my art. Like, you get rewarded. I get rewarded by my art. Like I said, my week was hectic. I was ready to crash out from the next day of the class. I woke up crying and rage, and I don't cry. I'm not a crier. But last week, I don't know what's going on, but I remember last week on Monday, I cried, but it was joyful cry because I was hearing the voice of Asar speak to me. And then on Saturday night, after Saba did that class, that really triggered me, because like it's the environment we live in. Like, it's mind control constantly, where it's the everybody is like they're fond to be part of the mind control and to go against Ma'at, is be part of the Isfet. And what got me raised up is just the fact that how there's so many innocent people that lost their lives, families that are broken up, children taken away, lost children, children being abused, adults being abused,
people
people
losing
being
their sanity.
Everything, man. So that just like, and some people don't have no compassion for people in that position. They just look at them like, oh, how did you get here? Like, you're in America, you're supposed to live and, thrive. Look at this person's a millionaire, whatever. But it's like, yeah, but they sold their soul, like, or sold their purpose. They're into the Isfet, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's a reciprocity within the matrix, while the good people, most good people are suffering. That's why, me personally, I don't like money, because the people who do have money, the people who are in power of money, the majority of them are evil. And money will make people feel like they're more important than you when they're not, So that's why I don't You know, I don't like that, but overall, it's just what triggered me is just how it's all implicated in a sense where it's made up, and it'll make it seem like you're crazy. Like this is all in your head.
Yeah.
Nobody's attacking you. Ain't none of that happening. It's like, yes, it is, man. I got receipts and everything. So yeah, Hotep.
Yeah, I can totally relate to that, to where I'll be talking straight to somebody, just directly, and then they'll look at me like I'm crazy or I'm making something up. And it's like, no, I'm talking to you using the same words as you, but the way that they will use the word is not the correct way. I do the etymology when I speak, and when I don't know a word, I'll actually do the etymology, and I'll be like, you know what you're saying is, that's not what you're saying, and then they'll be like, well, you know what I mean, you know what I'm saying, and it's like, no, I don't know what you're saying, because I'm taking what the words that you're saying, I'm taking them literally, and I get a lot of times, you're so literal, and it's like, at the end of the day, when you have multiple encounters like that, it starts to make you question, and then, you know, you have to leave that environment and shift. And when it happens repeatedly in different environments, it's just like, it makes you really think. But then to shift and come into this environment where everybody is using the right frequency, using this frequency, or in this frequency, it's so refreshing. So I will always give Henu to Saba for creating this environment, for people like us to come together and not feel like the rest of the world, the way the rest of the world looks at us.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
That's why I have to give to Saba again for dropping that last jewel on me again, with the frequency, with how you talk to people, and how you could have better control of the environment, how you speak, you know. So I have to say Tua again for that, because I see it work, you know. I see it work, and it had looked like a miracle. But now I understand, you know.
Yeah, it's very beautiful.
Yeah, and it's enough for that. We also like, it's important to talk about these things because it's important for us to focus our energy into this movement, to Ma'at, instead of dispersing our energy into the Isfet and just growing more into the Isfet, you know. So it's a challenge, but that's what we're here for.
That's
Ma'at
what
or
we're
not.
here for.
Welcome back, Saba. Tua Saba, Dua Saba.
Hey, wonderful to be back. Excellent. You are having a good build, and I relate to you, Nokpu. Definitely, if you are under constant attack by Isfet or the people in the Matrix, it's because you're doing the right thing. Because of who you are. And it's not even because the people attacking you are quote unquote bad. They are who they are. They may be as bad as the lion that attacks the zebra. And the zebra is telling his children, the lion is a pep, the lion is the devil, the lion is a killer, the lion's telling its children, we have to eat this or die. And so they come in contact, and one has to be, you know, they're all opposing. Nature agrees and opposes at the same time. So the lion is evil to the zebra, and the hyena is evil to the lion, and the hippopotamus is evil to everybody because it kills them all. So it's a part of the frequency. It's necessary. When I go somewhere, I expect rebellion. I expect to be attacked. It's a wonderful thing. It keeps me understanding who I am. And that's why I'm not really out and about as much anymore, because after 36 years of going through that, I've proven what I am, and now I just stay away. Now I don't even hardly leave my front door. If I leave my front door, it's with one of the Naturas. I don't go anywhere by myself. You never see me walking on the street by myself. So anyways, good build, everybody. And where do we leave off? I think Nukpu, you gave yours, and then that's interesting. Nukpu, you gave yours, and then we were on I think a Tef with some beautiful closing words.
Hotep Great Saba to Nefer class. Tua for whoever asked the ringing in the ear question. I never thought I'd get an answer for that, but that was very Nefer. So Tua for that, and Tua definitely for the daylight savings time question. We are at war. That was very Nefer, very powerful, Great Saba. Very grateful for you breaking this matrix, and Tua to all the supporters. I was listening to everyone. Tua to you, great brother. Nukpu, stay strong in this fight out here. Tua to you, great brother. Hush Nation. Tua to the new people that came on the panel as well. Hotep Hinu to you, peace and love, great brother. Look forward to seeing you on the panel again. And consistency is the key. So Hotep Hinu to you, great Saba. Yeah, this time change is very it's very strange. So it's got my circadian rhythm messed up. I'm tired, but I definitely spent a lot of time with my family and enjoyed that. So Hotep Hinu to you. Hotep Hinu to the great brother Ani Patah Aten Tehuti, to my great brother Dejed, Amunet. Keep up the great work. And with that, great Saba will end. May you advance your station among the venerable. May your Ka contend with your enemy. And may your Ba learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who closed the weary one. May Amun be satisfied. Hotep, Hinu to you, great Saba.
Nini, beautiful words that you gave to everyone. And your beautiful words at the end reminded me of something I wanted to tell you. Because the last time I heard those words was coming from Astarte. That you created today, and I've been trying to get her on the pod class, but the you may need to remake that with less megabytes. It's like 200 is some huge amount of megabytes, and that amount of megabytes can't fit on the StreamYard. So maybe if there's a way to decrease the quality just a little bit, I could get it on the StreamYard, but it can't fit for now at high megabyte.
I'll check it.
What'd you say, Tev?
I'll check into it, great Saba. I think I can do it.
And I'm sure if you can't, I'm sure Annie knows how.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Tua for your beautiful words. Excellent opening and summary. And Tua for the respect that you give everybody that comes to the pod class. I really like that. It makes everybody feel like they are valued. And Tua for that. Okay, we're gonna go on to Dejed is back. Dejed has returned. Nice to see you, Dejed. He is back. He finished his last Muta Ashby book, and he has rejoined us. Took care of the new baby. Baby in one hand, Muta Ashby book in the other. How you doing, Dejed?
Doing great, Saba. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You sound clear, very clear.
Yeah, Tua. Yeah, it don't stop over here. But it's it's a beautiful thing. I'm definitely grateful. Um, I'm definitely grateful to be living at this time with the House of ATTON, SABA, and what you're doing consistently, and what you have invested in, and to have my children brought up around this time, right? So that's a wonderful thing to have, and to actually, utilize that and create something that is completely opposite of what I was brought up in, what my parents was brought up in, and so on and so forth. So it's cool to have something like this and being in my art. So to Asaba for just how you how you look at things and standing on that. That's last week's class. Yeah, mind control. That the origin of it. Like mind control starts with you controlling your mind. That's and yeah, that has some impact, right? So to Asaba, to you on the Turks, just your whole structure over there, because it's working. And, and I'm grateful. Shouts out to everybody on the panel. Y'all know I love y'all. Much love. Everybody in the chat, all the supporters. Definitely grateful for everybody. And I'm just happy. I'm like I said, it brings me so much joy to be a part of this. So may Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at. And may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rises and shine for more Ma'at. I am the Jet Sajim Ma'at Hem Pao Ku, for everybody in the Tiru, Uncle Jasaneb, Hotep Anu, Neferu Pech.
Wonderful, great words. One moment, you can in. You what? Oh no. Okay. Wonderful words, the Jet. I don't know if YouTube sped you up at the end or you were just speaking super quick. It sounded really fast at the very end. I thought my thing was on times too. But beautiful words. I'm glad you like that. Mind control is control of self. It'll probably pop up in one of your primordial visions. And did you know mind control is controlling the self? I said it, primordial vision. So that'll probably pop up in one of your things there. That's beautiful. Use it. Go ahead. It's excellent. And Tua, for your I appreciate your ability to juggle time. You have brand new time slots. Today used to be your free podcast day. Now it's podcast baby day, and you're juggling you're juggling that. And the baby day is unpredictable. There's no time. There's no 8 o'clock. Aset is about to cry. She's hungry. No, she can cry at 8:07 or 9:03. So you're doing great, being able to juggle that, and the other children that are there. So you're doing wonderful. Keep up the good work. Is tomorrow your day at the Sunday? Is tomorrow a primordial vision day?
Yes, it's my turn tomorrow.
Do you do two now? Do you do two of those visuals, one on Sunday, and do you do one on Tuesday too?
No, just on Sunday. What we're doing is that we're airing a lot of our presentations during the week that just doesn't have all the intro, like everything is just straight to the vision, like straight to the presentation. So people can
that's what's happening.
Yeah.
What's the last word you said?
No, I said so people can just watch it straight, like directly.
Oh, without the intro and without the
correct
all the announcement things. Okay, good. Yeah, I was wondering why I'm like, hey, I'm getting things on Tuesdays, Primordial Tuesday. So okay, excellent. Keep the good work, brother. Uncle Justin Evans, shooting him out to you. And is Gabrielle gone? For the night?
Yeah, you. That's the main one who'll be exhausted, right?
Okay, wonderful. She's doing great. And one more thing is she successfully breastfeeding?
Oh yeah, so things have increased tremendously, especially after like the fenugreek and all that stuff, man. Like, yeah, the material definitely showing mad love, just super love, man. Everything's good. So, from your presentations to talks with Nani, just everything's working. So everything's working. You already know.
Beautiful. Keep the good word, brother. Thank you. Okay, and on to you, Amunet. Your eyes are rolling up, pre-fantasizing about your time as a mother in the near future. Go ahead and give us some great words.
What's up, and Mary, to you. The greatest atef that I've ever had in my whole life. To you for everything that you do every single day. Emily and I appreciate you so very much, and we love you so very much, and your whole out. We both appreciate every single thing that you do for the both of us, and yourself and your family and all that is around you, and all the lives that you continue to save every single day. I appreciate all of the choices that you've made in your life to be exactly who you are right now, and I appreciate you raising both Amun and I to be the best mother and father within Ma'at to our future children. And I appreciate every single moment with you, and Tuat Netru for you. I will end with an utterance to you. Amun and Amunet, Shesu Ket, Tehuti Pertz Netter Emaset Ement. Utsen her Aut and Tehuti or Hetep her Ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Netter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep Mary Heh, and have a Nefer Upesh.
I will. Thank you for the beautiful words, and like I always say to you, bringing that which appears to be ancient and using it for frequency now makes it just continuous, and it's a beautiful thing. I really feel that when you're quoting some of those ancient words and applying them to how you feel about me and your appreciation. And I wish you the ability to help Amun heal from whatever it is that he's recovering from. And I wish him to heal. And I know that if he could, he'd be right here on the screen giving some beautiful words too, but he's giving them in his mind. I can hear him still. He's talking in his head. And thank you, Amun, for everything you're doing over there. Nini, for everything you thank me for. And I'm glad you appreciate what it is that I do. And I noticed a theme that a lot of you are saying. It's a beautiful theme, in that a lot of you are saying, I'm happy to be alive at this particular time, which is a beautiful thing that I always say almost every day. If I wasn't born in the year I was born, I wouldn't be here right now. I was born to experience this exact time, and it's a beautiful thing. So, Tua for your beautiful words, and Nini for everything you thank me for.
Niniuk and Tua very much for your life-saving words. And I just want to say Amun did stay up the whole time. He just recently rested, so I just wanted to tell you that, because he tried his best. He did a really good job.
He said he did a really good job.
Yes.
Okay. Good job, Amun. Wonderful. All right, and let's move on to I think Minty and Nook Panook. In the last 5 minutes, we're in another dimension.
I've been in a dimension where I'm setting records for having to leave and come join over and over again. But yes, everyone's Medu is very Nefer, and I'm very happy as well to be here at this time in my life. Henu to you, Saba, the great Atef. I feel like I was set here at this time in my life for a reason and for a purpose, and I'm very proud that I was led to you, Saba, and to House of Atten. This is the place where I come, where I don't feel like the rest of the world makes me feel, like my differences and my different attributes that I have are appreciated here. I feel like I can be myself here and be accepted, and that's something that doesn't happen in the Matrix. So Tua to all of you, and I wish that everyone that's watching this that doesn't have the courage to step forth and join us, just reach down and deep and dig, and you'll find the courage to step up and join us, because I know it's not just us. I know there's not just 13 people in this pod class when the numbers are different. So all of you that are out there watching this, I wish you peace, and I wish you health, and I wish you the courage to come join us. Hotep Marie, Nefer, Neb, Nefer Unk, everything is beautiful in life.
Wonderful. Excellent words. And I'm glad you could feel. I remember you were one of the first in the podcast to refer to this as a safe place. I think those are the words you used, a safe place.
A safe space? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a safe space. There it is, safe space. So I'm glad that you feel that way, and absolutely in the frequency that I've created here with the House of Atten, there is no negative focus, even if there may be a negativity, but there's no focus on it, because nobody here is striving. Nobody feeds off of that energy. Like in the Matrix, there's people that feed off antagonizing you. They feed off of bothering you, and they look kind of happy when they're sitting here.
Like that's satisfying them.
Yes. Here, there's no one on this panel or in the pod class that actually is thinking, oh, yes, I'm happy when Minty's irritated. Yeah. I'm happy. I'm bothering such and such. I'm gonna get on Amunet's nerves today. Nobody's thinking like that, like how they're on the Matrix. They're actually thinking that's how people get along in the Matrix. They fight. they argue with each other. Because we're focused on negative. Here's a little jewel. When you agree with something, they give you negative words to agree. So when somebody says, hey, Tehuti, or hey, when I ask somebody, can you do this? They say no problem. And I'm like, no is the opposite of yes, and problem is opposite of solution. So how could no problem be an answer to what I'm asking about? If somebody asks me a question and I say, yes, solution, they'll say, what kind of weird talk is that? What do you mean? Okay, no problem. Okay, I get you now. No problem. What about yes, solution? So the matrix frequency has us continuously speaking in negative phrases to actually agree with somebody. You agree by saying no. How could the first sentence be no in agreement, and the next one be the word problem? So it's a little jewel there, and I keep my mind on this frequency 24 hours a day, and that's what emits to give everybody the safe space, because I actually don't allow that frequency around, and it actually has to leave. That's why people disappear. I've never kicked anybody out of the House of Attend, and I've never asked anybody to leave. It's the frequency that I emit. If you disconnect from it, you have nothing to feed off of except for Isfet, and then you have to go back to your home of Isfet. So I created that to be a safe place, and that's what it draws everybody, the Nook Panooks, the you, Amunets, everybody that's here is here for loving energy, and that's all that they're here for, loving energy. So I'm glad you acknowledge that, realize that, and I'm glad you're on the panel today. And I'm observing you personally on the panel today for particular reasons, and I'm glad you're here. I'll just leave it like that. I'm glad you're here on the panel today, so I can make other decisions.
Tua, I don't know exactly what it is, what force is out there trying to keep me from being here. But everyone was a witness today to how many times my phone shut off, and I had to get back on manually. It wasn't just an automatic, I would get back on. I would have to go back in and redo the steps and get back on. And I don't know how many times I lost count after the third time. This is some Isfet negative force that's trying to keep me from being here, because it is real. You can't be in this frequency if you're not pure in the act of purifying yourself or purified. So I'm just grateful for all of your patience, and I'm grateful for the love and the care that you put into the House of Attend, Saba.
Nini up. Tua for the beautiful words. Excuse me, in my throat. Nini Uk, Tua for the beautiful words. And keep up the good work. Keep up the good frequency. Wonderful. Okay. And we're gonna go to the last brother here. So Tehuti, can you hear me, good brother? You look like you're whipping something up in the kitchen there.
Oh yeah. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So usually I hear you great. So what we do in the House of Attend here at the end of the podcast is at the end we let everybody have an opportunity to speak and say positive words of appreciation, how they feel about the class, myself, the people on the panel, anything positive they want to say, and then we close out. And your box ended up, you're the last on the list. So go ahead and give us a good closeout.
Okay. I greatly appreciate all the insightful, enlightening information that you provide. I'm kind of like in a conundrum because the information you provide is there's no monetary value you can actually put onto it. It's beyond what money can buy. But given that you are giving your time, and time is quote money, I feel like I'm somewhat cheating you by giving the amount that I'm giving. Like, you should be working way more than what I can give you. So I'm in this conundrum, like, this information is valuable and money can be paid, but I do need to compensate you for your time. But the amount of money that I would pay you would be like multi-millions of dollars, because this information is beyond profound, and what you can do with the information is like astronomical. And I love it. I've been seeking this type of information for decades, so I finally found it, and it's the actual last keys I need for the prosperous change of consciousness in the world.
You cut out there. You said prosperous, and then it went mute. Prosperous. That was the last word we heard.
It's the last keys I needed for the prosperous of the. It's the last key that I needed for what I'm trying to instill. I greatly appreciate it.
And say that one last time. It cut out again. As soon as you say prosperous, your words are gone.
Okay. Prosperous? You got that part?
Yeah, I think when you're facing the camera, that's when we can hear you clear. Like,
Yeah.
So I feel that this is the last key piece of information that I need in order to create a prosperous consciousness shift the whole entire planet. And that's something I'm trying to do with the TV network that I'm trying to put together. So it was something I was hung up on. Like I figured out the business part, but it was the spiritual part that I needed to actually conclude. And this is going to be the conclusion that assists me in what I need to do, what I feel I was brought here to do by the Most High.
Wonderful, wonderful, beautiful words. And I'm glad I could provide that final key, that final key to unlock that final door. And excellent. And I like your attitude. You're absolutely right. And that's why I say whatever anyone can give within their means, it's the energy of what they're giving is actually what's extremely important to me. So if somebody like Will Smith, who's sitting on $56 million a movie, donates 10,000, I greatly appreciate it. But it doesn't mean as much as Minty's 100. So that's it's the frequency of what you're able to and what you feel behind it. I go a lot off of the frequency. So thank you for those great words you stated, because that's exactly how I think, and it is whatever your frequency aligns with. I want everybody to support, not go broke off supporting, but support within your means. And if what's within your means is the most that you can do, I tell people all the time that $5,000 given to me from Tom Cruise is not as much as the homeless man giving me a seashell that he found on the beach that meant something to him. Because $5,000 to Tom Cruise is a penny.
Pocket check.
Right, but that shell that homeless man found, that was his grandmother's, that he's given to me, is priceless. So thank you for your beautiful words, and your mentality is perfect on that note. And on that note, we have everybody. I believe we've gone through everybody. Hush Nation. Yep. The screen moved around, but I think we got everybody. Yep. Wonderful. So on that note, everybody, I'm going to check the Gmails again to see if there's any last support. If not, I'm going to go ahead and go big screen. Nope, nothing. So I'm going to go ahead and go big screen and close out. So to it, everyone, I'm going to go big screen. To it, a Hush Nation. Peace and love to you. And don't leave the screen yet. I'm just saying to it, everybody. To it to you, Hush Nation. To it to you, Nook Panook. To it to you, Atef, for your work you're doing. To it to you, Dejed, your work you're doing. Aminet, for the work you're doing. And Minty, for the work you're doing. Everybody's putting in work. And Tehuti, even though you're brand new, wonderful work that you're doing. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the affirmation on the screen, and the brother Atef is going to read it, and then I'm going to go big screen, and all of you can jump back in the chat. So let me put the affirmation on the screen. And let me check for Atef. Atef, are you there?
I'm here, Great Saba.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. So let me go ahead and put that on the screen, and let's go ahead and close out. Another beautiful class. All right, there it is on the screen right there, everybody.
Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unky and Ma'at. Un-NS. Nintet Set and Ma'at. Men Hepapet and Ma'at. Her and Hugh Kiwi. Her Eku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful. Let that marinate on the screen for a moment. Excellent. Good read, Atef. Good frequency. And now I'm going to tell everybody peace and love. And you all can jump back in the chat. And then I'm going to go big screen and close out. So peace and love to you, Hush Nation. See you very soon. Peace and love to you, Nook Panook. Stay strong. See you very soon.
Peace to you, Atef. See you soon. Have a good Sunday class tomorrow and your participation in it. It jumped to Amunet. Okay, peace and love to you, Amunet. What'd you say, Atef?
I said Tua Great Saba, Nafu Pesh.
Oh, perfect. Nini Nefru Pesh. And Amunet, peace and love to you. Get a good night's rest. Take care of the young ill man who's going to be healthy by tomorrow morning. we're gonna make him healthy. Tua to you. Peace and love to you. And Tua Menti, Hotep, peace and love to you. We'll be talking very shortly.
Hotep Marie.
And the Jed, Tua to you. See you. Good luck on your beautiful presentation for tomorrow.
Tua, up.
Yeah. And wonderful. And Tua to you. And you, Tehuti, you have a great night. You go marinate on this class, dream about it, think about it, and spread this word. And that's the part of the America Great Again that I like. To educate the people, break them out of the matrix, and that's how we're going to make any environment that you're in great. So Tua to you, and peace and love, everybody. I'm going to go big screen now and close out.
Tua Saba Nafu Pesh.
Peace and love.
Peace. Peace. All right, big screen time. I'm going to help Tehuti. I'll help you, Tehuti, with you. Like this. Boom. And there. Okay, boom. And I think Tef, I got to help him too. Remove from stage. And I think now he's stuck in the back. Let's remove him from the back. StreamYard is interesting. Beautiful, everyone. And that closed out another excellent phenomenon, another night at the Tehuti Podclass, House of ATTON. For those who just tuned in, my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Renunet represents the raising of the frequency. That's the Ren. And Saket, the oldest word on the planet, for the dimensional realm one goes to in the afterlife, and also the oldest word for conscious memory, power of conscious memory. It was the same word for the weaver, the spider, and the same word for the realm one goes to in the afterlife, the conscious memory realm, the Saket. Peace and love, everybody. You've tuned in right on our closing if you just got in here. But no problem. Just rewind and go back. Today's class, we covered beautiful topics, questions that were asked and answered. And those questions that were asked and answered were ringing in your ears, spiritual message, or health issues. Well, actually, the actual question was it a health issue or health problem? With the ringing in the ears. And there's a multitude of plethora of people that stated that it is not physical, not dealing with health at all, but in actuality, it is dealing with spiritual messages and awakening. So I walked everybody through that and showed everybody the Psyops with that, a very dangerous Psyops. And I'm glad we could clear the air because I actually don't see any videos correcting the ISFET from a spiritual teacher correcting the ISFET on that particular topic. So peace and love to everybody that experienced this beautiful podcast, these beautiful topics. Let me go ahead and take this off of the screen. Oh, also the leap years, daylight saving times, a big explosive matrix breaking reveal at the end with daylight saving times with an origin that is rarely even known, and the origin actually reveals the psyops of what it's for, which is war, openly stated. So wonderful, everybody. I'm glad you guys appreciated this, those who watched it. Peace and love. You have been watching the Tehuti Podclass, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, the founder of the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru, the last to actually represent the Nitiru as a movement and an organization. while other people want to focus on the Nitiru not existing, removing them from your memory. Wonderful, everybody. And in the future, after years and years and years have passed, when we've moved on, either to a higher realm, or have actually moved the movement somewhere else, and years after that, when the archaeologists come to research us, they may find